Hi friends, welcome to another awesome project tutorial. This is CodeWave, and in this tutorial I'll be teaching you how to create a complex project management application using Next.js, TypeScript, Shadcn UI component, Tailwind CSS, the Postgres database, and using Prisma ORM. And we'll also use Kinde, the sponsor of this video, for authentication, authorization, and user management. Okay, so let me give you a demo of how the app works. Okay, so I'll click on Get Started. And I need to create an account here. So I'll sign in with my Google account. So once signed in successfully, the user will be onboarded, that the user needs to fill out the information. So I'll select my country. Okay, then the industry, I'll select technology and I'll say I'm a developer. You can put a short bio here or you can also leave it. Okay, so I'll click on continue. Now you are prompted to create a workspace. So I'm just going to say my workspace. Great, you can put a description of the workspace or leave it. So once it is successful, now you are ushered inside the application. Okay, so these are the application. You see the list of workspaces here. You can create more workspace and you see your task, members, and settings for the workspace. Okay, that's great. And you can also add projects to the workspace. So here I can add first project. So I'll just say first project. Okay, you can also put a description. And one unique feature of it is that there are project access, right? So even though members may join your workspace, but you can give them access to particular projects that they can see within the workspace. And by default, the owner of the workspace can see all the projects. Okay, so even if I don't take my name, I will still have access to the project. Okay, so I can create it like this. Great, so now I have a project. I can select the project. Okay, so this is the dashboard for the workspace, right? So you see the stats here as well as the things here. Okay, so I can select the project. Once I select the project, I'll be able to add tags to the project. So I'm going to say test tags. I can select the person I want to assign to. So I'll assign it to myself. I can select the priority of the project, and I can also select the date, the start date. So I'll say start from today and maybe end on this date. Okay, I can also select the level as well as give a description of the project. So I can just say description here. Okay, and I just click on create task. Okay, so once it goes through, now you see a distribution chart here. Okay, with also the recent activity. So the recent activity, I created the project and now I created the task. Okay, and if there be recent comments, they will also show up here. And here will show the task completed, the task in progress, and the task overdue, as well as the number of team members. Okay, so there's only one member, so that's why you see 100%. You can also see the timeline of the project here, as well as its activities. Okay, so there are charts here. That's the dashboard. There's also a table here which supports filtering. Great. Okay, as well as sorting also here. And there is also a Kanban board here where you can have a drag and drop features, right? Great. So if I drag and drop and I go back, I should see that the status has changed and it has also changed here. Okay, great. And there is also a calendar where you can see the project here. And when you hover over it, you can see this. You can even drag and drop it. You can drag and drop it into a different date and it will be updated. Okay, so now the date has been updated. That is the due date and not the start date. Okay, great. You can also see a timeline here, a Gantt chart, which shows the project timeline. Okay, great. So if I click on the project details page will open where I can even edit the project here, right? And add. I can also upload documents. So I'll just see if I can get any file and I can just upload it. Okay, update. Okay, great. And now you see it here. Okay, I can also put the documentation of the project here. Okay, great. And just click on save and these things will be saved. I can also put comment, so test. So I'll just see test comment also here and put it through. Okay, and it's here. Okay, great. Okay, so when I go here, I can also see the workspace settings, right? And I can edit the workspace as well as invite members. Okay, so to try out that feature, I will open another account. Okay, so I'll open another account, go to my settings, and I want to invite that user using their email ID. Okay, so how I can get, okay, so I know the email ID, so I'll just put the email ID. I can also send them, copy and send them this link, and they can just join, but I want to use the email to invite them. Let's see. Okay, so I am using the free plan, so I cannot do that. So let me upgrade it. Okay, and in this project, I use Lemon Squeezy. Okay, so just go to the landing page, and I want to launch this project as my own. So I want to launch this project as my own SaaS. So just go check the pricing and let me know what you think about the pricing, if it's fair or not. Okay, and also let me know if you like to try this. Okay, so this is a test account. So this is a dummy test account from Lemon Squeezy. Okay, great. So, okay, so I'll just press on subscribe. Okay, so it's through successfully. Okay, so as you can see, I'm on a pro plan now. Okay, so I can go back. Okay, so let me try to invite the person again. Okay, and the person I'm inviting must be on the platform, right? Okay, so if they are not on the platform, you cannot invite them. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so it's gone through. Bring my mail here, and you can see now I have this mail. Okay, so the first one is a welcoming message, right? Okay. Okay, so the first one is a welcoming message, and the next one, yes, now the next one is that I'm invited. Okay, so I can accept the invitation, right? Okay, so all I have to do is click on accept invitation. See, okay, now it opens here, and I can either join or cancel. So I'll just join the workspace. Okay, so now I have joined the workspace, and now you can see recent activities. Okay, great. So yeah, so if I go here, now if I go to membership, okay, so I should see if I have another workspace. Okay, yes, so now I have another workspace which I can just switch easily. Okay, so I've joined this workspace, right? Okay, great. So if I go to membership, I can just click on the owner. I'll see the information here. And since I am not the owner, I cannot do any other thing here. Okay, I am just a viewer, right? Unless they assign me project, then I will be, I think, a member. Okay, great. So you can use this for your clients, where you can give your client viewer role, then they will just view the projects. Okay, great. So yes, and if I assign tax, I will see my assigned tax also here. Okay, so yes, and there are also other areas where you can edit your profile. Okay, so here you can also see your notifications if you have any. Yes, so there's a welcome message here, right? Great. Okay, so this is how it goes when you create this. Okay, so I'll switch to I don't know which workspace am I in now, but I think this is mine because the workspace have the same name. Okay, so inside workspaces we have projects, and inside project we have tasks, right? Okay, great. So this is what we are going to do, right? Oh, there's also, I forgot to tell you this, there's also settings for the project itself, right? Okay, so you can do project settings here. You can also drop the project if you want to. Okay, and there is also documentation for the project itself. So there's a project level documentation, and there's a tax level documentation. That is, if the tax level documentation is different from that of the project documentation. Okay, great. So this is what we're going to do. And the app also has dark theme, so I can just switch to dark theme, and everything looks pretty nice here too. Okay, great job. And it is also fully responsive, great, like this. Okay, so you can just click here to see the so you can click here to see the drawer, right? Great. And everything is fully responsive like that. Okay, great. Okay, So this is what we're going to do. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you like this. And if you want us to develop this same application with the main stack, you can just comment in the description below and let me know what you think. Also, I think I'll be rolling this project out as my own SaaS. So go check the price and let me know what you think, if it's fair or not. Okay, great. And what features do you think we can add to it? Okay, so don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the project. Now let's set our dev environment for the application. So as I said, we're going to use Next.js with TypeScript, and we'll also use Tailwind CSS for the styling. We'll use SAT-CN component library, right, to make the development fast. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We will also use Postgres database from Neon, right? You can also use any Postgres database that you have, and also Prisma adapter or Prisma ORM. Okay, it's what we also use, and we'll use Kinde, which is the sponsor of this video, okay, for the user authentication and authorization and the user management, right? Okay, great. So let's get started by setting up our environment. So just open empty Visual Studio Code editor and create any folder and just drag and drop it inside. So okay, I named mine as Task Manager. So you can give whatever name that you want to the file or the project. Okay, but I named mine as Task Manager. So I'll just open the terminal by using Control Backtick, or you can also go here terminal and just open it. Okay, and according to the documentation, okay, so to get started, okay, here, okay, so one thing I want to tell you is that as a developer, video tutorials may get outdated, but documentation mostly stay updated. Okay, so should you find any problem, just refer to the documentation. Okay, so to get started, we're going to use Next.js app router. So make sure the app router is selected here, and perhaps the latest version is also selected here. Okay, so if you want to get it like I am doing, then I will encourage you to stick to my version, right? Yes. Even if you watch it in the future and stick to the same version, it is guaranteed that you might get the same result. But if you use different versions and some things might have been upgraded, then you may face challenges which you need to fix. However, if you're ready, you can go on and do whatever you want. Okay, so I'll switch back here. Okay, so I'll just paste the command that I copied, that is npx create Nest app. So I'll just put dot to install it in the same directory that I have, right? I don't want to create in a new folder here. Okay, so let's go through the setup. Okay, so proceed. I'll click on enter. So I want to use TypeScript. I'll say yes. Would you like to use lint? I'll say yes. Okay, Tailwind, yes. Do you consider using the src directory? No. App router, yes. Table pack, yes. Import alias, customization, no. Okay, great. So they are installing. So as it is installing, let's go back and go to SAT-CN. Okay, so get started from here. And okay, so documentation, get started. Okay, click on installation, great, and select the framework, Next.js, and it says that we need to initialize it. So I'm using npm. You can also use whatever thing you want, that is PNP or yarn or ban, anyone. Okay, so okay, it's still working on it. Okay, so it's done. So let's also input the SAT-CN installation command. Okay, so SAT-CN latest init. Okay. Okay, so I'll use the default styling. Okay, and I'll go to Slate. Okay, are you using CSS variable? I'll say yes. Okay, so some of the npm packages are not compatible with Next.js 15, so sometimes you have to use legacy.pa.deps to install it. Trust me, this will not affect anything, it will not harm anything, so it is safe to do. Okay, however, if you're doing it in the future and you don't get this, then that's fine. Do not worry about it. So I just press enter. Okay, so I will want to show you my package.json so that in case you're doing it in the future and you want to stick to the plans, with my dependency, then you can also do same versions, I mean to say. Okay, great. Okay, so now SAT-CN has installed a lot of things. So if you in the future want to get the same thing, right, like or when you install, you just need to add the, instead of at latest, for instance, perhaps you can put then the version number, right? Okay. Okay, so now we're done with SAT-CN. So what we can do is that we can install the components by running this command, right? Okay, so I'll just copy this. Okay, I'll copy this and okay here. And I am not going to install them one by one, but there's a simple trick that I can do. So instead of say add button, I'll just delete the button and press enter. Okay. Okay, so this will not install all the components. So I'll be given a list and it's saying that use the space to select, right? Okay, so I'll just have to use the space bar. So if I want accordion, I'll just say accordion, right? I'll select it. Avatar, we'll use the avatar and I press the space bar to select it. I can also use batch. I will need button. I think we'll need calendar, card. Okay. Chart. I think we'll need chart. Yes, we'll need chart. And checkbox. I'm not sure, but let me install it. Okay. We'll also need a dialog. We'll need a drawer. We'll need a form. We'll need an input. Label. We'll also need a popover. And what again we'll need? Okay. Scroll area. Yes, we'll need a scroll area. We'll also need a select. We'll need the separator. And I'm not sure of the sheet. Oh, yes, we'll need a sidebar. Okay. So I think these are the things we'll need. Oh, we'll also need a tag. We'll also need a test area. Okay. Okay, so should we have need of any other thing, we'll come and install it. So once you're done, you can just press on enter to install all of them. And you could also install them like by listing them like this. Okay, great. So the same thing to install them. And when you check here, you see that as they are installing, a component folder will be added, and in it we'll see all the components. So one beautiful thing about SaaS is that this is not a package where you install everything. You only get the section of the code that you need. They are just components that you can modify to your preference. Okay. So you get the component. You can even forget about this and just go to their site. You can go to their site, for instance, like this. And if you need a button, just look for the button. Okay, let me select on batch. Okay, so batch, you can install it, or you can also have the manual way. And the manual way is that you can just copy the whole of this code and put it wherever you want. Okay, great. Okay, so whilst it is installing, let's also go to Kind. Okay, so as I told you, Kind is the sponsor of this video, and you can use my link in the description, okay, so that they will know you came through me, right? Okay, so Kind, just go to Kind and make sure you log in, and they have a generous plan. Okay, so if I go to Kind, okay, so Kind, it's for user authentication, right? Great. So, and they have a reward where you can enjoy free plan, the generous free plan up to 10,500 monthly active users, right? Okay, great. And their pricings are pretty cool. Okay, so yes, so they have the pro plan and the plus, as well as the scalable plan, so they can grow with you and your business. Okay, great. And they have a pretty cool documentation. Okay, so just use my link in the description so that they'll know you came through me. And when you come, you can just create a new business. Okay, so I'll just click on new business, and I'll call the business TM video. Okay, so for tax manager video, and you can, okay, so this is the kind of domain generated for you. Okay, and here, so you can leave them here, or you can just select wherever you are. Yeah, and just click on this. Okay, so once you're here, okay, so this is my project, so I can just select this project. Okay, so there's a nice onboarding. So it's saying that start a project from scratch or use Kind with my existing code base. So we have created a project, so we'll go with this option. Click on Next, and now we need to select the framework. So the framework is Next.js. Okay, Next, and now we have this here. So there are a lot of providers. You can even select. You can go with Facebook, YouTube, X, or Twitter. Yeah, for my Twitter. Yeah, but I will go with this two. Okay, great. And there are also more that you can see from here, right? Okay, great. So I'll go with these two, and I'll just click on Next. Okay, so here we have this says that connect with Next.js code base or use our Next.js starter kit. Okay, so I'll just say connect. Great. And so now we have here. So okay, so in case you made a mistake, you can even change the technology that you're using here. So now we need to install Kind. So here is the command, right? So we're going to use npm to install. Okay, so let's go back to our code base. Okay, so all of them has been installed, and as I told you, you can see now we have the component. Inside the component, there are UI. We have all of them here. Okay, so you can even go into it and make changes as you want. Okay, so you can see the code here, so you can even make changes here. Okay, great. Okay, so I will install Kind. Okay, so press enter. Okay, so let's go back as it is installing. So after installation, now we need to copy this environment variables. Okay, so in your project root, in the root of your application, just put .env file. Okay, great, and just paste all of this, the codes that you copied. Okay, so these are your secret keys, and these are the URLs as well as the distance. Okay, so if you check here, okay, so the same issue here, we need to add the legacy.deps here. So I'll just add the same command and I'll add the --legacy.p.deps to install it. Okay, so here we're saying that kind post logout URL. So when the user log out, where should they go? You can put the URL here, right? And when they also log in, after login, where do they go? When they log in, we want to go to onboarding page, right? Okay, so when the user log in first, we want to take them to the onboarding page. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so now that we have our keys here, it says that API endpoint. So we need to create this. Okay, great. Okay, so we need to create this routes in our API folder. So if you can see, it says that inside the app, right? Inside the app, we create an API. We create API and this. Okay, so I'll copy up to here. Go back and inside the app here, I'll just paste what I copied. I'll create a file by pasting what I copied. I need to create all the folders. And since we're using TypeScript, I'll say .ts instead of .js. Okay, so now you can see that I have the API auth and kind auth, right? Okay, the kind auth is in square brackets. So, let it be like that, else it will not work. Okay, so I'll just copy this command and put it inside this one. Okay, and that's all. Okay, let's go back. And after this, it says that add a sign up and a sign in button. Okay, so now we can just add a sign up and sign in button. Okay, we'll come to this. And I think that's all. You can also go to the docs here. Okay, so this is pretty much what we have done, right? We've installed and we've done all of this. We've done this and we've also done this. Okay, so now, okay, so yeah, we have done all of these things here. Okay, so we can also add a middleware, but I'm not going to add a middleware. Okay, great. So what we have to do, if you want to add a middleware, you can follow this. It's pretty much simple. Okay. Okay, so now we need to set up kind auth provider. Okay, so it says that this auth provider.ts. So I'll just copy this, go back, and I want to put that thing inside my component. So I'll just say here and put the name auth provider. Okay, so I'm not going to put that one inside the UI component, right? So the UI will be for the CN UI components. Okay, so I'll place this one here. Okay, so here I need to just copy this. Great, I just paste it here, and that's all. Okay, let me toggle my terminal. Okay, and once we're done, we say that we need to then wrap our app with the auth provider. So as you can see here, we'll wrap our app around that. Okay, so I'll just go inside the okay, so let me give types here. Okay, so TypeScript is complaining, so I'll just say children should be React node. Okay, great. So yes, and now I think everybody's happy here. Okay, so I'll go inside the layout here, and inside the layout here, this is the entry point. So I'll just come here and call the auth provider. Okay, I hope it's auth provider. Okay, yes, and I'll just do this and make sure I put this thing down here. Okay, great. So the auth provider is coming from a component. That's right. And what again do we have to do? Now, authentication, we can add the button. So we just need to import the sign-in link and the register button, and that's all. Okay, great job. Okay, so let's make sure our app is running, right? Okay, I think we have a few things to take care of. Okay, so yes, our keys and everything, they are here. Okay, that's right. Then I think it'll work. Okay, so let's make sure our app is running. So I'll close all of this. Okay, I'll just run npm run dev. And now the app, it's running on localhost 3000. Okay, so localhost 3000. So I'll just go here. Okay, so I'll just go here where, okay, maybe I'll just do it here. So localhost 3000, and let's see. Okay, so this is what we have, right? Okay, so great. Okay, so we said that when we log in, now we'll go to the onboarding page. So in that sense, I'm going to create some routes. Okay, so I'm going to create the I'm going to create a protected page. Okay, so if you can see, I place the protected inside parentheses, and this is a special thing in Next.js, which means that the protected is a route group, right? So when we go to the URL, the protected itself will not be part of the URL. Okay, so you know that Next.js is a file-based routing, right? So the names of the folders that you give are the names of the route. Okay, but since we place this inside parentheses, means that that name will not be part of the URL. Okay, we'll see it soon. So I'm just going to put onboarding Okay, then slash page.tss. Okay, so the route will be the onboarding, and the page.tss, you must name it page.tss, else it will not work. Okay, so I'm going to just do this. Okay, so we can just go and try it so that you see. So if I go here, I'll just need to go to onboarding, and that should work. And as you can see, there is page here, right? So you see that the protected is not part of the page, right? Great. So I hope you understand. Okay, so if you want to have a route group, you can just use this special thing here to group them. Okay, great. And whatever name you put for the folder, that is the name of the route. And inside that folder, you put the page.tss, else it will not work. Okay, great. So we have this. The reason I place it inside the protected is that before user can access the onboarding page, they must be signed in or signed up, right? Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, this is what we said the user will be redirected to when they sign up. So I am going to say that here, I will remove everything inside this folder here, file here. Okay, and I'm just going to put a div. Okay, and inside this div, I'm going to place a class name, which will give a width of full, a height of also full. Okay, so I'm going to say flex items to center and justify to also center. And inside this, I can put, okay, so I think I've gotten some suggestions. Okay, so I have these suggestions. I don't know, but I think I'll remove this. Okay, so I'll leave the onboarding page for you to design whatever page you want. Okay, so I'll go back. Okay, so this is what I have, and it's not really nice. Okay, so maybe I'll just say welcome to the Lithium. Okay, great. So, okay, so I'm going to make this screen. Oh, okay, so screen. Okay, so that, yes, okay, here. So I'm also going to say it should be flex column. Okay, great. Okay, so get started. Okay, I don't need this. So I'm going to remove this. Okay. So I'm going to make this also 5. So here, I am going to put the button component from chat.cn. So make sure you import from component UI button. Okay, great. And now we'll have it this way. Okay, great. So now I'm going to have 2. So I'm going to have this inside a div like this. And inside this, now I'll put the register button from kind, right? Okay, so register link from kind, and inside it, I'll put a test. Okay, so that's all. You don't have to put any URL. Great. And I'll do another one for login. Okay, so I'll just say also button. And inside the button, I'll put the login link from kind, login link from kind, and I'll just say sign in. Okay, great. And if we go here, okay, so we have imported something wrongly, I guess. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, it's loading. So type import module. Okay, so the reason we get in the problem is that it must be imported from kind component and not from where we imported them from. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so I imported them wrongly from a different place. So they must be imported from kind OSS, kind auth Next.js / component, right? And not from this. So check the difference. Don't import from here, import from this. Okay, great. So that's why I was getting the problem. So just save, and now let's go and see. If I come here, now they should be like this. Okay, so get started and sign in. Okay, so I am going to remove the classes from here. Okay, and stick to the default classes. Okay, great. And I'm going to make one of these. So I'm going to make it as child, right? And also the variant of outline. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so something like this. Okay. And I'm also going to say that this should be flex. There should be a gap of 4, right? And a margin top of also 6. Let's see. Okay, great. And that's all. If I click on sign in, let's see. Great. And we just come here. Okay, great. So I don't think authentication has been easy than this, right? Okay, so pretty simple. And you can see you can go and customize it. So let's go to kind again and let's see if we can customize it. So I want to first change my app name. Okay, so let me go back here. So this is the app. Okay, so you can click on the app name and you can change the name from here. So I'm going to say TM video. Yeah. Okay. And in case you didn't get your keys, they are here. Okay, so the client ID is here and the secret key is also here. Okay, and whatever you do, make sure you save the changes. Okay, and you can also come here and you see that there's the details. There's also the authentication. So in case you want to add any other authentication, you can do this. So I don't want to use the email and code, but I want to use email and password, right? If you also want to use username, you can bring it here. And whatever provider you want to select, you can just click on manage connections and you can just select more, okay, from here. Okay, so make sure whatever you do, you save it. Okay, and yeah, so properties. Okay, no, I don't need this. So I'll go back to the home page here, and here look for design. Okay, go back home again. Okay, so make sure your business, the project is come to the home of the project and stuff like this, and just click on design. So you can upload logos here, right? You can upload logos, and the logos will appear where you have the name, right? So if you don't have logo, that's where it will appear. Okay, you can upload fav icons. You can also use dark and light theme by selecting the user preference. You can also do all of this. So I want the page to look good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a gray background here, right? Great, and I'll click on save. Great, and if I go here, you can see that now it looks pretty good, right? Okay, great. Okay, great. So you can also do same for on dark theme, right? Okay, so if I select dark and let's say I want to change this a little. Okay, so here, this, and if I do this, now you can see, yeah, it's also good. Okay, so I want it to be white, this, and you can even change the colors of the background, all those things, you can change them here. Okay. And you can also go to the page content here, and this is the sign up page. And on the sign up page, you can change it, say hi or hey, welcome back. Okay, great. You can also put description. You can also change this to, let's say you want it to be email address, right? Great. And if you want to change the bathroom name, you can also use this, right? Okay, great. Just click on this save, and that's all. So now you can see now it's email address. And should you want to change the position of this and that, it's also easy to do. Okay, so you can go to the sign up page and also say something instead of maybe register. I would just say create account. Okay, great. And make sure you save it. Okay, so you can come to sign up and sign in. So here, what I'm going to say is that so the alignment of widgets, so alignment on page should be in the center, and the credentials field should be top or bottom. Okay, so if you want it to be top, right? Okay, so these are the credentials field, right? Okay, so if you want it to be on top, just say this, go back and reload, and let's see. So now you can see it's on top. If you want it to be bottom, then just see the credentials field should be bottom. Okay, so I'll also do same for this page. I want the credentials to be on top, right? Great. So if I go to create one, this should be top and this should be down. Okay, so whichever one you want, you can do it. Okay, great. I think that's pretty much it. Okay, so yeah. So let's try to log in and see. So I'm gonna go with the Google once again, and it's saying that you don't have an account, right? So create one. So I just click on create one. Great, and you can see now I am redirected to the onboarding page. Great job. So now that we have our authentication working, so let's focus on how we can do our database. So I want to go with this documentation of Auth.js, right? Even though we are not using Auth.js, we're using Kind, right? Okay, so here we need to install this. So please don't install the Auth Prisma adapter, right? Okay, so just go to Auth.js and search for Prisma adapter, right? So you can just here and let's say Prisma adapter, right? And stick to that documentation. Okay, great. So do not install this one. Don't install that one. Okay. So I'll bring my terminal once again, close this, and make sure I put this. Okay, so we're installing Prisma client. Okay, so let's see if we will need to add the legacy.ps flag. Okay, so we need to add it. So yes, this is it. So copy this and add it to the command to install it. Okay, so once that goes through, we will have to install this one again, which is a dev dependency. So here, okay, and we can make it easy. Yes, let's just add this. Okay, and install it. Okay, so what do we have to do again? So we will need to get our database URL, right, inside our .environment variable. Okay, so we'll come to that, and we need to do this configuration, which is the best practice. So you can just search for Next.js Prisma best practices. I think so. Yeah, and I think you can get this first. No, yeah, I think it's either this or yeah, where we need to use this because to avoid multiple Prisma client instances, right? We need to create a file where we can use the existing connection, because whenever we save our project, that it will do a hot reload, and when you do hot reload, it will be assumed like a new one, and it will create a new instance, right? So in order not to be locked out, we need to use this because the global disk will not be reloaded, or yes, the hot reload will not affect that. Okay, so you can just read this to improve upon what performance using Prisma ORM. Yes. Okay, so this is what we can use. Okay, so I'll just copy this and come here. Okay, and I want to put that inside a lib here, and I would name it as db.ts. Okay, and I'll put it here. So it says that we're importing Prisma client, and so as I told you, so the global this. Okay, so we're saying the global this, right, as this as a Prisma client, and if that one exists, we use the global this. If it not, then we create a new instance of Prisma client. Okay, so we are saying that if the environment is production, right, if the environment is not, it's not production, then we use the global this so that we don't create a new one. But if it's not production, then we use if it's not production, then it will not be reload in production. So if it's in production, then we just use the one that has been created. If not, we use this. So I will want to rename this as DB. Yeah, I don't know. You can stick to Prisma, but I want to rename it as DB. Okay. Okay, great. So what next? Let's go back to the documentation. Okay, so we'll need to so we are using Postgres, so we need to have the schema. Okay, so in order to have the schema, we need to initialize Prisma. So now I'll go back to this documentation. So just go to product and ORM, right? Okay, so yeah, so this, I just click on quick start. Okay, so the quick start, okay, so yeah, we're done with all of this. Okay, so we should be somewhere here. Okay, so we have installed Prisma. Now we need to Prisma init. Okay, great. So we just init Prisma, and we are not going to use SQLite, right? Okay, we're using Postgres. So I don't know if we could have selected Postgres somewhere. ORM. Okay, Postgres. Getting started. Okay, I think this will be the best option. Okay. Okay. Okay, so before we even come here, let's stick to that one, the one we have. Okay, so this. Okay, so let's initialize Prisma. So I'll just bring it to this and say initialize Prisma init. Okay. Okay, and okay, so it says that yes. So now we can see Prisma, and now there's Prisma schema here. Okay, and if we also go inside the .env, we should see a database URL added here, and this database URL is not correct. So let's go and get the correct one. So we'll be using Neon. You can use any database. So I just create a new project, and I'll just call it TM video. Okay, great. And yeah, you can use this, leave them to default, right? You can also select whatever you want. Yes, and leave the version and everything. Yeah, you can leave it. So just create it, and now it says Postgres. So this is the connection. We can click on Next.js and go to the env, right? And this here, you can just copy this. Okay, great. So copy code. Okay, so that's fine. And now come back here, and I'll replace this. In fact, I want to remove all of this and put this one here. Okay, so yes, so this. Okay. So now we can go back to the schema. So I'll close everything and go back to the Postgres, schema.prisma. Okay, I also want to remove this. Great. And make sure here the provider is Postgres, right? And this name should be the same as the name here, as this. Okay, great. Because if they're not the same, it will not work. Okay, so how can we create schema? So this is how we can create schema, right? So the model and the name of the model and the various fields that we'll need. Okay, this, and once we are done, so we just need to say npx prisma migrate, then we just put this command. Okay, so okay, let's do this. So we'll just I'll just paste this ones here, right? Okay, and do this, copy this command. I'll bring it here. Oh, don't worry. Yes, okay, so here, and I'll just paste the command that says that npx prisma migrate dev, then this init, then I'll just do this. Make sure you save the file. Okay, great, and let's see if it will go through. Okay, so you see that now it's referring to our database URL, right? Okay, so this command will just create we'll just create the migration and just sync the changes here to our database. So when we go to our database, we should see that we have the user and the post table in there. Okay, so whilst this is doing it, then I'll just go and say nps prisma. Okay, so you see that the migrations has been created, and if you check your folder, you can see that there's now a migration folder here, right? Great, there's a migration folder. Okay, so I'll go to this terminal and just call nps prisma studio, right, to open the studio. And in the studio, we'll see the database, the tables. We don't have to open the neon database again. So we can even decide to close this one, right? Once that we have the database, yeah, we can close this. And I think we can even close this and this. Okay, so now, yes. So, okay, so now the studio is running on this port, right? Okay. So maybe I can just copy it. Okay, so it's open here. Okay, and if you can see, now you can see that we have two. So we have the user and we have the post, right? And when you click on it, you will see the details here if they be, yes, and you can see the various fields. Okay, great. So we are not going to use this. We're going to create our own. So I'll remove this from here. Great, and let's focus now on our schema. Okay, so now we'll just say model user. Okay, then in curly braces, so the user will have an ID, and this ID will be a string. The ID will be a string because the kind user ID is a string. Okay, and we just mark it that it's the ID, right? And okay, so we'll just make it like ID, and we can even say it's, yeah, I think that's all. We can even do that. Let's say, yeah, I think it should be fine. This should be fine. We can also have name, which is a string, and name don't have to be unique. We can have email, which is a string, and it has to be unique, right? Okay, so email address has to be unique. Okay, we can also have the about, okay, which is also a string, but optional. So when it is optional, we add question mark, okay, meaning it's optional. Okay, we can also have the industry type, right? Okay, so the industry type will also be a string. We also have the row, okay, a string. We can also have the row in the industry, whether you're a developer or whosoever you be, okay, that is the row. And we can also have the country, which is also a string. And well, again, we can also have the workspaces. Okay, so this workspaces will refer to the workspace member model. Okay, great, which will be an array, right? So for now, this does not exist, so we'll create it shortly. Okay, so we are not going to refer to the workspace directly because each workspace will have its members. So the workspace here will just select the workspace which you are a member of. Okay, great. And this workspace members will also be connected to the main workspace itself. Okay, and we also say image, should the user have image, which will be optional. Okay, the string, the S is capital, so don't forget that. Okay, so we'll have the image and we'll have the task, which will be assigned to the user, and this will refer to the task, which will be an array. So it does not exist, so let me do this for now. Okay, okay, let's just be going with it. So okay, so what again we'll have is we'll also need activities, right, which will refer to the activities model. Okay, will also be an array, the activities of the user. Okay, so if comments also will be of comments. Okay, it will also be an array. We'll also have maybe, okay, if we're able to do the subscription, we'll also use subscription. which will refer to the subscription model. Okay, so it will be optional for now. Okay, great. And we'll now want to have let's say onboarding complete. Is it okay? Let's say completed. Yes, and that will be a boolean, right? Okay, so boolean, and I want to say the default should be false. Okay, great. So if the user has been onboarded, right? Okay, we'll set it to true. Okay, and we can also have the created at, which will be date time, and at default, right, will be now. Okay, and we can also have the updated at. Okay, so the updated at, we can just make it like this. So at updated at. Okay, and that's all. Okay, great. So let's work on the workspace. So I'm going to say model workspace. Okay. Okay, so the workspace will have ID, and the ID will be a string. It will be the ID, and default will be let's just say UUID. Yeah, okay, so that it will be generated a UUID. You can also use whatever format you want. If you want just numbers, I think you can just say int also. Okay, so we also have the name of the workspace, which will be a string as a required field. We also have the description, which is a string but optional. We'll also have the owner ID, which will be a string. And now we can have the members, and the members will refer to the workspace member table, right? So will be an array. There can be a lot of members. Okay, great. And each workspace will also have projects. So this will refer to the projects model, project. Okay. And we can also have the invite code, which is also a string. Let me also mark that as unique. Great. Okay, so the invite code will also be unique, and we also have the created at and the updated at. Okay, great. So I hope we're making progress. So now let's go to the model, workspace members. So workspace members. Okay, so also there will be the ID. Okay, so I have suggestions. So there's the ID, which will also be a UUID, and in here we'll have the user. Okay, so let me bring this one up so that it will be easy to identify. Okay, so we also have the user ID, which will be a string, and this will be connected to the user, right? Will be connected to the user. Okay, great. And we can also even add this here by saying on delete. I'm going to say cascade. That is, when we delete the user, the membership should also be deleted. Okay, great. So yeah, so we have the user ID. Now we have the workspace also ID. We need to have the workspace ID. And yes, we also have the workspace itself. So workspace, which will be connected to the workspace model, right? Okay. So we'll also reference the workspace ID, and on delete, we're also going to say cascade. Great. So the workspace, right? This member also refer to the workspace, right? Okay, great. And now you can see this error and the one here, it's gone. So once we fix the rest, this one will also go away. Okay, great. So once we delete the workspace, the membership should also be deleted, because if there is no workspace, there is no need of members. Okay. Okay, so we have the workspace ID, we have the workspace. We have the okay, so I think I can change this to row to let me call it access level, right? So that it will be easy to identify. Okay, so the access level, I'm going to create an enum of access level. Okay, so here, I'm going to say enum access level. Okay, and the access level will be owner. Okay, and I'll have member, and I'll have okay, this, and I'll have viewer. Okay, great. Okay, so access level, and by default, I'm going to say default, you'll be a viewer. Great. Or by default, you'll be a member. Let me just say by default, you'll be a member. Okay, great. And once we're done with that, I think we can also have project access, right? Okay, so this will also refer to the project access model. Okay, great. So each member of that particular workspace will have access to a particular project. It is not every project perhaps they want you to see. This is to enhance security. So it does not necessarily mean that once you join the workspace, you have access to every project. Maybe you join the workspace because of a particular project. However, if you also want to do it like you want them to join projects and instead of workspace, you can do it same, right? Okay. So when they join, we can assign them to the project that they can have access to. Okay, so here, okay, so created that. And I want to add this. I'm going to say unique, right? So unique, which is an array, then username and workspace ID. Okay, so what will this do? What this will do is that it will ensure that the combination of username and workspace ID is unique, making it that one person cannot join one workspace twice. So once your username and the workspace ID is there, that combination, that's all. You cannot join the workspace again. Okay, great. So now let's come to the project. So I'm going to say model. Okay, so I'm getting suggestions. So let's go by it and see. So we have the project ID, which is also a UUID. There's the name of the project, there's a description. Okay, and there's a workspace ID. Okay, so okay, suggestions are coming. So workspace, and this will be also connected to the workspace. And I'm just going to say cascade. Yes, when I delete the workspace, I mean the project should also be deleted. Okay, and I also get the tags, right? The various tags of that project and activities. Okay, yeah, okay, so there can be the activities of that particular project, right? So each project will have its activities, and I'm going to make this one comment instead, comment, and this will refer to the comment. Okay, let me make this comments. Okay, great. So there will be activities and there will be comments. Okay. Okay, so here I can also bring the project access, right? Okay, which will refer to the project access. It will also be this. Okay, and what again we need created at and updated at. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here I think no, there's no need. Okay, so one thing we can say, maybe just the workspace ID should be unique. Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, so we have the task, we have the workspace, we have the activities of that particular project, we have the project assets, we have the comments for the project. Yes, and yeah, I think that's all. Okay, yes, okay, let me put one more thing. That is the project. What should I call it? Let me call it documentation. Yes, which will refer to documentation model. Okay. So, okay, let me make it like an array where that is in case in the future we want to have version control for the documentation, right? Okay, great. Now let's come to the project access. So project access, great. Okay, so here, okay, suggestions become, okay, so I have the ID and we have the, okay, so I think, let me remove these things. Okay, so I have the ID. Now I need to have the workspace, workspace member ID, which will be a string. Okay, so we'll use the workspace member ID, right? Okay, which will be connected to this. Okay, so it's connected to the workspace member. Okay, and when we delete the workspace member, the project access should also be deleted. I think that's fair. Okay, so the workspace member ID. Okay, so we also need the project ID, which is a string, and okay, yes, and also the project itself that you have access to. And when we delete the project, the access should also be deleted. Okay. And now I am going to put this as has. Okay, so I'm going to say has access, which will be a boolean. Okay, and default should be false. I think false. Yeah. Okay, so if this is false, right? Yeah, then maybe you cannot have access. Maybe you have an access, but we've changed your access to false, right? We're not deleting it, but we've changed it to false, so you don't have access again. Okay, so now we can also have the created at, that. And now the combination of the workspace member ID and the project should also be unique here, right? So you can join a particular project twice. Okay. Okay, so we're making progress. So you can see, so now we have the task, the activity, and these things are remaining. Yes. Okay, so some of these things are now done. Okay, so great. Okay, we're making progress. Okay, so now model task. Okay, let me make it task and not tax. Okay, and let's see. So we have the tax ID, we have the tax title, we have the description, which is optional. And now let me also have the status of the task, right? Okay, so okay, great. So I think I'm getting suggestions here. Okay, so enum, so we have the enum task status. It can be to do, in progress, completed, or let me see if I can add in review. Okay, so you can add as many as you want. I think this 4 should be good. Yeah. Okay, or let's say backlog. Yeah, that is backlog. Okay, and these should also be maybe high, low. Okay, and I'm going to add critical. Okay, I don't know how critical it will be, but let's add critical. Okay, so now this, and maybe by default we can set it to so we'll just say default to be to do. Okay, great. And also the priority, tax priority, I'm going to say default should be to do. Okay, to do. The priority by default should be low. Okay, great. And now we can have the start date of the project and also due date. Okay, so due date. Okay, so there's a start date and there's a due date. Okay, we also need okay, I'll come to this too, but yes, we also need the position. So for the drag and drop, we need position, which will be a number. So it will be an int. Okay, so the position will be an int. Okay, so we have the start and the okay, the position. Okay, so now we also need the project ID. So yeah, project ID, and it should be connected to the project. So project, which will be connected to project. Okay, and add relation. Okay, great. So add relation, and the field will be the project ID here. Great. Let's also set the reference, and the reference will be the ID in the project ID. And we'll say on delete, also cascade. Okay, great. Now we need to get the person that is assigned to. So this will be the user, right? And it can be optional. So optional relation fields, and the field will be the assigned. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, this is supposed to be string here. Okay, string, can we see this? And now we'll see, okay, great. Now like this. So now we have the user here, or we can say assigned to, right? Great. Then the user here. Okay. And on delete, maybe we can set it to now. Yes, when we delete the user, we set this to now. Okay, great. Okay, so I think we also need attachments. Okay, that will be the files. So I'm just going to say files. Okay, so we can have files attached to the task. Okay, great. Okay, so I think pretty much that's it. Okay, so let's go to activities. Okay, so now you know how it goes. So yes, I can just now bring some of these things, right? Okay, so now the activities is also have ID, the type of activity, the description, right? The project ID, because if you remember, the project has activities, right? Okay, so we have it here. So the name should be activity. Great. And I think here is also activity. Okay, great. And I think I've noticed some. Okay, so here should be tax. Here should also be tax. Okay, great. Okay, so now we have the activity. So the description, the project ID, we have the project, right? Okay, and once we delete the project, the activity should be deleted, and the user ID, the user who created that particular activity, and the date. Yeah. Okay, great. What next will be the comments? So comment. So comments also the same pattern, the ID, the comment, the content, right? The project ID, the user that made that comment, and the dates. Okay, and also since they belong to project, so the project and the user are connected to the modules here. And we're saying that the project ID and these things are unique. Are the indexes, please, not unique. Index. Okay, great. Okay, so what again is left? I think we have the okay, so I'm going to also do the model documentation. Okay, like this, and I put this. Okay, so I have the ID, which is a string. I have the project ID, the content, the created that and updated that, as well as the project. And I also want to put the updated by, right? So whosoever may update the project will get the information here. Okay, great. And I think that's all. Okay, I think we are left with the time. Sorry, the files. So I'll just bring the files also here. So the file, there shall be file type. Okay, there shall be file types, but before then, let me also bring the subscription model. Okay, so yeah, so there's going to be subscription model, and in the subscription, we have the ID, the user ID, the user, the plan that the user subscribed to, the status, and as I said, we're using Lemon Squeezy, right? Stripe is not available in my location, so I'll use Lemon Squeezy. Okay, yeah, and the order ID, the customer ID, the current plan, and the end date, right? As well as the frequency, which by default will be monthly. Cancel at the end of the period. If the user clicks on cancel at the end of that month, yes, we'll need to put here and the date and everything in here. Okay, so now the things that we have left is the file types. Okay, so I'll bring the file type here. Okay, so the file type will either be an image or a PDF. Okay, great. And now we have these two, the subscription status and the plan. Okay, so here, okay. Okay, so also now we have this, we have the plans, and yeah, by default, if it's free, yeah, okay, great. So you can have many plans, whatever plans that you have. Okay, so we have this arrow here. When we go inside the projects, the file. Okay, so okay, so I'll remove this. We're not going to have project level file. Okay, but if you also want to do that, you can do that. That is, instead of tax level, maybe you can attach the files to the project instead of the tax itself. Okay, so I can see we have couple errors. So assigned to, okay, what does this say here? So assignee ID, it's here, okay, and it's referencing the user, okay, which is tax. And if we go inside the user, okay, so user will have tax assigned to the user, okay, and in here, okay, so what is the issue? The issue is that validating the relation field, right, assigned to uses the scalar field, okay, assigned ID. At least one of the field is optional. Hence, the relation field must be optional as well. Okay, great. So this is optional, so I need to make this also optional. Okay, and now we have this. And what we can do now is I can just okay, so in my terminal, I can now run the command that we, yes, this, or yeah, or I can just say, okay, yeah, like this, and let's just run this and see. Oh my goodness. So I can just say, migrate dev. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, we could have also done npx prisma db push, and I think it will also do the migration. Yeah, I think it'll do the migration. Okay, anyway, let's stick to this one and see. So ensure you saved your schema. Okay. Okay, so it's asking for migration name. So I don't know. Let me just type this. Okay, so if I go back to the DB and I reload, let me reload it and see. Okay, let me run npx prisma db push and see. Okay. Okay, so I think now it's pushed. So let's see if it does work. Okay. I don't know, but let me see. Let me stop this from running and run it again. nps prisma studio. Okay, great. So now we can see we have all of the tables or the models that we have. They are here, and all of them are empty for now. Okay, great. So let's go and continue with the development. Okay, so before we go on, I want to make the home page or the landing page look a little bit good. So first, I want to go inside the layout, right? Okay, so inside the layout, make sure your app is running by running npm run dev, right? Okay, and change the title to what am I even changing it to? Okay, so I'm going to use the name I used. Okay, okay, you can keep any description that you want. Okay, and I will go inside the home page now, and inside here. Okay, so I remove this. Okay, so I'm going to do this. So let me copy this first. Okay, and I'll remove this. Okay, so I'm going to put a div. Okay. Oh, okay, like this. Okay, so I'll keep a class name and I'll say the max width should be 7 XL. Okay, great. And I'm also going to say max X of auto, right? That is margin left and right auto. Okay, and inside this, I will have another div. And this div will have text of center, right? Okay, to keep the text in center. Okay, and now I have the H1. Okay, and inside the H1, I'm going to put a paragraph tag, which will say your personal workspace. Okay, and below it, I'll have another one. Okay, that says for then a span tag that says for better productivity. Okay, okay, I hope I've spelled it correctly. Okay, so now let's begin installing this. Okay, so here the text should be of 4XL, and on MD the text should be of 5XL. Right, okay, on maybe LG we can see text of 6XL. Okay, the font should be bold, right? Okay, and I'm going to say tracking of tight. Okay, no, tight, not tighter. Okay, so this just reduce the letter spacing. Okay, great. So this one, that's fine, but maybe this one. So this one, I'm going to say the text should always be 5XL, and on MD, the text should be 6XL. Okay, text. Okay, great, like this. And maybe I can give a different color to this one. So what I'm going to say is this should be text of blue dash 600. Okay, so let's go and see. Okay, so we have this. Okay, great. Okay, so below the H1, so below the H1, okay, we can have a paragraph tag and we can write Lorem Ipsum. Okay, and I think this is very long, so I'm going to make it maybe 2 lines. Okay, it's too long. Okay, something like this. Let me see. Okay, so okay, maybe something like this, and let's add some styles to it. Okay, I'm going to give a margin top of 6. The text should be base, right, on LG. Text should be also LG. Okay, the text color should be muted foreground. Great. And the max width of also 2 XL. Great. And MX of auto. Yes, so to bring it to the center. Okay, so something like this. That's fine. Okay, so below the paragraph, now we're going to put that div that we did first, this one here. Okay, so below that div, then we'll put this, the one that we copied, that we made first here. Okay, great. So let's go and see. So we have something like this. Okay. So here, maybe I can also say to center, and also justify to center to also bring it to center. And let's see. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so I think this is fine. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so I think this is fine. So from here, if we go to, okay, but let's do something. You see that we are logged in. So if we are logged in, and should the user visit the home page again, we don't have to show that thing. So how we can do that is that we can make this a server component by going here and say export default, then async, right? Okay, async, then we can get, you know, the authentication from kind, the sessions, I mean to say, so get kind. Okay, great, get kind server session. Okay, and inside this, we can get is authenticated. Great. So what we can do is that cons is logged in will be equal to await is authenticated, right? Great. So this will either be true or false, right? It's a Boolean. Okay. So what we can do is that if the user is authenticated, we can just cut off this like this, and I'll say that it's logged in. Okay, so if it's logged in, we'll show a button, and if it's not, then we'll put the what we have here. Okay, so if it's logged in, what we're going to do is that we're going to have a button again, right? And inside that button, we'll have a link component coming from this, right, with the href of /workspace. So we'll go to the workspace with the name of go to maybe workspace or view workspace here, anyone. And what we can do is that we can see this as child. Great. So let's go and see. Okay, so because we are logged in, now we can click on this and take us to the workspace. Okay, great. So yeah, we're done. We're just done with this page. Okay, great. Okay, so in this page, okay, let's go in here. So in here we have the onboarding page. We'll have other pages like workspace. So workspace /page.tss. Okay, then rfce2. Okay, great. So like this. Okay, so here let's go to the this page. Now, if the user goes to the workspace page, right, we will check from our workspace if the user is has done the onboarding, right? Okay, great. So we're going to do that. We'll check from our database and see if the user has done the onboarding. If the onboarding is completed, then the user can access the workspace. If the onboarding is not completed, then we'll redirect the user to the onboarding page, right? Okay, great. So how can we do that? Okay, so we're going to use something we call data as layer access, right? Okay, so in that, I'll create data folder. Okay, I think it's in the Next.js documentation, but I've forgotten where it is. But I mean, let's do it here. Okay. So in this data, we are going to find a way where we have where we can fetch the data, but we're also going to use security measures, how we can protect the information that we are fetching, right? And before user can even access any data, you know, the various authentication things needs to work. Okay, so in data, I'm going to group them. So there will be the user, right? Okay, so in the user, okay, so in the user, I'm going to do how we can fetch the user workspace. Okay, so in the user here, I'll first need to get this query. So I'll put this in here is authenticated. right? Yeah, or maybe we can make it is user authenticated. Great. So that will be easy to understand. Okay. So it's user authenticated. Okay. So here, what we can do is that we can say export cons user required. Okay. User required. Okay. So that is the function, and this will be an async function. Okay. Great. Then we'll just do it like this. So first we'll need to get the user from session from kind. So get kind server session. Okay, great. So we need to get is authenticated here, and we can also get the user. Okay, great. So what we can do is that we can just say cons is user authenticated equal to await is authenticated. Okay, from kind. Okay, like this. So if the user is authenticated, it will be true. If not, it will be false. So if is user authenticated, it's false, right? If user authenticated is false, we're placing the exclamation mark. What we'll do is we'll redirect. Okay, so import this redirect from Nest navigation. Okay, not from the distribution file. We'll just redirect to API slash auth slash login. Okay, which will take us to the login page. Okay, great. Okay, so we're making this simple utils. So wherever we want to protect, we just protect our pages. We just call this to know that if the user is authenticated or not. If not, then we'll redirect the user to the login page. Okay, great. So if the user is there, then we can get the user by saying also equal to await get user. Okay, then now we can return the user as well as is user authenticated in case we have need of it. Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, so wherever we go, we'll call this. Okay, so I'll also create that of workspace folder. Okay, great, and we'll fetch all information related to workspace from here. So I'll say get user workspaces.ts. Okay, great. Okay, so here also going to say export cons get user workspaces. Okay, which will also be an async function. Okay. Okay, great. So here we'll first okay, let's wrap it in try catch and see. Okay. Okay, so here we'll get the user saying cons await, right? Is it user required? Okay, so the function we just created. Okay, great. So user required. So this will get the user. So that is if the user exists. So if we call this function and the person is not logged in, then it will redirect the person, right? Okay, but if the person is logged in, then we'll get the user. Okay, so once we get the user, we can use the user ID here. So we can just say cons workspace sys will be equal to await db, importing db, the function that we created in our libs folder. Okay, db dot, okay, and because of type safety, because we'll see all our databases, so we want to fetch from user. Okay, so we want to fetch the user, right? Once we fetch the user dot find unique, so we want to find unique user. Okay, so now let's put the where condition to where ID will be equal to the user dot ID. Okay, because the user ID will save into our database will be the same as the kind ID that will come. Okay, great. So like this. Okay, so once we get this, we can include other information like the workspaces. So if you remember, each user has workspace, so we can include the workspace, and in the workspace we can select the fields that we need. So what are the fields we select? We select the ID to true. Okay, we can also select the user ID to true. We can also select the workspace ID, okay, to also true. We can also have the access level, okay, to true. And we can also have maybe the created at date, okay, yeah, to true. And in the workspace itself, we will select the workspace name. We'll select the workspace name to true. Okay, so let me show you the schema again so that you understand what we're doing. Okay, so if you check, technically we are not fetching from the workspace table, right? Because we said that each user will have workspaces, and the workspaces connects to the workspace members table and not necessarily the workspace itself, right? But inside here, because this workspace members, oh, where is the workspace members? Okay, because this workspace members is also connected to this workspace. That is why we're selecting the user, then we select the workspaces that user has access to, right? And we'll select the name of the workspaces. Okay, I hope I've been able to make it clear. Okay, so this workspace here is the workspace that the user is a member of, right? They will select the ID and the workspace ID, and also the workspace itself will select the name. Okay, great. Okay, so here. Okay, so if it exists, we just have to return data, which is maybe workspaces or yeah. Okay, and if an error occur, maybe we can console log the error here, right? Okay, and what we can do again is to return. Okay, so we're going to return success of false. Okay, error of true. Then we can return a message of maybe failed to fetch workspaces. Maybe if there be a status, we can also add a status of 500. That's a server error. Okay, maybe something like this. Okay, so in this place, okay, I can close this. So in this place here, we'll first check, right, if the workspaces exist. So this page will actually not display anything, right? But what we'll do here is to perform the checks. And if the workspace exists, we can redirect to the first workspace. Okay, so here what we can do is that we can say this equal to await, then the function get user workspaces. Great. And this will bring us the data. Great, so like this. So now let's do the checks. So if there is no data, right, we can say return now. Okay, that is when it's fetching. So if there is data dot, okay, so if you check, let me hover over it, so when you check, you see that you get the workspaces, which is this, and you also get the user information, right? Okay, you get the user information. So when we get this, we can check if the onboarding, right, is completed. Okay, so if onboarding is completed and data also dot workspaces, rate dot length, right, also dot length equal to 0. That is okay. So what it means here is that if the onboarding is completed and the user does not have any workspace, right, then we need to redirect the user, redirect from this navigation, or redirect the user to create workspace page, right, for the user to create a workspace and workspace. Okay, great. Meaning the user has done the onboarding, but the user has no workspace. Okay, so you can access the platform without a workspace, so redirect you to create a workspace. Okay, else if there's no data dot onboarding, that is onboarding completed is false, so exclamation mark here. If the onboarding is false, right, then we'll redirect the user to the onboarding page for the user to fill the information. Okay, if none of this is true, we'll just redirect the user, right, to, okay, so I'm going to use backticks like this, and I'll just say to workspace slash then, okay, so data dot workspaces, okay, then the first one, okay, dot workspace ID. Okay, great. So what we're doing is that, so if the user has completed and the user has workspace, then this will not work. This will also not work. So if the user has completed the onboarding and has workspaces, then we just redirect to the first workspace, right? So the first workspace using the ID of the workspace. Okay, great. So if you check, so technically this part of the code will not even be reached. So we'll just remove this. Okay, so we're done with this page. Okay, and I think I can close all of them. Let's go and check. Okay, so if I decide to go to workspace, let's see what will happen if we will be redirected. Okay, so if you check the URL, you see that we are the workspace. Yes, I believe workspace. Let me reload and see. Okay, yes, so we are the workspace, but let's go and see what the issue is. So workspace. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is that maybe I can even remove this and let's see. Okay, so you can see, okay, so now I am redirected to the great, so let's see. Great, so if I go to, yes, so you see I'm redirected to the onboarding page because I do not have workspace. Okay, so now let's go to the onboarding page. Okay, so inside the onboarding here, perhaps we can do this. We can also call the get data, right, await get user workspaces function again, right? Great. And the reason we are not checking whether the user is authenticated or not is that in this function will check if the user is authenticated first before even fetching the information. So if the user is not, it will redirect the user. Okay, let's make this also an async. Okay. So if we have this, what we can also do is that we can also do the check. That is, if the user has done the onboarding, then there is no need to visit this page again. Okay, so we'll check if data.onboarding great is completed and the user has onboarding. Okay, and the user has workspaces dot length, right, being greater than 0, meaning that the user has done the onboarding and the number of works, the user has at least one workspace. Then we will redirect the user. Import redirect from next navigation, right? Great. We'll redirect the user to the workspace. Okay, so here we can direct the user to workspace, right? Okay. So if the user has workspace, we'll do that. Else, if the user does not have, okay, onboarding. Okay, then here we'll redirect to, no, let's redirect this one to create workspace. Okay, so here what we're doing is that if the user has done the onboarding and has workspace, we move to the workspace. But if the user has done the onboarding but does not have workspace, meaning this one will not run, then we just move to the create workspace so that the user will create the workspace. Okay, but if none of this is true, then we'll show the this page, right? Great. Okay. Okay, I don't even think this one will be needed. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call onboarding form. Okay, so onboarding form. Okay, so I'll go into the components here, and inside this component, I am going to put how should I even do it? Should I put forms? Okay. Okay, let me just call it onboarding form .tss. Okay. Okay, so we can go here and import it. So onboarding form. Okay, so this onboarding form will have a couple of props. So what I'm going to pass is I'm going to pass name. Okay, so name here. If I want to fetch name, then I think I also need to. Okay, so maybe I can still fetch the name here. So let me just say const user equal to user required. Is user required or required user? Yeah, one of them. Okay, it's user required. Okay, so I'm going to say await. So I'll fetch this, right? And I'll pass the username here. So I'm going to say const name should be equal to backtick. Okay. Okay. The reason I'm using backtick is that some of the names might not exist. So yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to say user dot giving name. Okay. So this is the name that these are the conventions that will come from kind. So giving name. Okay. So if there is no giving name, I'll just put empty. Okay. And I also do same for user dot family name. If that one also don't exist, I'll put now. Okay, so I'll pass name as name. Okay, and I'll pass email also as user dot email. Okay, great. Okay, so this information. Okay, so I'm going to go here and here I will accept it. So I'll just say interface, right? Interface, no, props. Okay, so name, which is a string, and email, which is also a string. Okay, great. So I'll just pass it here, this, and just say props. Okay, so I will get the name and email. Okay, great. So I believe it should be, okay, let me just say this should be a string. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so here, okay, so yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so maybe we can also add image string, which will be optional. Okay, that is here we can say image will be user dot is it picture or something? Yes, okay, picture. Yes, if yeah. Okay, great. So if the picture exists, then we can get it. If not, then there is no need. Okay, it's supposed to be like this. Okay, so we can also get the image here. Okay, so now here, let's create a form schema. Okay, so this can be there or now, maybe. Let's see. Okay, great. I think this one will work. So inside should I put it inside the libs or Yeah, okay. I'm just going to put schema here, .ts. Okay, great. So we'll put the schemas in there. Okay, so here we're going to say export cons user schema. Okay, great. Which will be z dot, and z, it's coming from Zod. So Zod, I don't know. Okay, let me check my package.json. That since we installed okay, so Zod is here. Okay. So when you get the ShardCN component, the form, Zod and its validator or result and Zod resolvers will be installed. Okay, so here I'm going to say import z from Zod. Okay, great. So I'm going to say z dot object, great. And now I'll open the object. So there will be a name, and the name will also be z dot string. Okay, with a minimum of 2 characters. And if it does not exist, we just say name is required. Okay, great. And we can even also put a maximum. We can also say max of 50 or 100. I don't know if you want to put a name of maximum is 100 characters. Okay, great. Okay, so we have a minimum and a maximum. Okay, and the next one is the about, which will be z dot string, great, dot optional. Okay, so that one is optional. Okay, so there's country, which is also z dot string dot minimum of 1. Is there any country like that with a minimum of 1? Okay, let's just say main 1, and the message will be like country is required. Yeah. Okay, so the next one of a country will be the industry type. Okay, so if you remember, the names we are given here are the same names in our database, right? Okay, great. So that we can just make our lives very easy. Okay, so the industry type also have this. I will just say also required. Great. Okay, and the last one is okay, we have the email, right? Okay, so email, and you also have the row, right? Yeah. So no, row. Okay, row, your row. So I'll also say row is required. Okay, no, 1. Okay, and the email, you see that this is email, so we'll check for valid email. Okay, great. So we can go back to here, and now, okay, let's find a way to get this form. Okay, so here I'm going to create a type. So maybe I can just say, okay, yeah, type user data type equal to, then I'll just say z dot, so z from Zod, right? Okay, dot infer. Okay, infer, then okay, so angle brackets, then I'll just put type, it's supposed to be type of, so type of user schema. Okay, so the schema we just created like this. Okay, great. So now we are referring to this, and if you hover over this, you see that now we get the types in here. Okay, so great. So now let's come here. I'm going to get a state variable, yeah, which will be pending, and set pending, which will be a use state. Okay, so by default, it will be false. Now, and because we are using hooks here, we need to set this page as a client page or component, right? So we'll just say use client. So don't forget, whenever you're using hooks, you have to make it a client component. Okay, so now let's create the form. So I'm just going to say cons form equal to use form, which is coming from React hook form. So use form from React hook form. Okay, great. So now for us to get the types, let us pass the generic type. So I'm just going to say angle brackets here, and we needed to repeat the whole of this inside here. But because we have this here, we can just say user data type right here. And if you hover over this, now we should get the type. Okay, great. So here, now inside here, okay, so here now we can say, let's also pass something we call resolver. And this resolver will also be Zod resolver. Okay, and Zod resolver coming from okay, so let's import Zod resolver from here. Okay, so import this. Where is it coming from? It's coming from at hook form. Oh, okay, hook form. What am I saying? Okay, so at hook form, I think they're together like this. Okay, yes, at hook form resolver. Great. So I can just say Zord resolver here. Okay, so okay, yeah, hook form resolver slash Zord. Okay, like this. Okay, and I think yeah, this should work. Okay, great. I think that's it. Okay, so hook form resolver. Then we also need to pass the schema. So user schema inside here. Okay, great. So we also can get the default values because forms in React now are controlled. So we need to specify. So there is about, right? Okay, so now because we've passed the types, right, we can get the names here. So this, great, we set it to now. There's also name, which and email, yes. Okay, so all of them, we can set all of them to now at the beginning. Okay, so one thing we can do is that we can just say name should be name, or this, that is if it does not exist. Email should be email. Okay, so for sure, for sure there must be an email. Okay, and image, image will also be the image, that is if it exists. So did I even add image? Maybe we can go back to the schema and just say image should be z.string, which is also optional. Okay, great. Okay, great. So yeah, we have this, and I think we also have the row, which is this, and we have the industry, industry type, which is also now. Okay, great. So I think these are the fields. Okay. So now let's come to our form. Okay, so I want to remove this and place some classes on this. So class name, I'm going to say the main height should be screen. Okay, that is taking the entire screen a minimum. Flex, items to center, right? Justify to also center, and a BG of background. Okay, so if you check from the global.css file, global.css file, okay, this one. Oh, if you check from the global.css file, you see that we have stars here, right? So this background, this is what we are referring to. Okay, great. So you can change the variables there to your need, what color you need, okay? Or you can also go to the Tailwind config, right? The Tailwind config here, you can see we have background here, which is referring to the variables in the CSS file, right? But you can also place the value here directly, that is if you want. Okay. Okay, so speaking of the Tailwind config, lest I forget, okay, so ensure that this, targets all the folders that you have, right? So this goes to the pages if you're using the pages, if you're also using the app. So any folder within the app, the CSS, Tailwind will be able to target it as well as in the component. Okay, great. So if you have any folder outside these folders, you need to add it here. Else the CSS, the Tailwind will not work on that particular file. Okay. Okay, so apart from this, now we're going to use the form, import the form, this form from UI form and not from hook form. Okay, great. And this form will take the form variable that we've created, instance. So yeah, great. So pass this, and now I'm going to pass in an HTML form. Okay, I'll remove the action. Okay, great. And inside this, now we're going to show the various form inputs. Okay, but this form will also have onSubmit function. Okay, on onSubmit, we'll call the form instance that we created. It has the handle submit inside it, and inside that one, we'll call onSubmit function that we'll create. Okay, so let's just create that one here. I'm just going to say cons onSubmit. You can give any name to this function. Okay, great. So I'm getting this. Okay, and also the data will be of the type that we have up there. Okay, this will be an async function. So let me make it an async function. Okay, you can give whatever name you want to this one. It's not anything. Okay, so now let me put a card component coming from chat.cn. Okay, so make sure you import if you store the card. Okay. Okay, so each card will have the card. So card header. So okay, we'll have the card header, and in the card header, the card has a card title. Card title, which will say welcome to, oh my goodness, welcome to daily TM. Okay, so yeah, and the card also has card description. Okay, so you can just put in anything of choice, lorem. Okay, and I'll remove a lot of them. Just put anything in there. Okay. Okay, so I think something is missing somewhere. Okay, so here it needs to be 3 dots. Okay, that's called a spread operator. So we're spreading the values from here. Okay, so maybe we can check and see. Okay, so we have this here. Okay, great. Let me close this. Okay, so from the header, now we can go to the card content, right? Okay, also coming from the component /UI. Okay, like this. Okay, so inside this, now we're going to have form control. I think, okay, maybe I should make it like this. So maybe I should bring the form rather inside the card component here. Yeah, and I'll take this to also inside the form content. Maybe something like this. Okay, let's see if it does change anything. Okay, yeah, okay, we still have the same result. Okay, great. So, okay, I'll prefer to do it like this instead. Okay, great. So now I'm going to have form field. Form field also coming from the UI form. Okay, great. And this is a self-closing tag. Okay, so we'll have the control, and the control will be equal to the form.control. Okay, great. We'll also have the render, the render method. Okay, great. And this one, we can destructure the field, right? So we'll just say this parenthesis and curly brace field. Okay, so like this. And now we'll return. Okay, so like this. Okay, great. So I also need to give it a name. So the name will be name. Okay. Okay, so I think, yeah, okay, everything is working. And now we need to render the form item. Okay, also coming from the UI. Okay, great. So inside this form item, we have the form label, right? Also coming from the UI, which will say name. Okay, maybe you can just say full name. Okay, great. So beneath the full name, we'll also have the form control. Okay, also coming from UI component. Okay. And inside this, now we'll put the input. Okay, input coming from UI component. We installed all of these things from shard CN. Okay, the input is a self-closing. Okay, so what we can do with the input is pretty simple. We can maybe give it a placeholder, and the placeholder will be enter full name. And we can also spread the options of the field here. Okay, great, something like this. Okay. So we have it this way. One thing we can also do is that we can also show the form status of whether there is an error or not. So we can just say form message also from, okay, form message. Okay, form message. Great. Yeah, like this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it. So if I place, let's say if I put a button here, right? Okay, so if there's a button from also from UI component, right? And I put in, let's say, submit, right? Okay, so by default, this button is of type submit. So if I go back and let's see, okay. Okay, so this is it. So if I click on this, let's see, okay, so the type is not working. So let me say type submit, and let's see. Oh, okay. I think that's it. It'll work. Okay, yeah, there was a value here. I didn't know because we've said that by default we'll get the name from kind, and the name was there already. Okay, that's right. But you see that there's no spacing, so we can create a space. So what we can do is we can just say this form here. Great. We can say class. Okay, so we can just say class of this. Then we give space of y of maybe 5. Okay, great. So now that we have this, we can also now create another one which will take the for the user to select their country. Okay, great. So I'm just going to copy this, duplicate it, right? Okay, so here, and I'll remove the input from here, right? And this is going to be called country. Okay, so inside this country, we're going to use the select input. Okay. Okay, let me bring the list of my countries. Okay, so I'll bring it and put it inside the utils. Okay, so do I have the utils file? I'm not sure I have utils. So I'm going to create a folder called utils. So utils, right? Okay, and I'll put this one inside it. Okay, great. So it's all the countries in the world. Okay, so I have it from the I think placeholder something. I've forgotten, but yeah, this where the flags are coming from. That's where I had all of them from. So yeah, this is it. I'll leave it in the repo for you to get it. Okay, great. And yeah, so okay, we can use. Okay, I'm not sure if we use these functions, but okay, let's use. So I have this country list. Okay, great. Okay, so here I'm going to say country, right? Okay, so after the label, now I am going to bring in the select. So I'm going to say select, right? Also coming from the UI component. UI select, okay, great. And let's come here. Okay, so this will have on value change, on value change. So on value change, we're going to call the field dot on change, right? Okay, great. And we also have a default value, right? A default, not default open, default value, which will be equal to field dot value. Okay, great, like this. Okay, so now inside this, then I'll put the form control. Great. So let's do select trigger. So the select has a trigger coming from UI select, right? Always make sure you import from UI select and not from Radix. Okay, and inside it, I'm going to put select value, also from UI. So select value will be placeholder. Say, okay, select country. I'm going to just say select country. Okay, and this can be a self closing. Okay, great. Okay, so something like this. So so below here we can put the select content. Okay, so select content UI. Great. And okay, so yeah, inside now we can, okay, I think I have a suggestion. Let me try and see. So now I have I'm going to say country list. Okay, so countries list. Okay, so country list. Yeah, I'm going to remove this dot map. Okay, so I also remove this. Okay, I think I shouldn't have accepted this in the first place. Yes, let me remove it. Let me remove it. Okay, so country list dot map, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get the country, and now I'll return this. Okay, so inside this, then I'll just return the select item, also coming from the UI. Okay, okay, great. Select item like this, which I will display in it. I'm going to put a div first. Okay, so lest I forget, let me give a key. So a key will be the I think country names are unique. So yes, country name, and I'm also going to give value. So value will also be the country dot name. Okay. Okay. So if the country name is not unique, I think the code is also unique. So you can use the code. Okay. Let me give a class name to this. Okay. So this is going to be a flex, and I'm going to make sure it's a flex row. Okay. And the items to be in the center. And inside this, I'm going to have an image tag, right? A little image tag to show the flag. So src or source, which will be country dot flag. Okay, great. And I'm going to give an alt tag of country dot name. Great. And I'm going to give a class of height of 4 and width of 4 and height of 3. Okay, great. So after this, then I'll show the name of the country itself, maybe in a span or in a paragraph tag. Yeah, one of them. In a paragraph tag, let's see. Yes, and I'm just going to say country dot name. Okay, and let me apply a little style of PL-2. Okay, great. So let's go and see if we're making, okay, so now we have this and there's a spacing, and now if I click on this, now you can see all the countries here. Okay, great. Okay, so from here, I can toggle this and I can copy this, right? Okay, so now let's go to the industry and the industry type. So what I can do is I'll put the two inside a div, right? And I'll just say this and say that it should be grade. So I'm going to use grade. So grade course dash 1, and on MD grade course dash 2. Okay, and I'm going to say a gap of 4. Okay, great. So this will also be select. Okay, then I think it'll be best if I copy this. Okay, so here. Okay, so here I'm going to bring the this. Okay, let me also put it inside this. I'm going to bring the list that I created. You can create any list of choice. Okay, so I have this. So I created some rows, right? Yes, and I created some industry types. Okay, so there are others in. If you don't fit in, you select the others. So there's this and there's also this. Okay, just an array. Yeah, nothing special. Okay, so here instead of countries, I'm going to say industry. What's the name? Industry type. Yes, great. Import this, and I'll just say I'll highlight all the countries and call it industry. Okay, so the industries do not have code. They don't have, it's just one, so it's not an object. So we don't even need a flag. Okay, therefore this is not even needed. And yeah, this is not needed. So, okay, this is also not needed. I'll just say industry. Okay. Yeah, like this. Okay, so this here. Okay, so yeah, I think that is it. And if I should go see, yeah, maybe industry. Okay, yeah, okay. I also have the industry list here. Okay, so I forgot. Let's change the name from industry this to industry type. Okay, also change the value here, industry type. Okay, so I can now duplicate this for the rows. So I'll call this is called row, and yeah. So I'm just going to say row at organization. Yeah, your row at the organization. Okay. Okay, so select row. Okay, so here I think I should say also select industry type. Okay. Here, and this one will be row types, right? Is it row types or yeah? Okay, or rows list. Okay, it's called row list. Great. So row, and this will also be row. Okay, so yeah, I think you're making great progress. So we also have this, great, and we have this here, this. Okay. Okay, I think I can give let me see if I can give a width of full to this, and let me see how it will behave. Okay, because I think it's a little bit small, and I'm going to give max width of okay, let me say of MD. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'll copy this one. Toggle this. Okay, great. Right, then let's look at it first. Is it not small? I think it's okay. It's okay. Okay, great. So now we have the industry type, we have the row. So what again is left is the about. Okay, so below this, I'll put this, and instead of this, I'm going to change this to a test area. So test area, which also coming from UI. So yeah, this. And here, I'm also going to spread the field. Okay, so spread it. And is there any other thing I need to pass? I can also pass a placeholder, right? So placeholder, which will say, tell us about yourself. Okay, great. And I can also put class name, right? And I'll put in resize none. Okay, so that user cannot resize the form. That's that particular input. Okay, great. So, and this one, we don't have any message, so I think I can remove this. And I think that's all. So here, submit. I'm also going to put that disable. Okay, so disabled when pending. Okay, great. So that's it. And if we check, okay, so this is what we have. So I think I can also, okay. Okay, so you can see there's a big mistake. So this is about create, and the name, the label is also bio. Yeah. Okay, and I'm going to make this also take the entire width, right, by setting the width to full like this. And let's see if that turns out to be good. Okay, so something like this, I think it's cool. So I'll reload and see. Okay, so if I click on this, okay, so the error works very well, handling works. Okay, great. So when we click on this, where are we going? So now we need to create our server actions. Okay, so one thing that we need to take care of is that server actions create, okay, I think there is an article. Let me try server action. Let me see if I can find it. Next.js Server Action public. Okay, so let's just server. Okay, so server actions and mutations. So when we create a server action, yes, we use the directive, right, in React use server, and according to something I read, I think this is not a page, but it creates a public route, right? Okay, like what we have been using. So so we need to also consider security measures, right? Okay, so maybe when we send it, I will show you. Yeah, I was trying if I could fetch the article. Okay, so I think it's this page. So it says that by default, when a server action is created and exported, it creates a public HTTP endpoint. Great. So it creates an endpoint like we've been doing in an Express app, or the API route where we'll create the various endpoints, right? So it also creates the same thing and should be treated with the same security assumptions as authorized checks, right? And unauthorized checks. Okay, so we need to do the various validations, as well as check if the person trying to do that has the right to do whatever they are trying to do. Okay, great. So in that regard, I'm going to create inside here, I'm going to create folder call actions, right? And inside it, I'm going to create, this is a user action, right? Okay, so I'm going to say user.ts. And as you know, we need to mark it as use server. Okay, great. So now we need to say export cons create user, which will be an async function. We'll take parameters or arguments. Okay, great, like this. Okay, so here the data that we'll take, we will take data which will be of type so I'm going to go here and make sure I export this here, this type, so that I can also use it from there. Okay, so I'm going to say user data types. I think that is the name. Okay, so import it. So this data that will come will also have the same type safety. Okay, great. So in here, we'll first check if the user, so we'll use that function that we created. So await user required. Okay, so we'll use the user required. So if the user exists, then that's fine. If not, the user will be redirected upon trying to hit this attempt. So we're trying to protect it to make sure that authenticated users only access this route or server action. Okay, let's also do validated data. Okay, data should be equal to user schema, right? Okay, user schema dot pass. Okay, then I'll pass in the data to do validation. Okay, so now if it exists, we just need to create user data. I'm going to say user data should be equal to await db, right? Import db from the libs folder dot user, right? Dot create. Okay, then we'll pass data, which will be, okay, so we need to get the ID, and the ID will be the user dot ID, as I told you. Okay, we also have the others email, which will be user dot email. Okay, so the others, so the name will be the name that is coming, the about, the country, the industry type, and the role. Okay, then we'll also set the onboarding completed to true here. Okay, great. Then image will also be maybe user dot, I think it was picture also, picture. Okay, or let me see now. Okay, Then we'll create subscription. Okay, so by default, we're going to create a subscription. So create subscription. And in the create subscription, we're going to have a plan. The plan will be free, right? Okay, so that's at the beginning until the user upgrades. Okay, so status will also be active, and current plan. Okay, I think current period. Okay, I think, yeah, period end. I'll just put new date. Okay, and cancel at, yeah, I think it's cancel at period. Okay, great. Will also be false. Okay, great. Something like this should be fine. Okay, so it's saying that the email might not be there, so I'll just put this, or I'll just say a string. Okay, to make sure. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it will be there. Okay, great. So once that we are done, I think that is it. Okay, so once this goes through, there's something we can do. We can also add a select query here, right? Okay, so we can add a select query here to perform some select operation, which will select the ID, we'll set it to true, we'll select name to true, and we'll select what again? Let me select email, and I'll also select the workspaces to true. Okay, great. So now I can go here. Okay. Okay, so if, okay, let me put to do here. That is send user email, welcome email. Oh, welcome email. Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay, great. So we'll send the user welcome email when they create. So now we're going to say if user data, right? So if the user data dot workspaces, so we're also going to do the check from here dot length, right, equal to 0. That is why we're selecting the workspace from here. If the length is equal to 0, then we can redirect the user. So redirect from next navigation. Okay, so from next navigation, we can redirect to create workspace. Okay, great. If that is not the case, then we'll just do redirect to workspace. Okay, great. So if the user has workspace, then we just move to workspace. If not, yeah, we can also do it from here. Okay, so let's go and see. Oh, no, we're not done. My bad. Okay, so here, inside this handler here. Great, so we can just say try catch. Okay. Okay, so try that we catch errors that will appear. So console log, we'll just console log the error. Okay, and let's also install Sonar for toast notification. So npmi Sonar dash legacy dot peer dot devs. Okay, and let's go to the main layout here, right? Yeah, and inside here, I'm going to put the toaster here. Okay, so I think there's a problem. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be, oh, I missed the M. npm. Okay, like this. So here you can import toaster. Okay, let it finish and let's see. Okay, so we can import this from Sonar. Okay, so toaster, we can just say import from Sonar. Okay, let me see if I can now get it. Okay, great. So now I have it here. Great. So now we have it like this. So if an error occurs, we can also use the toast from Sonar again, right? Okay. Sonar dot toast dot error. Then we just pass in the error that something went wrong. Okay, we can just say try again. Okay. So here we'll first set pending to true, right? Okay. So we'll set pending to true. Okay, well, we set pending to true. Okay, we can just say response. Do we even need a response? I'm not sure we'll need a response, but let's see. We will not need a response. I'm not sure. So I'll just go say await create user, right? From the user action and we just pass in the data, right? Okay, great. Okay, and since when it's successful will be redirected, there's no need to give, I think, a toast message or notification. So let's go and see. Okay, so let's refresh the page, and okay, so the name is still there. So CodeWave. Okay, let me add this. Let me select a country. Okay, let me select an industry. Let me select that I'm a developer. You can put anything here, and let's submit and see. Okay, so it seems to be going through. Okay, great. So now we have been redirected. Welcome back. Okay, so now let's create the create workspace page. It will be similar to that of the onboarding page. So I'm just going to close all of them and leave this one. Okay, so in here I will go inside the component and I'll create workspace. So all components related to workspace will come here slash okay create workspace form.tss. Okay, great. And I'll just copy the whole of this and put it inside here, and I'll paste what I copied inside here. Okay, great. And what I can do is I'll just go inside here, the protected page and workspace. Okay, so I think I can even make it a standalone page by saying create workspace slash page.tss arrayfce. Okay, great. Okay, so something like this. And if I go back to check, now I think I should have the page. Okay, so I have it here. It's here. Okay, great. Okay. So in here, let's see the things that we will need. Okay, so I'm gonna say this will be called create workspace form. Okay, so here we'll go back inside this. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say just export cons workspace schema. Okay, which will be z.object. Okay, so we have the name of the workspace, right? Oh, okay. Sorry, I have this long suggestion, which I may not need. Okay, so I'm also going to remove this and leave this too. Okay, so name, that name is required. It should be a maximum of 100. Yeah, maybe that's fine. And the description is optional. So just this. Okay. Okay, so here we will not need any props. So yeah, we can remove this. Okay, so we don't need any of this. And this, I'll pass in this. Okay. And this will be workspace. Okay, so create workspace data. Okay, great, like this. And now I can pass this one here. Then this will also be workspace schema. Okay, so all of this will go. It will be only name, which will be now, and description, which will also be now. Okay, great. So this will also be this here and here. Okay, we'll come to this. Okay, so here. Okay, so here I think yeah, it should be same. Okay, so and here will be like create new workspace. Okay. Okay, and here yeah, you can also put in a description. Let me just say set up a workspace for yourself and team. Okay, maybe something like that. Okay, so okay, so I have this errors. I don't know where they're coming from, but let me try to. Yeah, so now let me try. I don't know why they were giving me error, but let me try to import them and see if I still get error. Okay, I think I don't have error now. So now I can import the rest: card header, card description, card content, And yeah, I think that's all. Okay, title. So card title. Yeah, I think I'll also need the form. So I'm going to say import from also dot slash UI slash form. Okay, so I'll need form control, form label, form item, no, form item, and form message. Okay, I think, yeah, I think those are the things I'll need. Okay, I'll need the form itself. I import that. Okay, and I also need a form field. Okay, I also need the form field itself, and I also need the input. Okay, so this one will also be the name. So name. Okay, so I can just say workspace name. Yeah, that's fine. So enter workspace name. Okay, so yeah, and these things, I don't think I'll need them again. Okay, so I'll only leave this one and name it the description. Right, great, and I'll import this, and I'll just put workspace description. Okay, that is optional though, and I'm sure this one is imported. Okay, and I'll import the button, which will say okay, create workspace. Okay, so I'm going to make it 2, so I'll do another one. Okay, so div, and I will duplicate this twice, and this one will be cancel, right, which will be of type button, and okay, and the variant will be outline. Okay, it's not going to be full. Okay, something like this, and okay, and here. Okay, so create workspace, and yeah, okay, so I'm gonna give a class name here. I'll say flex row items to center and a gap of 4. Okay, so let's go and see the result. Oh, okay, so there's something missing. We need to import it here. Okay, so here I'll just call create workspace form. Okay, so like this, and let's go and see. Okay, so it's here. I don't think it's a good idea to have it long like that. Okay. Okay, so something like this. And in here, let's also make sure that the user has the rights. Okay, great. So here, okay, so here I'm also going to call the function to get the user workspace. So get user workspace. So if the user is not logged in, this function will redirect the user. And one thing we can do is that if there is no data dot onboarding completed, it's false, meaning if it's false, we just redirect, which is coming from next navigation. We just redirect to onboarding page. Okay, great. So if the user do not have that, we'll just redirect the user. Okay, but if the user has done the onboarding and is authenticated, then they'll see this page to create workspace. Okay, so as you can see, I can create workspace. I have the right. Okay, great. So yeah, okay, that was very fast. So we can now go inside the inside the actions, and now we can create one for workspace.ts, and don't forget to call the userver directive. Okay, so export cons create new workspace. Okay, an async function. which will take data, and we can call the create workspace data type rate. And yeah, pretty much like this. We can wrap it around in a try catch. Okay, so create workspace. So let me make sure. Yeah, I think create new workspace. Okay, so now what we can do is that we'll also get if the user, yeah, so user required. Great, make sure the user is authorized, authenticated and authorized. Okay, great. So let's also do the validation. So validated data should be equal to workspace schema rate.pass. That will pass in the data. Okay, so if it's validated, we'll get the data. If not, it will throw an error. Okay, so here, once it's validated, we can just do db imported from the libs dot workspace create and data, I mean to say. So data, now we're going to put the name, which will be the validated data.name. Okay, so the description is also here, and here will be the owner ID. Okay, so the owner ID will be this. Yeah, can remove this. Okay, and invite code. Okay, so now let's find a way that we can generate an invite code. Okay, so I'll go inside this utils here, and I'm going to create a function called generate invite code.ts. Okay, so I'm going to say export cons. Okay, so things like this you can just use oh my goodness, you can just use ChatGPT to create some of these things. Generate invite code. Okay, it's supposed to be const. Okay, so I'm just going to say, okay, so let me just copy this. The characters will be this one, which is alphabets and numbers, right? Alphabets capitals and numbers small. Okay, great. So I'm just let's invite code be equal to now, right? Okay, so I'm just going to use for loop. So for let I be equal to 0, great. While I is less than 6, you can put any number of choice, right? I plus plus. So we're going to loop while I is less than 6. We're just going to loop over it and randomly select some of these numbers. So I'm going to say const random index will be equal to, so we're going to use the math.floor function, right? Okay, and I'll just use math.random. Okay, great. Multiply by characters.length. Okay, great. So now see invite code plus equal to character dot okay, now this, okay, like this character, then we pass the random index, right? Okay, it ought to be like this. Okay, square brackets instead. Okay, so we select that value and just add it to this. Okay, and once everything is successful, we will just return the invite code. Yeah, very simple. Okay, great. So yeah, simple. Okay, so I can just say this, import this utility. Oh, the name should be get invite code .ts. Okay, so yeah, this one and this. Okay, I can import it from here and let's see. Okay, now I have it. Okay, so now I have it here. Okay, so this will also get us the invite code. Yeah, okay. And once we have the invite code, now we can create a member. So I'm just going to say members create. So by default, we need to create a membership access for the owner. Okay, so create. So the user ID. Okay, so the user ID will be this ID. Yes, and the row, there's nothing like row. It's called access level. I think so, will be owner. Okay, great. So we have type safety here, owner. Oh, great. And I think that's all. So, okay, once an error occurs here, we will console log the error for debugging, and we'll also return that yeah, so the status of this, and yeah, something like that. Oh, no. We're just gonna say message. Yeah. Oh, okay, so something like this. Okay, so, and if it's successful, we can just return success. Return success of true. Okay, great. So we can go back here, and yeah, and inside this form, now we can do this. Say await, create new workspace. Great, and I'll pass in the data. Great, and now we will need the router. So let's come here and let's import router equal to use router. Okay, which is coming from Nest navigation, right? So Nest navigation. Okay, so router. Okay, so once it goes through, I'm going to give the toast. So toast. Okay, toast.success. Say that okay, workspace created successfully. Okay, great. And now we'll just use a router to push to workspace. Okay, so I think it will be a good idea if we can push to that particular workspace that was created. Okay, so in that sense, we can just say const response is equal to this. Great, and now we can go back here and get the response here, right, and return okay, so what should I even return? Maybe I can just return the response like this. Okay, so here, great, so the response will have, yeah, all of these things as well as the ID. Okay, so here response, so I can just go to workspace / then I'll say response.id, right? Great, I think this will be a greater experience than the first one. Okay, great, so let's go try it. Okay, let me reload and see. I'll refresh it. Okay, so I'm going to say test workspace. Okay, description here, and I'll just click on this, create, and let's see if we'll go through. Okay, so we get a message that created successfully, and now we are redirected to the workspace details page. Great job. Okay, don't forget to like and subscribe. Welcome back. So let's continue from where we left. So you can see we are redirected to a particular workspace. So inside the workspace, then we have the workspace ID. Okay, so before then, I was having an error. It will say that perhaps the ID might be null, right? So I added a question mark. Also, I mark it as a string. And okay, so here I also changed it. I'm sending the response as a data and renaming it as a response, right? So just go inside this function and make sure you send the response like this, right? Destructure it from here. Okay, you could also do the redirect from here by importing redirects and just redirecting it to this. This will also work. But when you do it like this, you will not get the toast notification, I'm sure. Okay, great. So this is the changes I made. Okay. So now inside the protected workspace, so here we're going to put the workspace ID. So I'll just say workspace ID / page.tss. Okay. Okay, so in Next.js, when we have dynamic routes, right, like the ID, the ID will change with respect to the particular workspace that we want to get, right? So in that particular instance, we use square bracket, then we put the name of the thing we want to fetch, which is the ID, right? So I want to be specific by saying workspace ID. You could put anything in there, but remember that whatever name you put in there, that is the name you use to get that variable or value, I should say. Okay, great. So this will be dynamic and we'll get this page here. Okay. So if you go back, I'm sure we should have the page for now. Okay, so whilst it is loading, if you see, you can see that this app has a common sidebar for a particular workspace, right? So inside the workspace ID, okay, so it's working inside the workspace ID. We're going to have a layout. So I'll just say layout.tss, right? And also RFCE. Okay, great. So in this layout, that's where we have the sidebar. So we're going to start with the sidebar. Okay, great. So first, let's get the props. Okay, but I want to rename it. Let me rename it to Workspace ID Layout. Okay, yes, to make it easy to identify and understand. Okay, great. So I'm just going to say Workspace props. Okay, great. So here we will get the children, right, which will be React Node. Then we'll also get the params. Right. Okay. So the params will be this, where we say we'll get the workspace ID, right, which is a string. Okay. So like this. But in React 19, these things are promised, right? So we need to put a type of generic type. So just wrap it in the angle bracket like this, and in front just put promise. Yes. Great. So it's a promise. So we need to wait for it. Okay. So here, what we can do is we can now say this and put the props here. Okay. Then we can now destructure the children as well as the params. Okay, great. So now we have the children and params. So we can now get the workspace ID by saying workspace ID. We can, okay, let's make it easy. So we just say await params, right? And inside here, we can get the workspace ID, and you can see now TypeScript. It's now helping us to get it type safety. And let's also mark this as an async function. Okay, great. Okay, so we can just console log the workspace ID and see that we have the workspace ID. Okay, so if I open my terminal, we should see it here because this is a server component. So we should see that we have the workspace ID here. So let me see if the page is working. Okay. Okay, so it's working now. So I think we should see it. Okay, so if you check from here, okay, so now you can see that we have the ID here. Okay, great. So I can now remove this. Okay, so here we will also fetch the user workspace. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say cons this, and I'll say await get user workspaces. Great. Remember the function we created. Okay, so we'll get the data from here. So I'm going to say data. Okay, great. And this function, what it does is that it will first check if the user is authenticated, right? So if the user is not authenticated, it will redirect the user. Okay, so here we can also do checks, right? Okay, so let's do check. So we'll say if data dot onboarding, like we did, right, is completed and there is no workspaces, right? Okay, so if the onboarding is completed but there is no workspaces, we need to redirect the user because the user cannot access this page without a workspace. So import redirect from this navigation and we'll redirect to create workspace. Okay, great. And else if data dot onboarding is not completed. Okay, so it's not, so just put exclamation mark here. Okay, so a false statement. So if it's false, then what we do is we also redirect the user to the onboarding page. Okay, so this onboarding. Okay, great. So before you reach this page, you must be authenticated and you must have a workspace. Okay, so maybe I can put this one first before we even get this. Okay. Okay, great. So let's go and see if we're still on the page means we have a workspace, we are authenticated and we have a workspace created. Okay, so now that we have this information, what we can do is now we need to create a sidebar. And in a sidebar, if you go to CN, we're going to use the CN sidebar. So I can just search for sidebar. Okay, so we're going to use this kind of sidebar, right? Okay, great. So this is what we're going to use. Okay. So in here, we just have to wrap, if you remember, we've installed all of this. So we just have to wrap around sidebar provider. Okay, so make sure you import sidebar provider from component UI sidebar. Okay, great. Now inside this, let's put a div with a class name. Okay, so with a class name of width that's full, it should be flex, and a bg of background. Okay, great. And height of screen. Okay, great. So inside this, now we're going to put the app sidebar container. Okay, so this is a component that we are about to create. Okay, container, great. And we'll pass data to it. So the data will be the data that we fetched. Okay, so we'll get, if you look at inside this data, we'll get the workspace as well as the user information, so we can pass it here. Okay, we can also pass the workspace ID, which will be equal to the workspace ID. Okay, great. So we'll pass in the data and the particular workspace that is selected, right? Okay, great. Okay, so below this, now I want to put a main tag. Okay, great, like this. And let me also style this. So I'm going to say it should also be width of full, right? Overflow of y should be auto. Okay, great. And I'm also going to say main height should be screen. Okay, so the minimum height should be the 100 full screen. Okay, great. Now I'll put another div. And inside this div, I'll put classes of flex and item to start. Okay, great. Now I'll have to put the sidebar trigger. So if you see from here, okay, so let me show you. You can see that there's this one here. That is the sidebar trigger, right? Okay, so I'm not going to put that one inside the sidebar itself. So it will be here. Okay, great. So that's where the sidebar itself will be here. But in this part, that's where we'll put the sidebar trigger. Okay, import from UI. Great. Okay, and should we pass in a class? Maybe we can pass a little bit of pattern to left. So I'll just say, let's say pattern top instead, pattern top of 3. Okay, to bring it down. Okay. So below this, then we'll put the nav. I'll put the nav bar. Okay, so I'll put nav bar here, right? And this nav bar, we can also pass some props to it, but yes, okay. So what we'll pass is that we'll also pass the ID, which will be the data.id. Okay, so I'm passing the ID, and if you check, this is the user information coupled with the workspace, so the ID will be the user ID. Okay, let me toggle this down here. Okay, great. We'll also have the name, which will be the data.name. Great, I'm going to say a string. Okay, great. And maybe if I may have need of emails, so I can say data.email. Let's say also as a string. And let's see if we also need the image, that is user image, as a string. Okay, but this navbar does not exist for now, so let me comment that one. Okay, great. Okay, so now below this div, which encapsulates the nav, the top element, below it, then we'll have another div, and this div now will take the children. Okay, whatever will pass. Okay, so here, let's also bring class name. So by default, I want the padding to be 0. On MD, I want the padding to be 4. Okay, but padding top, I want it to be 2 instead. Okay, great. So now let's go to the sidebar. Okay, we should have an error because we don't have the sidebar. Okay. Okay, so I'll go inside my components. Okay, so inside the component, I want to put, so I'm going to say sidebar / app sidebar container. Okay, .css. Okay, so that's how you can create a file, right, together with the folder. So then just create a file, right click that you want to create a file, the name of the folder / the file name, right, and you to create the two at time. Okay. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say cons, export cons app side, okay, bar container. Okay, great. Okay, so like this, and let it also be an async function. Okay. Now let's put the types first. Okay, so I'll just go up here and I'll say interface data props, right? Okay, great. So data props, I am going to extend the user. So data props extends user, right? Because it is the user information with the workspace. So user from Prisma client, right? Okay. So apart from the user information, we also have the workspaces, right? And each workspace will have an ID, which is a string. Okay. There's no tags for now. So string, there's the created at, which is a date. Okay. There is also user ID rate, which is also a string. User ID. There is also a workspace ID, which is also a string. And we'll have the workspace itself. So workspace, and inside the workspace, there is the name of the workspace, which is also a string. Okay, great. So something like this. And remember that this workspace will be an array, a list, right? So don't forget to put this here. Okay, so in here, we will get this, which is of type, okay, so we'll get the types here. So there are two things that we're going to get, right? So we'll get data props. Oh, okay, so I'm going to say we'll get data, which will be of type data props. Great. And we'll also get the workspace ID, which is of type string. Okay, so one, we'll get this. So if you remember, if you go back, you can see that we have the data and we have the workspace ID. Okay, so the workspace ID will be a string. Okay, so here we'll get data and we'll also get the workspace ID. Okay, great. So let's go back here and let's import this. Okay. Okay, so I believe it has been imported. Okay, yes, it's here. So what is the error? This, maybe I can put this exclamation mark and let's see. Okay, I think it should solve the problem. Okay, let's see. It's saying that sidebar cannot be used as a JSX. Okay. Yes, I think we are not returning anything. So yeah, that's why. Okay, great. So in here, what are we also going to do? Okay, we'll do a couple of things. So first, let's also to say cause this, then we can just await and get the workspace project, right? So here we need to fetch the project of the workspace, that particular workspace. So we just say get workspace project or projects. Okay, great. Maybe by workspace ID. Yeah, to make it descriptive as possible. Okay, so get workspace projects by ID. Okay, so by workspace ID. Okay, so once we get that, then we can now return the, okay, so once we get that, now we can return the app sidebar itself. Okay, so if you remember, the first one was the sidebar component. Okay, so here we will also pass a couple of information. So, but then let's go get this first. So this is get workspace project by the project ID. Okay, so if you remember our data access layer, so go inside here, and now we have workspace, we have user. So this is related to project. So I'm going to say project dash get workspace projects dot ts, not tss, dot ts. Okay, great. So here I'll say export cons. Let me just go and copy that name. It's very long. So yeah, so get this where we need to accept the workspace ID. So workspace ID, which is a string, right? Okay, great. And now let's do the fetch. Okay, so I'm going to wrap it in a try catch. Okay, great. So catch an error. Okay, we'll console log the error, right? Okay, just say error, and we can also return maybe success of false, error of true, and if any message, we can just say message will be maybe internal server error. Okay. Okay, so success should be double C. Okay, great. Something like this. Maybe I can just copy this in. Let's just go. Okay, great. So here, what we'll do is that now we can just say const then user, right? So we need to get user required, or is it required user or user? I think it's user required. Okay, so we'll get the user first. We need to await this. It's an async function, so we'll get the user first. Then we'll just say const maybe is user member, right? So now we need to check that that particular user, is that user a member of the workspace, right? So maybe we can yeah, okay, so we'll say that's, then we can say await, it should be equal to, okay, so await db, import db from utils dot now workspace members, right? So we need to find if the user is a member of that particular workspace. So find unique. How will we find unique? Okay, so we'll put a where condition, and inside the where condition, if you remember, I told you that the combination of the username and the workspace should be unique. So what we can do is we can say user ID, and because of that thing we put, okay, so let me show you. So schema workspace member, because of this condition here, right, that we said it should be unique, the combination should be unique, that thing we can just call upon user underscore workspace ID, right? Great. We can now pass in the options. So the user name, sorry, the user ID should be the user.id and the workspace ID. Okay, great. So these two combinations should match. And if it matches, then means the user is a member of that particular workspace. So if we don't get any result, is user member. If there is no result, meaning that the user is not a member, so we can just say maybe throw an error or throw, yeah, new error, which is user user is not a member of the workspace. Okay, great. Okay, so user is not a member of the workspace. But if we pass this, then it means the user is a member of that particular workspace. So before we access any workspace, we need to check if you are a member of the workspace. Okay, now if we are done, let's define some query. So I'm just going to say query, which will be of Prisma. Let's also give types. So Prisma dot project where input. Okay, so the project where input. Okay, then it should be equal to is user member. So is user member dot access, great, equal to, then we also have the access level. We can access it by saying access, right? Access level imported from Prisma client dot, okay, owner. So we need to check if, because we have fetched this information, we know that the user is either a member or not, and that one has the access level, right? So we need to check. So we are checking that if the user access level is equal to owner, then we need to put the workspace ID, right? If not, then we also need to put the project access. So what we are doing here is that we want to check if the user is owner, the user do not need access to particular workspace or not. Now by default, we can make the user have be part of every project when we are creating the project. However, we also need to cover this case in case something happens. We want the owner to have access to every project in that workspace because he or she owns the workspace, right? But if it's a different person, that person need to have access to only the project that they have access to, right? And that is what we are doing. So we're checking that if the access level is owner, then we just fetch records relating to the workspace. But if it's not, then we are going to check the project that the person has access to. Okay, I hope it's clear. So now let's define this query. So we're going to use some. Okay, so where we'll match this and we just say has access. Okay, has access needs to be true. Yes, you must have access to that project, and also the workspace member. Okay, the workspace member also needs to have the user ID. Of workspace member. Okay, great. So the user ID is supposed to be this. User ID should be equal to the user.id, right? Okay. And the workspace ID. Okay, So something like this. Okay, so we're checking the project access. Yeah, the project access, and we're saying that workspace. Okay, so we're checking the project access. Okay, something seems to be wrong. Let me see. It says that workspace ID string. Okay, maybe should I need to put this in here? And then sure this will be there, or let me see. Okay, so what we're doing, I hope you understand what we are doing. We are checking the access first. And once the access is true, now we can do the rest by placing this query here. Okay, so project access. Okay, give me some second to check. Okay, so I found a problem, and the problem was just a typo. So if you check here, I made this capital. Yes, so I'm going to make it small. And what I'll do is I will just sync the changes. So I'm just going to say MPS Prisma DB push. Okay, so kindly make sure that whatever you have here matches what you also put here. Okay. So yeah, it was just the letter, right, was supposed to be capital and it was small in the schema. So okay, great. So let me just change it and let me wait and see. Okay, so it's done. So maybe I can restart my dev server again. And now I think I can change this to small. Okay. Okay, so this then okay, so now we get the query. And once we get the query, now we can fetch the projects. Okay. So here, now let's go down here. And now we can use promise.all. Okay, so I'm just going to say await promise.all. Okay. Okay, then let's list the things that we want to fetch. Okay, so in the first place, we're going to fetch the projects. Okay, then we'll also fetch the workspace members. Okay, great. Okay, so I'll just say db.projects. I think it's project.find many. Oh, it's supposed to be, my bad, it's supposed to be db.projects. Okay, so I'm getting this suggestion. So db.project. Okay, so db.project.find many, and I'm placing the where condition as the query. Okay, let's also do some select. So I'm just going to say select. Okay, so what are we going to select? We're going to select name to be true. So the name of the project, true. We also need the ID, true. We'll also need the workspace ID. Okay, because the workspace ID is critical. Okay, as well as maybe if there be description, we'll also get that one also. Okay, great. Okay, and here, okay, so here also, we're going to fetch the workspace members by finding many. Okay, and what we can do here is, okay, we'll just say, okay, great, I think I'm getting a suggestion. So the where here, it will be the workspace ID, right? Okay, we just want to get all the members in that particular workspace. Okay, great. So the where will be the ID, and here, instead of select, we can just say include. Okay, great. So include the user. Okay, so the members will include the user and select their name. Yes, the name, the ID, and if they have image, also select the image. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that is it. Okay, so let me see. Workspace members. Workspace members. Okay, so you see the problem is that we also made this capital here. Okay, so I think we can go through all of them and see. Okay, so let's go through them. So I'll make this small. Okay, so this also needs to be small. Okay. Okay, so You see, when you're accepting autocomplete from AI, just do proofread. Okay, just go over it and make sure they are to how you want it. Okay. Okay, so let me sync also the changes to the database. So Prisma DB push, right? Okay. Okay, so as it's doing anything, let's continue. So yeah, once we're done with this, now we can just return. So we're going to return the projects, right? And the workspace members. Workspace members. Okay, so we'll return these two. Okay, great. Okay, so I think now it's working. So we can now go back to the sidebar page, right? Okay. You can come here and now let's import this function. Okay, great. Okay, so now that we have this function, now we can create the other one. So I will start my server again, npm run dev. Okay, and let me close it. Okay, so now we have this. Should we even need the user information here? Okay, let's just say we can also get the user information. So I don't know, do we have user? Okay, in the data layer, do we have? Okay, we can also get only the user information, right, from our database. So this one, it's from kind, right? Okay, great. So maybe we can create another one which will get the user information. So we get user by ID.ts. Okay, great. Okay, so oh, how did I got here? So get user. Okay, maybe I created it somewhere I can't even find it. So I'll do it again. So get user.ts. I'm just going to say get user.ts. Okay, and here also we'll just say export cons get user by ID. Okay, so there will also be an async function. We will not use the user ID here. So I mean, we'll just fetch the info. So what we'll do is try catch. Okay. Okay, so try catch. And in here, we'll also do cons user, right? Equal to await user required. Okay, that function. Okay. And now just say cons data should be await db, right? Okay, so db dot user dot find unique. Okay, great. So the user should be unique, where ID will be equal to user dot ID. Okay, great. What again will we need? Nothing. We can just return data. Okay, so if an error occur, then we just do the usual thing. Okay. Okay, so here I'll close this and I'll also fetch the user. So what I'll do is that I'll just say I'll just say user should be also await get user by ID, something like this. Okay. Okay, so now let's create this thing. Okay, so go inside the component where we have the sidebar, and here now we have the app sidebar itself .tsx. Okay, so that one will also be export cons app sidebar. Okay, let's return something. Okay, like this. Okay, so I can now come. Okay, so now I can come here and import that here. Okay, great. Now let's pass this props to it. So I'll pass the data of data. Okay, so this data, okay. We did not destructure this. So here we'll get the projects and we'll get the workspace members. Okay, great. So I'm passing the workspace information we're receiving here. I'm passing it through. Okay, great. And I'll also do pass the project that is associated. Yes, I mean to say associated with that project to the workspace to that workspace, right? And we'll also pass the workspace members as workspace members, and let me also pass the user as user. Okay, so maybe I can put type here. This one will be as user. Do I have it already? Okay, yeah, I think I have it. So yeah, something like this. And now we can come inside here and accept this props. Okay. So maybe I can just this can be needed up there. So maybe I can export it here. And what should be the name? Data props. Okay, let me just call it app sidebar data props. Right. Okay, great. Then I'll need to change here because I think I'll need the same thing here. Okay, so here we're gonna have this. Then we're also gonna have the types. So in the types, we have the data, which will be this same thing. So let's see. Yes, I can import it from there. We also need the projects, and the project will be the project props. Okay, so okay, so here I think I forgot to add the access level. Oh no, access level, which will be I'm gonna say enum right dot access level. Okay, great. Okay, great. So I can now come here, and here the project will be the project props. Okay, we yet to create that one, and what again we'll need the workspace members and the workspace the user. Okay, so workspace. Okay, workspace members, which will be workspace members prop. Okay, and this will be an array, yes, because it's a list. Now we also need the user, which will be user. Okay, so import user from Prisma client. Okay, like this. Okay, so let's create these project props and the other one. So I can put it inside here and just put a type called types.ts, and inside here I will put this props. Okay, so first let me put export interface workspace workspace. Okay, what's the name? Workspace members ID. Sorry, workspace members. Okay, and let me extends. Okay, so I'm going to extend the workspace from Prisma client. So import this from Prisma client. I'm going to extend it and add the user to it. So the user will have ID, which is a string. The user will also have a name, which is also a string. And there will also be maybe email. Okay, and also an image. The image is optional, right? So string. Okay, great, something like this. Okay, and each workspace after the user will, each member will also have the project access. So project access. Okay, and the project access will also have ID, which is a string. There will also be has access, which is a boolean. Okay, and there's lastly the project ID, which is also a string. Okay, and this one will be an array, so we can put it here too. Okay, great. Now let's talk about the interface project access props. Okay, so project access props. Okay, so maybe I can just place this here. Okay, so each project, not project access props, it's project props. Okay, great. So project props. So project props, there will be the ID of the project, there will be the name of the project, the description, right? There will also be the workspace ID and the members, right? The members, people that have access to that particular project. So we have the ID, the user ID, and the workspace ID, as well as the access, right? We can also import this from Prisma client. Okay, it's up here, and they created that as well as the user information. That will also be an array. Okay, great. So what I can do is now come here and import these things, okay, from types, and also import this from types. Okay, great. So if I go here, let's see, what is missing here? Maybe I can put this and also this, saying that they will be there. Okay. Okay, so what is the issue here? Saying that this. Okay, but we're saying it'll be there. Okay, so okay, so let's accept them here. Okay, great. So now we'll get the data, we'll get the projects, and we'll also get the workspace members as well as the user. Okay, great. Okay, so now what we can do is that now that we have this, we can now begin the sidebar itself. So sidebar, import sidebar from UI sidebar, and I'm going to say collapsible. Yes, collapsible should be icon. Okay, like this. Okay, and inside it, I'm going to have the sidebar header. Okay, from the same UI sidebar, and I want to give a background color, so I'm going to say class name should be bg background. Okay, so inside here, I will also put a div with class name, flex, and items to center. Okay, so inside this, I'm going to have an avatar. Okay, and I hope we install that one also from UI. Okay, so avatar, and inside the avatar, I'll have the avatar. So avatar image. Okay, so from UI, great, and I'll put the src, which will be equal to. Okay, so I think I'll bring my logo. I guess you can use any logo of choice. Okay, so I'll bring it and place it inside the public. Okay, so my logo is SVG. Yeah. Okay, so like this, and I'll just call the name. It's range.svg. Okay, great. I'll just close it like that. And now, okay, that'll be the avatar. Okay, great. So after the avatar, now I'm going to put the sidebar label. Okay, great, sidebar label. And inside that, I'll put a span tag. And this span tag will say daily. Great. Daily TM. Yeah, okay, great. So what I can do is I can, okay, so I can style this. Okay, so I'm going to give a text color of Excel and font of bold. Okay, so why is this then here? Okay, maybe I can just say as project props. Okay, and here I am saying that project props. Okay, or let me see, project props. Okay, so this will also be an array, right? Because it's also a list. So if I remove this and put this, will it work? Okay, so maybe I can say as workspace members from types as an array, right? Okay, so I can say as unknown as this. Let me see if this will work. Okay, so yeah, okay, the type will still be there. And I can also say as unknown as project props, also this. Okay, that's right. There is also this error here. Okay, so data here. Okay, so maybe if I say as init, let me see. Yeah, okay, let me just do that. Okay, so I have a lot of things on go here. I think I'm even done with this page, so I can close this, and I'm here. Okay, so I can close the types, this and that. Okay, so let's focus here. Okay, so now we have our sidebar label. Okay, so Yeah, sidebar label. Okay, so below this, we're still inside the header. So we're just going to say div, right? Okay, great. So class name or flex, justified to between, and margin bottom of 0. Okay, flex. Okay, and justified to between. Okay. Okay, great. So inside, I'm also going to put another sidebar group label. Okay, great. So group label. Okay, great. So inside here, I'll put workspace. Great. Okay, let me also start this. Okay, so I'm going to say margin bottom of 2. The text should be SM. Font should be semi-bold. The text should be muted. That's foreground. Okay. And it should be uppercase. Great. So all this while we are not checking, let's check and see if it's coming up fine. Okay, so whilst it is loading, I want to believe our dev server is running. Okay, great. So whilst it's loading, yeah, we can continue. And here I can also put bottom, right? And make sure you import bottom from UI. Okay, so like this. And inside this, I'm going to put a link component from Nest link, right? And this link will have an href of going to create workspace. Okay, great. So this will go to create workspace, and I'll put the name. I'll just put the plus icon from Lucid. Okay, great. So I'll say this should act as child. Great, and the size should be icon. Okay, great. And should I put variant? I think that should be all. Okay, so if I do this, now we can go and check and see. Okay, so now we have it this way, right? Okay, great. So if we click on this, it should take us back to the workspace page. And okay, so this, I think I installed it. So let me check. Let's go back and see. Oh, okay, so here, say that the test. Okay, so test dash Excel. Great. And I think the avatar was also very big. I think, let's see. Okay, I think it's complemented, so it's pretty cool. Okay, great. Okay, so here we're saying that the size should be icon. Okay, so, but I think it was also very big. So let me see size -5. And let's see if it will be small, because the size is very big. Okay, great. I think this is cool. Okay, so now let us come to this side, this selector. Okay, because if you click on this, you can see that we have a drop-down list. Okay, so now I'll go to the workspace selector or switcher, whatever name you want to give. So it's still inside this place. So I'll just say workspace selector.tss. Okay, so export const workspace selector. Okay, great. Okay, so let's return something. Okay. Okay, so here it will still be within the header, right? Okay, great. So before we close the header, because we close the header here, I will import the workspace selector component. Okay, and this component will have the workspaces. Let me make it plural, and I'll just call the data.workspaces. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so let's go in here and finish this. Okay, so we have a lot of things going on here. So because of the events, we use client. We're going to use some hooks here, right? Okay. Okay, so I'll go back to my types, types, and I'll put the workspace types here. Okay, so I'm saying workspace props. Okay, the first one was members props, and each workspace will have all of this information, right? Okay, great. I don't think I've imported this enum. Okay, so yeah, that's right. So in here, we will have this. Okay, so the data that we'll receive, which is workspaces. So workspaces will be of type, workspace props from types. Okay, which will be an array. Okay, so now we can get workspaces here. Great. Okay. Okay, so here we'll use the router so that when the user clicks on a particular, select a particular workspace, we'll navigate to that page. Okay, that's why we say it should be a client component. And we can also create a hook which will help us to get the workspace ID. That is, if the user decides to select a different workspace. So what we can do is that I can just say workspace or workspace ID should be equal to I can use workspace ID, which will be a hook. Okay, that we're going to create. Okay. There should be this. Okay, so we can go here, check inside. I think there is supposed to be a hooks. Okay, so hooks, and here I'm going to create use workspace ID dot it should be TS, not TSS. Okay, so TS. Okay, so here what we can do, it's pretty simple. We'll just need to say export cons use workspace ID. Great. Like this. We just say cons params equal to use params, which is coming from Nest navigation. And we just say return, very simple, params dot workspace ID. Make sure that the name that you give should be the same, right? Okay, the name should be same, else it will not work. And this should be small. Okay, something like this. And because we import this in a client component, there's no need to also mark it as that. So we can just import this here. Yes, great. Okay. Okay, so here, let's do these things. Okay, so now let's say cons on select, right? That is when the user select a particular workspace. So receive the ID of the workspace as a string. And we'll now set, should I even do set selected workspace? Okay, so maybe I can just bring a state here that is say selected workspace ID, right? And set selected workspace ID. Okay, which will be a use state. Okay, so here maybe we can also put some types, and in the beginning, right? In the beginning, it should be maybe undefined, right? So what I can do is that, okay, let me put some types here. It's either going to be I think, okay, let me make this the selected workspace itself and not the ID. So it's either going to be workspace prop, right? Or undefined. Okay, great. So in the beginning, it will be undefined. Yeah, I think this should be fine. So here, so I can say set selected workspace. Great. And that's going to be the workspaces that we have, right? Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, so the workspaces that we have, that we just find each workspace, then where the workspace that we have ID is equal to the ID that is passed here. Yeah, I think that's fine. And once we do that, we can now use the router.push. Then where are we pushing to? We're pushing to workspace / the ID. Okay, so ID. Yes. Okay, then we push to that page. Okay, so let's also have another one. Let's also use a use effect here. Okay, so use effect. Okay, great. So we're going to use a use effect and check, right? Also check. So what we'll do is I will say if workspace ID, if there's a workspace ID, right? And there is also workspaces, right? That is if it's not now. What we can do is that we can say, okay, so we can see set selected workspace to be workspace.find each workspace ID equal to the workspace that we have here, right? Okay, that is if we haven't selected anything, we'll fall to this one. Okay, great. So by default, we want to select that particular workspace that we are on now. Okay, and let's put some dependency for this, right? So whenever the workspace ID changes, as well as the workspace itself, whenever they change, we can call this use effect again. Okay, this should be workspaces. Great. Okay, so now let's come to this. Okay, so I'm going to say sidebar menu. Okay, from UI, sidebar menu. And inside the sidebar menu, there will be the sidebar menu item. Okay, so sidebar menu item. Okay, and in each, I'm going to put a drawer. So drawer from UI drawer. Oh, sorry, not draw. I'm going to put a drop down menu. Drop down menu. So drop down menu. Did I install drop down menu? Okay, so I'm not sure I did. So maybe let's go back and see. Okay, so drop down. Oh, no. So here, search for drop. Okay, so drop down menu. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so this is the command. Just copy it from here and let's go to install it here. So I'll just put this. Okay, so let's add this flag again. Okay. Okay. Okay, so drop down menu. Okay, so I'll just come here and call this drop down menu. I don't know, it's not coming, so let me see. Okay, so how let me see how we can use it. So drop down menu. Okay, so this is the import statement. Okay, so drop down menu. I want to believe it was installed as it should. Okay, so maybe we can just verify from our components UI and drop down should be okay. So actually it did not install. I don't know why. So oh, okay. So this is what. So let's go back. I think I did install something different. So I installed this and now copy. Oh, okay. So after this, now I say copy paste this, the following right into your project. So this, I can just copy paste this. Okay. So I will go inside the component. So here, UI, and I'll just say drop down menu.tss, right? Okay, and put this, and put what I copied. Okay, great. So yeah, I can just close this, also close this, and now let's hope this thing works. Okay, so this, do I have it? Okay, so drop down menu. Okay, I hope I did spell it correctly. Okay, so let's say we have the drop drop down menu. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Okay. Okay, so I'll have the drop down menu. Now I think everything should work. Okay, so drop down menu. Okay, and inside the drop down menu also have the trigger. So drop down menu trigger. Okay, so also from the UI components that we created. Okay, so I'm going to say it was also add as a child. And inside this, I'll put the sidebar menu button. Okay, so sidebar menu button. Okay, great. Okay, so let's do a little thing. So here, I'll say I'll give also some props to this. I'm going to give the child as LG, so it should be big, right? And I also give some classes here. So the classes will be let me just copy this and okay, because these things are just coming from the documentation. Okay, so we are saying that if the data, right, dot state is open, right, then the BG sidebar, the dash accent, right, will give it a different color. And if it's the state is also open, the text will also have a different thing, right? Okay, so these are just from the documentation, not from me. Okay, so here, since we'll use the workspace image, so I'll go inside this. Inside workspace, I'm going to create an avatar. So avatar, let me make it workspace avatar dot TSS. Okay, so if you check from here, you can see that the workspace, it has, yes, this. Okay, great. So workspace avatar. Okay, so workspace avatar will be pretty much simple. So export cons workspace avatar. Okay, so in here we will get the name, great, and the name will be a string. Okay, great. And we'll return the avatar. Okay, so import avatar from UI. Okay, and inside this we'll use the avatar fallback. Okay, from this, and inside we'll just put the name dot character at the index of 0. So we want the first index. Okay, so maybe we can just start this by saying that the size should be 6, right? But on 2XL, the size should be maybe 8, right? I'm going to say rounded dash MD and the items to center. Okay. Should we also start this? Okay, here I'm also going to say size of also 6. Maybe I can just say width full and height also full, right? Yeah. And a BG of blue dash 600 test dash base. Okay, and the test should be white. No, white. Okay, and I also want to say rounded dash MD. Okay, so I'll just go and import this. Okay, so here I'll import this. Great, and I'll pass the name of the workspace, right? Okay, so I'll pass the name of the workspace, which will be the selected workspace. Okay, so selected workspace dot name. Okay, great. Okay, I think there should be workspace then name. Okay, great. So a string. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And we also need to show the workspace name here. So here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say okay, so workspace name, and let me start this, that it should be font of semi bold. Okay, great. And I think that's all. And maybe I can also put an icon below this, right? So I will put the chevron down icon so that the user will know that you can just click there to select. So I'll import this icon from Lucid. Okay. So if I go to check, let's see if we're making progress. So loading and see that so Okay, menu sub trigger must be, maybe I imported the wrong thing. So menu, okay, not a sub, just great, a trigger like this. So import this from component UI, great, and not the sub. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it's saying cannot read character art. So maybe what I can say is, I'm just going to say, if it does not exist, I'll just put W, which will be for workspace. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so now we need to bring the drop down content. So where from the drop down? Okay, so here I'm going to say drop down content is supposed to be drop down menu content from component UI, not from Radix. Okay, great. So this one we can also say it should be aligned to start. Okay, great. And also there's a special class I found from the documentation, so I'll just put that here. Okay, so this says that the width should be Radix dash, this special class. Okay. Okay, so now let me loop or map over the workspaces. So workspaces dot map, then we'll get each workspace. Then let's return a drop down menu item. Okay, so it's supposed to be drop down. Okay, so drop down menu item from components. Okay, so inside this, yeah, okay, so I'm getting some suggestions. Maybe I'll not need for now. Okay, so here, let me put the key first. So the key will be the workspace.id. Okay, so the workspace ID will be the key. And here, let me bring a div first. Okay, and inside this div, okay, so I'll put the workspace avatar, right? By placing in, these things are not important. So I'll put in the name of the workspace, and this I think should be there by all standards. Okay, great. And we can also have a paragraph which will show the workspace name itself. Okay, so it's going to say workspace.name. Okay. Okay, so yeah. And below the div here, so name. Okay. Okay, so here I'm mapping over the workspaces. I get each workspace. So where from? This workspace is workspace. Okay. Okay, so here, once the one that is selected, I will show an icon to the right. So I'm just going to say workspace. If the workspace ID is equal to this, then I'll show the check icon here. Okay, so let's look into it. Why we have things here. Okay, so I'll come to the top here. And now the workspaces. Okay, so workspaces from workspace prop. And where we passing it, we're passing data dot. Okay, so where? Here we passing data dot workspaces. Okay, so data dot workspaces should be this, right? Okay, that's fair. Okay, and here, okay, so when we come to this page, the onSelect is there, the use effect. Okay, so let's check the use effect. So inside the use effect, what we're doing is that we're saying that if workspace ID exists and workspaces also exist, right? What we're going to do is that we're going to set the selected workspaces to be workspace.find. Workspace.find, each workspace, the workspace ID is equal to this. And that should be fine. Okay, so a quick thing is maybe we can just say console log the workspaces that we receive in. And this should appear inside the browser because we are on a client component. That's a client component. So console. Okay, so there is one which has the, yeah, okay. So there's the workspace name. Okay. So the workspace has a workspace and a workspace name. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it, because the workspace, if you check, the workspace has the workspace and the workspace name. Yeah. So if you check from this selected, I think it's correct. It's supposed to be like this. So workspace dot name, and also here workspace dot name. Yeah, workspace dot name, and this. Yeah, I think that is it. Okay, so let's go see. Okay, so we have this. Great. I think that is it. Okay, so let's start this here, or this. Okay, so here, after the key, I'm going to say on select, right? On select, I'll call the on select function that we have, right? The on select that we created up there, and I'll pass the workspace ID, workspace ID to it. Okay, so that we move to that particular workspace. Okay, so okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, so it's saying that cannot invoke an object with a possible null. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna rename it to on workspace select. Let's see if that will work. Okay, I think it was the issue is with the naming. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna style it. So I'm gonna say it should be flex, flex of row or flex row. Okay, then the item should be in the center, right, and a gap of 2. Okay, so yeah, so we have it this way. Great. Okay, so it's getting selected, but you can see the one that is selected. Okay, so what might be the problem? Okay, so the problem might be that. Okay, let's double check. Okay, so here, double check selected workspace, the workspace ID. Do I need to just make sure the font is muted foreground or what? I'm not sure, but I'm not sure we're getting the selected workspace. Okay, so let's go and check from the terminal and see if we're getting the selected workspace or not. Okay, so the selected workspace is undefined. Okay, undefined. Okay, undefined. Okay, so in the beginning we said it should be undefined, and okay, so undefined, and once we get the workspace ID, this and this. Okay, so here, I think the issue is with here. So let's refer to the workspace ID. Great, because that ID is the member ID, the workspace member ID, and not the workspace ID itself. Okay, so I think here should fix the issue, and I think here should also be workspace ID. Great. And let's go and see. Yes, I think we now. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, so now we have a name. Okay, so let's try to create one workspace and see another workspace. Okay, so I'm going to call this second workspace. Okay, Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so we are redirected to the second workspace, and now we have two. If I do this, now you can see that the URL, I believe, has changed. Yes, it has changed. So this is 12, last number is 12, and this, the last number should be, okay, yeah, it has changed. Okay, great. So I can now remove these console logs. Okay, so I think now we're done with this. Yes, we're done with this. So yeah, what again is left? We're done with the switcher or the selector, right? So now after the header, we can now come inside the sidebar content. Content. Okay. So inside the sidebar content, then now we'll put in the project list, right? So I'll call it I'm gonna have nav main or nav list, right? And I also have the nav projects. Okay, great. So this project will take the project that we have. So we'll say projects will be the projects. And I'm also going to pass the workspace members here. Up now, workspace members. Okay, so this. So let's focus on this first. So inside the sidebar, okay, sidebar here, I'm going to create the nav-main.tss. Okay, so export cons nav main. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I can import this from here. Okay, great. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is we can also make this a client component. So use client. Okay. And we're also going to get the workspace ID using the use workspace ID hook. Okay. And we can also use the okay, we can also use this hook called this from use sidebar. Okay, from the sidebar, right? The sidebar from Shatsi, and it has this. So we just see set open mobile. Okay, great, set open mobile. Okay. So here I'll just copy my items and bring it here. Okay, the links. So I have the links, right? And these links, I'll just also import the icons. Okay, so these are the links, the home, which goes to the workspace, and the workspace, right? The selected workspace. And we also have the my tax, which goes to that workspace and the tax that is assigned to me in that workspace. And the members also go to that same workspace, and 8 members and the settings. Okay, great. So here inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say sidebar group. So sidebar group. Okay, great. So inside the sidebar group, I'll have the sidebar group label again. Okay, which will say menu. Okay. Okay, so beneath it, I'm gonna have the sidebar menu. Okay, sidebar menu. Okay, then I'll put a class of space of y of 3. Okay, great. And inside this, then I'll just map over the items. I'm just gonna say this, and I will return a sidebar menu item. Okay, so sidebar menu item with a key of item dot maybe the label, right? Because the labels are unique. Okay, great. So like this. So inside this, I also have the sidebar button, great, menu button, great. And inside this, I'll have the link component from Next link, great. And I'll put in the item dot label, great, like this. Got to be label, great. So this, and this will have a href, which will be the element dot href. Okay, because each element has the href. Okay, here I think it's supposed to be items. Yes, okay, so something like this. Okay, so this button, because we have the link in it, let's make it as child. Okay, great. Let's also give it something called tooltip. And the tooltip should be the item dot label. Okay, great. It's supposed to be the element dot label. Okay, so we can also have class. We can have some class names where we want to say supposed to be padding of 2, maybe padding y of 1.5, right? Great. Okay, and inside the link, I'll have an icon, which I'll just bring here and just say this. So the element that we have, okay, so the element has an icon. So this is how I'm going to do it. Okay, great. And now when we click on the mobile device, right, on click, so I'm going to put on click here. And when I click, I want to set open mobile, right, great, to false. So on mobile, when I click, I want to set this function to false, which will set the drawer to false. Okay, great. So let's go and see. Okay, so now we have these links here, right? And when you click on it, it will go to the various routes. Okay, great. So now we need the list here. Now let's move to the project list. Okay, so go back here and I will comment this. And okay, so I just changed the location of my, is it menu or sidebar, right? Okay, so yeah. So this will be nav project list. Okay, so I'm just saying nav project list.tss. Okay, so export cons nav projects. Okay. Okay, so I'm also going to make this a use client. Okay. Okay, so use client. This, as you remember, also takes parameters. So let me import it. So it takes the project as well as the workspace members. So here I am going to pass in the parameters. Okay, so the projects will be of type project props. Okay, so project props, which is an array, and workspace members. Okay, so workspace members will also be the workspace, and this will also be the workspace member prop, which is also an array. Okay, then we can just destructure them from here, projects and workspace. Workspace members. Okay, great. Okay, so here, let me just put the return statement first. Okay, great. So here, we're also going to use the use sidebar. Okay, from component slash sidebar. Okay, so we can use its mobile, right? Okay, and we can also get a get open mobile. Okay, great. Okay, so here we can also say cons path name should be equal to use path name from next navigation. Okay, so let's have a handle. Okay, let's not do this for now. Inside this also, we're going to have the sidebar group. Okay, so sidebar group. In the sidebar group, we'll have the sidebar group label. Oh, okay, so a sidebar label. Okay, sidebar group label. Okay, Then we can have a span tag inside it, which will say projects. Okay, great. So let's start this in. So this, I'm going to see, okay, so let me just copy that because it's classes that I had from the documentation. So there is no need to write them. Okay, so we're saying that the group data should be collapsible equal to icon and it should be hidden. Okay, great. So when we collapse the sidebar, it should be hidden. This label should be hidden. Okay, great. Oh, nah, this one is supposed to be for this. Great. And this can be just flex and justify between. Okay, and now let me start this as test SM. Okay, great. So fonts of semi-bold, and the text should be muted. Text muted. Foreground. Okay, great. And let me also make it uppercase. Okay. So after this, then I'm going to put the create project form here. Okay, so that form will come here, and below this, okay, so let me toggle it for now, and below this group, right, then we're now going to have the list itself. So below here, I'm going to have the sidebar menu. Okay, great. And inside the sidebar, I'm just going to map over the project that I will receive. Okay, so map, I receive each prod, I'll call it prod, and okay, I'll just return. So I'll return a sidebar menu item. Okay, great. So sidebar menu item, and we'll give a key. The key will be the project.id. Okay, great. So the project.id, but then I will want to do something. So here I'm going to wrap it inside curly braces, and I'll put return here. Great. And here we can say the cons href should be equal to, okay, so workspace slash the ID of the workspace, right? Okay, so which is workspace ID. Okay, so I think up here we can get a workspace ID. Okay, so okay, maybe we should just use we can just use the project because the project will have a workspace ID. Okay, great, something like this. Okay, then we go to slash projects, then slash project ID. Great. So yeah, something like this. So the project ID will be just ID like this. Okay, great. Okay, so we can even yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so inside this, I'm gonna put the sidebar button. Okay, so sidebar button. Okay, and inside the sidebar button, I am going to put an anchor tag. Okay, so I have this suggestion. Okay, so I have a suggestion that's saying that so I'm using anchor tag, and this goes here, and we say that if the path name is equal to this, right? If the path name is equal to this, colors it. Okay, so let's see if it will work. Okay, great. And for now, we don't have the list, so nothing to show. But then let's create the project form so that we'll know. Let's see if a project is still working. So we have projects here. Okay, great. Okay, so let's create the form. Okay, so I'll go inside here, components. So since we have workspaces, I'm going to also have project. Then inside project, so I'll say create dash project dash form. Yeah, maybe TSS. Okay, so export cons create project. Okay, so I think create project form. Great. Okay. Okay, just return. Okay, so this is going to be a use client because we use hooks here. Okay, and now we can import this here. Okay, so I'll put this here, import it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we can go here and continue. Okay, so as usual, we'll need to have okay, so we'll need some few things here. We'll need the workspace members, right? Okay, so workspace members, because it's out of these workspace members that you select who should see that particular project, and that will be of type workspace members prop. Great. Okay, which is an array. So inside here, I can just say members. Okay, so here I'm going to destructure members, right? And okay, so yeah, and I'll just say props. Okay, great. So we can pull it here or pass it here. Where is the form? So here, this will be equal to work. Okay, I think this. Okay, that's right. Great. Okay, so now that we have it here, before we forget, let's also get the schema. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go inside the schema. Okay, this here, and I'll put the schema of that here, which is also very simple. So we'll have the project name, if there be description, right? I also have the workspace ID as well as the access. Okay, great. Okay, and that one will be optional. The description is also optional. So maybe I can put this one up here. Okay, so that the optional ones will come down. Okay, so project schema. Okay, great. Okay, so maybe we can also say type project data type should be equal to Z, which is coming from Zod. Okay, dot infer. Okay, then we'll just say type of project schema. Okay, great. So project schema, ensure it's imported. Great. Okay, so something like this. Now let's also get the workspace ID. Use workspace ID. Workspace ID. Okay, great. We're also going to have the pending and set pending, which is a use state. Okay, and by default should be false. Okay, so what again we'll need now, let's also get the form, which is of type use form hook from hook form. Then we'll just pass in the type, which is project data type. Okay, okay, like this. Then we'll put the resolver, which is of type Zod resolver. Okay, make sure you import from Zod resolver. Okay, Zod resolver. Okay, great. Then we'll pass in the project schema. Okay, great. Now let's also get the default values. Okay, great. Oh, my bad. Okay, so like this. Okay, so here we have the name, okay, the description and the members, which should be empty in the beginning. Okay, great. So workspace ID should be workspace ID. I think that is it. Members. I think it's members access. Okay, great. Yeah, that's it. And this. Okay, workspace ID. Yes, I think that's all. Okay, so let me check this. Okay, so workspace. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so why? Okay, say it can be undefined. Okay, let's say if I want it to be like a string. Okay, yeah, okay. I think that's fine. Okay, so next we can just say const handle submit, which will be an async. We'll receive data, which is of type project data type. Okay. And now this. Okay. So maybe I can just copy the create workspace for. Okay, so like this. Okay, maybe I can just copy this instead and bring this one here. So in here, I am going to use dialog. So dialog, import dialog from UI dialog. Okay, and every dialog should have dialog trigger. Okay, so dialog trigger, and the dialog trigger will act as a child. And inside it, I'm going to put a button. Okay, the button. With the button inside, they'll have like a plus icon from Lucid React. Okay. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say is that it should be of size icon, right? Class name of size 5. Okay, great. So if we check, okay, so we have this one here. If I click on it, nothing happens. Okay, great. So after this, we can have the dialog content. Okay, great. So the dialog, dialog. Okay, dialog content. Okay, so now inside the dialog content, I'll put what I copied, the form I copied. Okay, great. So here, what I am going to do is that I am going to take off this card and call it dialog header. Okay, so dialog header, and this will also be the dialog title. Okay, so because if you don't have the dialog title, you get an error or a warning. Yes, when you, I think you open it on mobile screen. So yeah, that's why I'm changing it. Okay, so the description, it's not important. Okay, so card content. Okay, so here I'll also import this form from UI. Okay, and this will be handle submit. Okay, like this. I'll import form field. Okay, this form, has it been imported? Okay, yes, I believe. Okay, I also import the item and label. Okay, so, and this will be project name, right? Okay, so it's also name. Yes, and form control, import. Then I import the input as well. Okay, then the message. Okay. Okay, great. So after this, we don't have any. Okay, we also have the description. So import test area. And I think that should be it. Okay, so yeah, test area. Okay. Okay, great. So now after this one, we're gonna have the access. Okay, so now we have it this way. So if I click here, I'll have it this and this. Okay, the validations, they work fine. Okay, great. So okay, so one thing I think I can do is that I can remove the card content, right? Because it's giving some padding. So yes, and just like this. Great. So now, yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so how can I also get the access level? So this here, okay, let me change this to create project. Great. So here, I'm also going to use selector, right, to do it. So here, I'll say form field. Okay, great. The uniform field, the form field will have control. Okay, like we have been doing. So form.control name will be member access. Okay, great. And now we have the render method. Okay, so here we have the field. Okay, great. So we have the field. Now I'm going to have the form item. Okay, inside the form item, I'll have the form label, which will be, I'm just going to say project access. Okay, you can give whatever name you want to give. Project access, I think it's fine for me. And I'm going to give a description that will say, so I'm giving a description. So form description that says select which workspace member should have access to this project. I think that's fine. Okay, so after the description, I'm going to have a div, right? And inside this div, that's where we're going to map over the workspace members. So workspace members, great, dot map. Okay, so I'm going to say member. Okay, so member. Okay, that's right. Okay, so once we get each member, we can now use okay, so let me do it this way. Great. And now I'm going to put a key. So key is important. Okay, so key will be member dot user ID, because I think that will be unique. So member dot user ID. Okay. And I can also have a class name here. So class name will be, the item should be flex, items to center, and there should be a space of x of 2. Okay, so, oh, this should be member, not memory. Great, member. Okay, so like this. So now that we have this, inside this, I'm going to have a checkbox. Okay, so I'm going to put this checkbox. Okay, so I'm importing checkbox. You know, we installed checkbox right from the beginning. So make sure you import checkbox from UI. So I'm importing checkbox, and what I'm passing is that the checkbox should also have an ID, which is the user ID, right? Okay, so why is this thing not? Okay, so we'll have the ID of the user ID, and we'll also check. So if the field, which the field includes the user ID, then it means we've selected that one, then it should check. So when we click on it also, we just do, what we want to do is that we want to get the current value. So the current value will be the field value, right? That is our form state value. If not, we just set it to empty, and we'll check that if it's checked, right? If it's checked here is true, it means that we click to select it, then we spread the old value and add the new one that we checked on. If it's not that way, that means we want to remove it, so we filter it out. Okay, so I don't know why I am getting this, but let's go and find out. Okay, so maybe I can toggle this and also toggle this. Okay, so workspace members. Okay, which is here. And let me see the prop. Okay, so this contains the workspace, right? Okay. Okay, so it contains the workspace, and I'm extending the workspace and add user to it, right? Okay, so user to it. Okay, and okay, so this workspace ought to have user ID. Okay, so this is, oh, okay, I think the mistake is, let me see. Okay, so I think this ought to be workspace member. Yeah, not the workspace itself. Great, so this one has the ID, it has the user, yes, this one has the user ID. So now here, great, I think it should work from here now. Great job. Okay. Okay, so once we're done with this label, I am going to use, checkbox, I'm going to use label. Okay, and with the label, I'm going to set HTML4, right? Okay, and the HTML4 will be equal to the member ID. No, user ID. Okay, that is if I should click on the user ID. If I should click on the label, right, then it will also check this one, because we have the ID and we have the HTML4. So we'll target this element. If we click on this, it will check this as well. Okay, great. And let's also have classes. So here we're able to say that the text should be SM, the font should be medium. Okay, leading dash none. We also want to say peer dash disable. Okay, so cursor dash not allowed. Okay, great. Okay, so when it is disabled, right? Okay, so the cursor should be not allowed. And we can also say peer dash disabled. Then we say opacity. The opacity should be 70. Okay, then I'm going to say capitalize. Okay, and by default, the cursor should be pointed. Should be a pointer. Okay, great. So this one here. Okay, so inside, I am going to display the member dot user dot name. Okay, great. And I also put the member dot access level. Okay, dot to lowercase. Okay, great. So something like this. Okay, great. So let's go and see. If I click on this, okay, so now I have create project. Okay, so there's this, there's also this, and there's this. Okay, so I only have my name, so that's all. Okay, great. So if other people join, now I'll see this. So I am the okay, yeah, okay, so there's supposed to be some space in there. Okay, great. There's supposed to be some spacing, so I'm going to put this one inside parenthesis like this, right? Okay, and let's see how it will look like. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so here, okay, that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to remove this and bring it here instead. Okay, let's see. Yes, I think this one is okay, great. Okay, so now let's look at how we can create the function, the server action to create this. So I'll go inside the app server, then I'll create for projects. So I'm going to say project.ts. Don't forget to use server. Okay, great. So just say export cons create a new project. It's supposed to be project. Okay, async. Okay, so like this. So here we'll also receive the data, which is of type. Let's export this from here. Export this. Okay, so of type project data type. Project data type. Okay, great. Okay, so here also I'll need to get the user. So I'm going to say user, which will be await user required or required user required. Okay. Okay, so now we also need to check the workspace, right? So let's just say workspace should be await DB, importing DB from libs.workspace, yeah, workspace dot find unique. Okay, so there should be only one workspace with that particular ID, where ID should be equal to data dot workspace ID. Okay, great. If we get it like this, now we can include projects. Okay, so each workspace has projects. So projects, then I will just select the ID of that project. Okay, great. So something like this. Now, let's also validate. So validated data should be equal to project schema dot pass. Then I'll pass the data inside. Okay, great. So let's also see if user is a member of workspace, which will be equal to db.workspace member.find unique. Great. where user ID and workspace ID combination. So user ID should be equal to user.id and workspace ID should be data.workspace ID. Okay, something like this. Okay, so if it's true, let's await this. So if it comes that we have the data, then it means the user is a member. Okay, so if this exists, then it means the user is a member. Okay, so if is user member it's false, then as usual we can throw an error that says that you are not a member of the workspace or you are not authorized. Okay, great. So if the user is a member, then okay, you can also make it that it is only the admin or the owner who can create project. But I think here maybe any workspace member can create the project. Okay, so here what I'm going to check is that I'm also going to check if the validated data.member access, right? Okay, so .length, what I'm going to check is that I am going to check if it is equal to 0. Since it's optional, it could be that nobody was selected, right? If there is no one selected, by default, the person creating, I think, should be a member of that particular workspace. Okay, so we can just say validated data.member access. Okay, so here maybe we can just do this, right? And the person creating by default will have access to the project. So that is this one. We can also check for even another condition where if not, so validated data, right? Dot member access dot include. So if it does not include the user.id, right? Okay, so we're saying negative. Okay, so if it does not include the person creating the project, then we can also add that person. So I just say this dot member access dot push. They will just push in the user ID, right? So okay, there should be one parenthesis here. Okay, so if you're creating a project and you're not part of it, we will by default add you to the yeah, we'll add you to it. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so what's wrong here? Okay, so here. Okay, so I don't know, but I think let me put this here and see. Okay, great. So once this is done, now we can just say console. Should we even, maybe we can just say await db.project, right? Dot create. Okay, great. So data. Okay, so data. So here we're gonna have the name, which will be equal to validated data dot name. No description. Great, which will also be validated data dot description. Oh, this description. If it does not, we can put now there. Okay, and what again? So there will also be the workspace ID. So workspace ID. We can use the validated data.workspace ID. Okay, great. And now let's come to the project access. So project access, great. So project access. So we're going to create project access. So just say create. Okay, so create. Then what I'm going to do is validated data dot. Okay, so okay, valid. Oh, so validated data question mark dot member access that we map that we get each member ID. There we say that. Okay, so we can return. Okay, so this. Okay, so here, what I'm going to return is I'm going to return workspace member ID. Okay, should also be the workspace. Okay, so I think I need to do one thing, right? Okay, I need to do one thing. Where I am finding workspace user member, maybe I can just make it like workspace members. Okay, so here I'm also going to find the members of the workspace, right? Okay, so that is in case you send any ID which is not part, then we can have it and we'll not use that. Okay, great. So here we'll use the workspace ID. Okay, find all the members. Then what we can do is that we can say maybe cause user member will be equal to workspace members, right? Okay, so workspace members dot sum. Okay, so I get member, and I'll say member dot user ID, okay, equal to user dot ID. Okay. Okay, so something like this. So here, okay, so this, if it sits, we will have a boolean. It will be true or false. Okay, so now I can now bring this one here. If member, right? Okay, great. So I think we are back on the same track. Okay, so now here I can use workspace members, right? Okay, so that we can get the workspace member ID itself, right? Because that is what we need, and not the workspace and the user ID. We need the workspace member ID. Okay, so we'll just say here dot find. Okay, so I'm going to find user ID. Okay, and I'll just return. Okay, so now I'll return this. So I'll return okay, so here okay, so here what I'll return is that, okay, so this, what I'll return is I will return member dot user ID equal to user ID. Okay, so this member here that I'm mapping over it, I will return member which the user ID, right, is equal to this user ID from here. Okay, so maybe question mark here. Okay, so here, oh, here is member ID, and here should be member. Okay, because here is where we're matching over the members itself. So yeah, so member ID. Then I'll bring the member ID here. Great. So this way. Okay. So when this is true, I will want to put a question mark and return only the ID, right? So that I'll put exclamatory and tell it, oh, yes, this. So this will return the information, but I want only the member ID, right? So I'm placing this to tell it that it exists, and also has access. I think there's also a field that says has access that will set it to true. Okay, so great. Okay, so this one here, okay, I will not need this. Okay, so I think like this. Okay, and once we are done with this, we'll also need to create the activities. Activities. Okay, so activities, I'll say create activity, and the type of the activity will be project created. Okay, great. The description can be project okay, what should I even put here? Let me just say created project. Then I'll put the project name. So I'm going to say this, that I'll say validated data.name. Yeah, that will be the name of the project. So project name, and I'll say the user ID, that is the user that created, will be the user, the current logged in user. Okay, so I think that's it. And once everything is done, we can just return success of true. Okay, you can also return a message along. So we can now come back here. Okay, so we can now come back here, and inside here, I will take a, okay, so I'll put this in a try catch, right? Okay, So in a try catch, so I'll just say console log. I'm just going to console log the error and also bring a toast from Sona. That's error that says that something went wrong. Okay. And finally, I'll just set pending to false. Okay, so to false. Okay, and at the top here, I also set it to true. So true, and I'll call the action of create new project and pass in the data that I received. And if it's successful, I'm going to give a toast. Then I'll use a router dot refresh. Okay, of which the router, where is the router? Okay, let me also import router from use router from Next navigation. Okay, so yeah, so let's test it and see if it will work. Okay, so let me reload first, then we'll try it. Okay, so this, and let's see the validations. Yeah, it works. So test project. Okay, so test project description, and let me click on this and see. Okay, okay, so project created successfully. Okay, great. And now you can see that we have this here. Okay, so when you hover over it, okay, I don't like the what is happening when I hover over it. So on hover test. Okay, so I'm just gonna remove this thing. Okay, I don't like this. Okay, yeah, I think this is better. Okay, great. So when we click on this, it goes to the page. Okay, so let's say okay, so let's also add this to here. Okay, so I'm going to say form dot reset. Okay, okay, so form reset. Okay, so let me reload and see. I'll say okay, new video. Okay, and this time I'll take this and see. Click. Okay, great. So it's true, and okay. So okay, so it's also here. Oh, sorry, it's not. Why is it not going through? Okay, so it's not reloading. It's because of this. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I don't think it went through. Okay, because we still see one here. So let me say, okay, this, and let's see. Oh, okay, so something went wrong. Okay. So we're getting an error of something went wrong. What went wrong? Okay, so here, that which went wrong is that the payload must be of type object, but received now. Okay, which payload? Okay, so let me close some of these things, this and this. And now here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to log the data and see, right? Log the data. Okay. And I will see if it's this side or not. Okay, so this here. Okay, so the data is great. So we have the data, the name, this, and this is also now. Okay, so which part is that coming from? Meaning it is definitely not the data, right? So it is not this. And what again? Maybe this. Let me also log this and see. Okay, Okay, so let's try again. Check our console for error. Okay, so yeah, the workspace members are also here. So there's a user ID, there's a workspace ID, there's the access level. So where is the problem coming from? Okay, so let me show you where the error is coming from. Okay, so here, if you come to the schema, here, instead of index, I made it unique. And since it's unique, the workspace ID can only be unique, right? So kindly change it to index. Okay, so make it like the index and not unique. Okay, great. And when we do that, just run nps Prisma db push, right? Great. Then yeah, nps Prisma db push, then run your server again. Okay, so if we go back to try it, great. So I can try it again and see third project. Okay, select this time and let's see. And let's see, and you can see the message here. It went through and it is here. Welcome back. So let's continue. So now we can create workspace and we can create project within the workspace. Okay, so if we select a particular project, so if I select this project, you see that we are redirected to a 404 page. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so I'll close everything. Okay, so inside the app, we go to the protected, and inside the protected, we have the workspace with workspace ID. So inside the workspace is where we have the project. So I'll say projects, okay. And inside the project, we have the project ID. So square bracket, project ID, then slash page.tss. Okay, so RFCE. Okay. So what we do is that we go into projects, and when we go into project, I can just say project page. We go into project, right? In a workspace, we have the project, then we have the project ID. Then we render the information about the project. Okay. So in here, we'll have a lot of things here to cover. Okay. So let's check if, so now we have project page. Okay, so we have the workspace. The reason we're keeping it inside is because we want to have the workspace ID as well as the project ID. Okay, so this is what we are going to build here. Great. So we're going to build a dashboard, the table, and Kanban board. Okay. Okay, so let's get the interface first. So interface, project page props. Okay, great. So in here, we'll get the params, right? Okay, and the params will be promise. Okay, so I told you in React 19, the params are promise as well as the queries. So promise. So we'll have the workspace ID, which is a string. Okay, like this. We'll also have project ID, which is also a string. Okay. And there can also be search params. So search params, okay, which is also promise. Okay, so the search params will also be, we'll have a key, and the key will be of type string, right? And the values will either be a string or string array or undefined. Okay, so the search parameter will have the key will be a string and the values will be string array or undefined. Okay, so in here I can just say that props will be of type project page. Yes. Okay, and this will be an async function. Okay, great. So here, how we can get the values will be okay, I think I'm getting this suggestion. Okay, so this is how we can get it. So we await it, right? We await props, and there is this inside it. Okay, I think let me change the spellings here. Okay, great. Oh, okay, great. So we await it, then we get the workspace ID and the project ID. And this is how we can also get the search params. So just say dot search params. Okay. So here, maybe I will not have to structure it. I'll just do it like this. Okay, great. Something like this. Okay, great. So now here we'll have to fetch the information, right? But before then, let's come here. Okay, so I'm going to give classes to this div. Okay, so it will be flex column. I want to have a gap of 6 and a pattern bottom of 3. Okay, let me also give pattern x of 3. Okay, so inside this we'll have the tabs. So did we install it? Tabs. Okay, yes, I think we have it. So tabs from component UI. Great. So we're going to use the tabs. This tab will have a default value, and the default value should be, we're going to use the queries, right? We're going to use queries to store the selected, right? That is, if user goes forward and back, we want to get where they were, right? So assuming, let me show you. So if I was to be, let's say I'm on the page here and I go back, you can see that I have the query view equal to table, right? So if I click on this and goes to the D2 page, right? If I come back, I should come back to the same thing. And if I refresh, I should be on the same table page, right? Without this, anytime you reload, it will go back to the default one, which will be the dashboard. And that's just not what we want, right? Okay, so we're going to use the query to store the last, or the selected tab. So here, we're going to say search query dot view, right? And it's going to be as string. Okay, great. But if there is none, then we'll default it to dashboard. Okay, so something like this. Also, I'm going to give a class and I'll make sure it takes full width. Okay, great. So inside this, now we need to give the tab list. So tab list. Okay, also from UI component. So tab list with a class name of margin bottom of 4. Okay. Okay, so now we could have just placed in the tab trigger straight, but because I want to use the, I'm going to use the link component to always push it to the query. So link from next link. So link component and the href will be view, right? Okay, sorry, question mark view. Then I'll just say equal to dashboard. Okay, great, something like this. Inside this, now I'll put the tabs trigger, okay, from UI components like this. Okay, great. And now I'll put in dashboard. Okay, so like this. Great. Now the tabs trigger will take value. Okay, and the value will be dashboard. Okay. And I'm going to give classes. So class name, I will say px of 1.5. And on MD, I'm going to say px of 3. Okay, great. So if I go back, I should see that I maybe have one tab, so I have dashboard. Okay, great. So I can now duplicate this, right, 2 more times. So I'll have table, which will be, here will be table, so table. So the href and the value will be table. And the next one will be this. This will also be Kanban. Okay, so here Kanban. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now you can see we have the default here as this. So if I click on this, it should change to table, right? Great job. So now below the tab list, so now we need to get the tab container itself. Okay, so container from component. Great. Okay, so this container will have the value, and the value should be the same value as the trigger. So if you remember, it's dashboard. Okay, so I can just put in the paragraph tab and say dashboard. Okay, great. And if I go back and I select dashboard, I should see dashboard. If I select this, it goes away. Great. So that's how we're going to do it. And I'll duplicate it 2 more times. So this will be for table, the words must be the same, or the values must be the same. Great. Kanban. Okay, great. So let's go and see. Okay, so dashboard, table, and Kanban. Great. Okay. Okay, so now we need to have the title here like that, right? Together with this information here. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to have a different component that I'll call project dashboard. Okay, so project dashboard, we'll have to pass the project. So I'm going to say project will be equal to projects. Okay, so project. Okay, and I also need to pass maybe tax. Let me also try to, maybe you can fetch the tax of that particular project also here. Okay, and maybe the activities. Okay, so activities will also be activities from here. And what again we can have is total workspace members. Okay, so total workspace members. Okay, and we can have maybe comments. So if we fetch the comments will also be comment. Okay, so I'll go inside components. Here, I think here we have project, so I can put it here. Project dashboard.tss. So I'm going to say export cons project dashboard. Okay. I will just return empty fragment. Okay. Okay, so let's import it from here first. Project dashboard. Okay, great. And what we can do now is, okay, we can come here and let's get the interface. So interface project dashboard props. Okay, so we're going to have the project itself. Okay, so I'll go inside my types. Okay, so inside the types, I have the project props. Okay, so I have the ID, the name, the description, the workspace ID, the members. Okay, okay. So I can import that one. This one, I can bring it here. So this will be this. Okay, great. We'll also need the tags. So tags, and each tags will have completed, which will be a number. Okay. Okay, you understand why it is number soon. We also have in progress, which is also number. So here we're just going to, the start. So we're going to have the completed project, the in progress, and the other stuff like the overdue, which is also a number. And what again? Total, which is also a number. Then we can also get the items. So items will then be the tags itself. So I will use tags from Prisma client like this, which will be an array, a list. Okay, great. And what again we'll have after this, we can have the activities. Okay, which will also be activities. Use the activity from Prisma client. It will be a list, so array. And we also have let me just copy the name. So this total workspace members, this will be a number. Okay, great. And the last one will be comment. The comment will also be the comment props. So here, I'm also just going to bring that one here. Okay, so maybe I can put that here. So the comment props will be, will extend the comment itself, right? Okay, so comment from Prisma client, and now we'll add the user information, right? The username and this. Okay, so I can bring comments as comment props. Okay, from this, and that will also be a list. Okay, great. Okay, so here now I can destructure and pass in project dashboard prop. Okay, so here now we can destructure the project and the rest. Okay, great. Okay, great. So maybe here we don't have the info now. So what we can do is now, okay, let's try to fetch the information. Great. But okay, before we fetch the information, what should we do? Okay. Okay, let's try if we can get the project information. So I'll go inside the data access layer, okay, which is here. We'll go inside project and I'll create another one that says get project details.ts. Okay, so export cons get project details, okay, which will be an async. Okay, so try catch. So we'll console log the error. Okay, and we can also return success of false, error of true, and a message of something went wrong. Okay, so in here we'll get the workspace ID, which is a string, workspace ID, as well as the project ID, which is also a string. Okay, so project ID and workspace ID. Okay, so in here, we'll first need to check if the user is authenticated. So await user required. Yes, the function. Great. And once that is true, now we can use promise.all to fetch the information that we'll need. So here we'll need is user member. Okay. We'll also need total workspace members. Await promise.all. Okay, great. So we don't have to fetch them one after the other. As long as both queries don't depend on one another, we can fetch them concurrently, right? This is a good way. We don't have to fetch this first, then we fetch that. That's why we're using promise.all. So the two will be fetching at the same time. Here, what we'll do is the db, import db from this dot workspace member dot find. So find unique where, okay, great. So where user ID and workspace ID. Okay, so great. So user ID will be the user ID here, and the workspace ID will be the workspace ID. Okay, so this is first one. And the next one will also be db workspace members dot count. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, dot count, then the workspace. Okay, so this will help us get that. Okay, so if the user is not a member, so if is user member is false, okay, so we'll throw an error that you unauthorized to view this project. Yeah, okay, I think that's cool. But if the user is a member, now we need to fetch also a lot of information. So now we're going to use the same promise.all again. So here we will fetch the project itself. We'll also fetch the comments. Okay, so here it will be await promise.all. Okay, so here the first one will be db.project. Okay, dot find unique. So find unique. Okay, where ID should be project ID. Where ID is project ID. Okay, great, something like this. Now, what are the information we need from this? Okay, so now after the where condition, we can say include. Okay, what are the fields we want to include? We want to include project access. Okay, and inside the project access, we also want to include. Okay, so inside the project access, we want to include the workspace member. Okay, great. So we want to fetch the members that have access to this project. And also inside that, we can include, okay, I can see that this is like a complex query. Okay, so we're fetching the project, and inside the project has the project access, so we want to include that. But inside the project access, there are also members, so we want to include that. And inside the members, we also want to include the user. Okay, then we select what fields we want to select. Okay, so we want to select the username, the ID, and the image. Okay, great. If it seems confusing, manage it. I think you can understand. Okay, So we're done with the project access. So maybe I can do it like this, then come here. Okay, now we also need to get the tags. We also need to include tags. Tags, okay. And in the tags, let's include, okay, great. Each task has who it has been assigned to. So let's include the assigned to. Okay, and the assigned to is a user. So we need to select, okay, so I'm going to select name to true, ID and image to true. Okay, great. So after this, the tags. Okay, so still inside the tags include, so it ends here. We can also include the project, right? So I want to include the project of which that tax belongs to. Okay. No, I think I'm outside. It should be here after here. Yeah. So project. Okay, great. So if we get a suggestion, then we should know we are in the right place. So this, I'm also going to select the name and the ID, okay, of the project. Okay, and I think that's that for this one. I think that is it. For tax, where is it? Okay, here. Great. So now I can also include the activities. Is the activities? Great. So activities, I'm going to include user. Each activity has a user. So user select. Okay, so the name, ID, and the image. And the activities, I am going to go outside the include, and I'll put order by. Great. So I'm going to order it by the created at date. Order by. Great. So created at, it should be this descending order. Okay, great. So after this, okay, so now we can come to the db.comment. It's a comment or comment.find many. Okay, great. So where project ID equal to project ID. Okay, great. Also here, we can include, okay, so we can include the user by selecting which fields of the user, the name to true, ID true, image true. Okay, so I think it's it. And we can also do order by created at in descending order. Oh, descending order. Great. So I think that's all. Okay, so we have the project. Okay. Okay, so great. So what can we do? Now we can do some filtering. So I'll just say const tax should be equal to, I'm going to say total. Yes. So the total will be project dot tax dot length. Great. Okay. Project. Oh, okay, project. Okay, so we'll get the total there, and the completed, right, will also be project dot tax dot filter. Oh, okay, I think I have this suggestion. So filter where we get the tax, and the tax dot completed. No, I think it's stat dot status. It should be status equal to there is tax status, so we can use that dot completed. Great, like this. Great, so we'll get the length, and this one will also be status in progress. So the in progress should be okay, so not, yeah, so I'm going to say status dot equal to also tax status dot in progress. Okay, great. And the overdue, how do we get the overdue? The overdue will be okay, the same thing. So where, okay, so we filter where we get e-tax, where we see that okay, so tax date Okay, so let's first make sure that the task.status, right, is not completed. So it's not start status dot completed. It's not completed, right? And the tax due date exists. Okay, so if the due date exists and the due date is new date and it is less than today, right? It's less than today, meaning today's date is greater than that, meaning that it has passed. So yeah, I think that's the due date and we get the length. Okay, that's it. Great. And we have one more, that will be the items. And the items is going to be the project dot tax. Okay, great. So now let us return project. Okay, let me put this. Great. So now let's return. The things we're going to return is we're going to return projects. So projects will be, I'm going to spread the project first. So project, great. And I'll add members. Okay, so the members will be the project dot project access. Yes, great. And inside the access, I'll just map over the access, right? Okay, and I'll call it access. Okay, so I'll call it access and I'll return access dot workspace members. Great. Okay, so I'll return the access dot workspace members. Okay, so this should be project. Okay, great. And what again after this? After this, I can return the tags. Okay, great, which is this tags we created up here. I can also return the activities. Okay, so the activities will also be project dot activities. Okay, I will also get the total workspace members. Then I'll get the comments. Okay, so yes, I think, yeah, this should be fine. So I can go back here and on this page, I can fetch the information. So I'll just say cons, yes, I'll destructure and say that I'll call the function get this, great, and I'll pass in the workspace ID and the project ID. So project ID. Okay, so this should be cons. Okay, so the things we'll get is we'll get the project, we'll get what again? We'll get the task, we'll get something like comments, we'll get activities, and total workspace members. I think that's all. So now we have this, we have this, we also have activities, we have comment, and we have this. Yes, great. So I would say this will be there. This will also be there. I'll put exclamation to tell it that it will be there. Okay, let's see if it will work. Okay, so okay, so maybe I can just say this should be as unknown as project props from types. Okay, tags should also be okay, so I think this should be fine. And comment as okay, I think the name was comment props or something. Okay, from here. Okay, and I think it was an array, so let me make sure it's yes. Okay, I didn't actually get any type, so let me just say as any here. Okay, so now we can go back here. Great, and now continue from here. So here I'm going to put a div, right? Okay, and inside that div, I'm going to say class name. Okay, so it should be flex column, gap of 6, px of 2, md px of 4, and on 2xl px of 6, py of 0. Okay, then yes, let me break them down to small components. So I'll just say project header, right? Okay, project header, and the project header will take the project. Okay, we'll take the project. So I want to pass the project to it, and I also pass. I think that's all. So inside this same project, I'm going to create the project header. So project dash header dot tss. Okay, so I just want to break them down to small components. Okay, which can help maintaining the code. Okay, so return a div. Okay, great. So here the project is of type project props, so we can also accept it here, project props. Okay, something like this, and import this here. Okay, maybe here I can also say as project prop, right? Yeah. Okay, so here let me give class to this. So class, I'm going to say space of y of 4, and I think that should be all. Okay, let me put another div in here. This div with the class name of flex column. Okay, and on MD it should be flex row. Okay, on MD item should be center. On MD item center. Okay, great. And justify to between and a gap of 2. Okay, another div inside. Okay, with a class flex and gap of also 2. Okay, so like we created the workspace avatar, we're also going to create the project avatar. Okay, so we can reuse it. Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing like the one we did for the project. So project avatar.tss. Okay, and I'll just put it. So here, I'm also importing the avatar and the avatar fallback, and I'm also importing this util function, right? Okay, the C and helper function, and I'm just placing in the name of the project, right, alongside the, if I want to pass external classes, right? So this, I'm just saying that the size should be 6, and on bigger screen it should be 8. It should be rendered this and this. Then if there be external classes, we pass it like this. And the fallback is we getting using the card. I want to get, yes, the first letter, right? And these are the classes, pretty much simple. Okay. So here I can import this like this, then pass in the name, which will be project dot name. Great, like this. Okay, so here we're still getting this warning, so we can say unknown, then as this. Okay, so is it project or projects? Okay, I think there is a problem. Okay, so okay, I need to destructure project. Okay, I think yes, like this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So let's go and check. Okay, so we have this. The project is yeah, I think I selected, which one did I selected? Let me select this. Okay, so I think there is an issue. When it is selected, it turns out to be white, and I don't think that's a good thing. So let's go to the project list. I think it's nav project list, and when it is highlighted, okay, when this, maybe we can give test of blue dash 600. Okay, so yeah, maybe something like this. I think it's too much. So let me reduce it to 500. Okay, and that should be it. Okay, so now that we have this, the header, okay, below the avatar, let's also put another div. And I'll put in an H1, which will take the project name. Okay. Okay, so let's start it. The test should be Excel. On to Excel, test should be to Excel. Okay, in the font of bold should be fine. Okay. Now below it, I'm going to say that if the project dot description exists, okay. If the description exists, okay, then I'm going to show the description. Okay, the test should be SM. Okay, and on a 2x it should be LG. Okay. I think that's fair. Okay, yeah, let's go and see. So if the project has a description, then we'll put a description. Okay, so maybe I can try with what name? Another project, and I'm going to put description here. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is it. Let me select that one. Okay, now you can see the description here. Okay, great. And what again? So now after this, okay, so the div that takes the title. Now let's give another div, because if you remember, we said this should be justified. Okay, so we should talk about the right side. And in the right side, let me give classes here first. The classes will be that it should be flex. It should be justified to end. Okay, margin top of 3, and on MD, margin top of 0. Okay, and gap of also 3. So on small screen, I want to give a margin top to take distance it from the first one. Okay, and here we're going to have create task. Create task, let me call it dialog. Okay, and this will take the project. We can pass the project here. Project, then we can, yeah, I think that's all. Okay, great. So we need to create this. So I'll go inside the component again, and here I'll create task/create task dialog.tss as spot cons create task dialog. Okay. Okay, so return then this, and let's import it from here. Okay, great. Okay, so here, if you check also after this one, I want to finish with this one. Okay, so below it, we also have the project members, right? Great. Okay, so I'll go back to the header here. After this one here, great. So below this, I'll have another div, which will have the project members. So I am going to say, okay, here, let me give, okay, so I'm going to say pattern of 4. Actually, let me change this to a card. Okay, card from UI component. Okay, card. Okay, so inside this, I'll put in a div, and let me start this div. It should be flex column. Oh, okay, so flex column. Okay, and on MD, I want the flex to be row. Okay, on MD, I want the items to be centered and a gap of 4. Okay, then I'll give a title of H3 that says team members. Okay, let me style it. Okay, so the text should be SM font of medium. Okay, I think that's all. And now below this, we can also have a div, right? And this div should also be flex wrap. Okay, and space of x of 2. Okay, great. So what I can do here is that now I'm going to map over the projects dot inside the project we have the members. Okay, great. So dot map, we'll get each member, and now let's return an avatar. Okay, so import the avatar from here. Great. And now avatar image, UI from avatar image, this, and let's say the SRC should be member.image. I think so, or undefined. Okay, member.image or undefined. Is it member.image? No, I think that should be user first. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. And if it does not, we'll go by the avatar fallback, also from UI. Okay, and here we'll just say member.user.name. Okay, I'm going to use here substring of 0 to 2. Okay, dot to uppercase. Great, something like this. So I'm just slicing the name from 0 to 2. I want 2 characters. Okay, great. And maybe I can start this with the test styles of test of SM, and on 2XL test of base. Okay, so let's check. Okay, so we have team members. Okay, and we're not getting anything. Okay, let me reload and see. Okay, so okay, we get one here. Okay, so okay, so here let's do something. So we should pass a key. So the key will be the member dot ID. Okay, let's also pass the class. Let's also start this. So I want the size to be 9, and on 2XL I want the size to be 10. That's 10. Okay, so I'm going to say the border should be 2, and border should be background. I mean the border color, right? Should be the background, and I'm going to say shadow. Yeah, shadow of just shadow. Okay, okay. I think something like this should be fine. Okay. Yeah, something like this. Okay, okay. I think that's okay. Okay, we have some warning here. So I think it's the create form. So let's go into that and create the project form. Okay, so here we also need to accept the props, right? The project, because we need the members. So I'm going to say interface props. Okay, so project will be project props, if you remember, from types. Okay, and that's it. So I can just come here and say props, and now the structure project. Okay, okay, so here let us also get our schema from here. Okay, so the schema. Okay, so creating of tags. So okay, so I'll just put that one also here. Okay, so to create a tags, we need a title, which is required. We need a description, which is optional. We need the assignee ID, yes, the person is assigned to. We also need the status, and the status should be one of these, either to do in this. Okay, so I think in the schema, let me check the task status. Okay, I think this. Okay, so in review, okay, so in review backlog, okay, I don't think blocked is there. Blocked is not here. So if you want to bring blocked, you can just put blocked also here, but make sure you sync your database by running npx Prisma DB push. Okay, great. So we need this here, save it. Okay, great. So now here, we can also create the types for tax data values, which will be Z, and import Z from Zod, right? Okay, dot infer. And what are we inferring? We infer type of task schema. Import task schema. Okay, great. Something like this. Okay, great. So now we'll need a few things. Okay, so we'll need router from Nest router. Nest navigation. We'll need a use state. So from state, we'll also need to get the workspace ID by using the hook. Okay, great. And we also have pending and set is pending. Okay, and I need to set this to use client. Okay, great. Now we'll also need the form. So I'll just break the form here. Okay, so we also need the form, right? Using this, okay, maybe let me change this name to this name. Okay, and make sure you import the form from hook form, right? Also import the resolver from resolver/result. Okay, and these are the various fields. Okay, so here we're setting the status to default of this. We also have the start and the due date, as well as the priority to medium, and the files, the attachment, right, to an empty object. Okay, so here we can also come to the handle on submit. Okay, cons. Okay, which will be an async function. We'll get the data, which will be of type task data. Is it task data or task form data? It's something. Okay, it's this one. So make sure you put this one here. Okay, great. So like this. So now here we are going to use a dialog. So I'll bring dialog from UI. Okay, and in here we need to bring the dialog trigger from UI, and it will add as a child. So let me put that for quick. It will add as a child, right? So as child. Okay, and inside it, I will now put button from also UI components. So you component UI. Okay, and I'll say create task trigger. Okay, trigger. Oh, okay, I enclose it. Okay, so I'll put the trigger around the button. Okay, like this. Okay, great. So okay, so I'll close it. I think I'm even done with the header, so I can close the header. Okay, and maintain the dashboard. Okay, great. And I can also close this, and this has an error. Let me see where the error is coming from. Okay, so somewhere here, this should be unknown. Okay, I think this is okay. Great. So if I go to check, okay, I should see this. Okay, great. Okay, so now after that, this we can have the dialog content. Okay, from UI. Great. Okay, and inside this content, we import form from UI form. This, okay, and oh, not class name. I need to spread the form instance we created up there. And now I'll put an HTML normal form with onSubmit handler, okay, which we'll call the form.handle submit. Then we'll pass our handle onSubmit function that we created. Great, inside it like this. Okay, so let me add a style here. So class name, and I'm going to just say space of y of maybe 4. Yeah. Okay, great. So inside here, I think you know the drill. Okay, we have been creating forms. So okay, so I'll just bring one here. So here we need a form, right? A form field. Okay, so import form field from form. Okay, and the control, passing the control, and the names here should match the names here and that of in your schema. Okay, so that we destructure the field. We also destructure the field, then we import form item. Then the form label say tax title or tax name. Yeah, okay, let's be consistent. So title, okay, and also import form control from UI, and an import an input component from UI, and spread the field to it. Okay, title, and spread the field, and now form message to handle error. Great. So if we go back to check, we should get something if we click on this. Great, so we have this. Okay, great. Okay, so I think we need to give so here Let's give dialog header. Okay, dialog header, and inside the dialog header we have the dialog dialog title. Yes, we have dialog title, which will say create task. Okay, great. Okay, so now we have this, and I think the error should go away now. The warning should go away. Okay, so create task. Okay, so after this, now we can have a div, okay, with a class name that says grade, and a grade course of 1, and on MD, I'm going to say grade course of 2, grades with a gap of 4. Okay, so now we need to put in a select element. Okay, so like we did for the country select, so I'll just put 1 here. Okay, so here we also have the form field, passing the control, and the name should be the assignee ID. Okay, so the assignee ID, and I say assigned to, so then I'm going to use a select element from UI here. And here I'm also going to pass this on change event, right? So whenever we select any new user, then we pass the value there. And here we're also going to use the select trigger. So UI select, then select value that says select assignee. Okay, then we come to the select content itself, where we can select the user. So now the project that we're accepting here, right? We get the project and we map over the members. Great. Then we use a select element here. So select, and now we show the name of the user that we want to assign the tags to. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now let me check why I don't have, okay, by the way, let me go see. Okay, so I have this. So if I click here, so I have 1 user that I can assign to. Okay, great. Okay, so I think let's check here. So inside here, I have the assignee ID. Okay, so maybe I can also bring it here, this, and just say it should be now. Okay, great. So yeah. Okay, so here is it. So I also need one more thing. What I need is also the priorities, right? So I'll just also the same format. So there's no need to type them again. So here I'm going to map over. So I'm using the same format, right? And I'm saying priority. And here it's what I have. So here I'm also using select. I'm going to use object.values. Then I'll pull the task activity from Prisma client, right? So convert it to an object, then map over it, and yeah, display it. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So I have this, and now I have also this, right? Okay, so we're using this tax activity from Prisma client, right? Sorry, the tax priorities that we have, that list that we have, we're pulling it and we're converting it to an object that we just map over it. Okay, so here, maybe I can copy this line because I want to have another one. Okay, like this. Okay, and also that will also be for the dates. So I'll just pull them here. Okay. Now, so here, okay, so here I'm going to have the start date, and I'm also use the form item with start date. And now here we introduce something new that's called the pop over. Okay, so import it, we install it, if we install that one. And like any other, it also has something called a trigger. So import the trigger from also UI, great. And inside it, we want to render a form control, right? And in the form control, we put in a button. Okay, so button, okay, it has already been imported. And in the button, we are saying that the variant should be outline, and we're also going to use the CN helper function here. Okay, and we are saying that we want to combine classes, so the width should be full and padding left of 3, and text should be left, and the font should be normal. But if the value does not exist, right? If there is no value, that's exclamation mark, we want the text should be muted foreground. Okay. Now, if we don't have value, right? If there is no value, what we will say is that we'll use this function from datefnx. I think when you install the form, it comes with the datefnx, right? However, if you don't have it, just install datefnx. Okay, great. Because I don't remember installing it, but I think it's there by default. I mean, you get it when you install the form. I think one of the components. Okay. So if we have the value, we're going to format it using this format of PPP, right? But if it doesn't, then we just say pick a date, or maybe pick a date. Okay, yeah, I think that sounds cool. And we also want to use a calendar icon. So from Lucid Riyadh. Okay, and when we click on the popover, we want the popover content. So popover content from here, from UI, and we want to show the calendar. Okay, I believe we installed the calendar. So calendar from UI. Okay, and the calendar has mode. So we're just going to say single mode. And we also have the selected, will be the selected value, that's the form field.value. And on select, we call the field.onChange and disable these dates, right? Previous dates should be disabled. Okay, and also set this to initial focus. Okay, now I think there was a problem when I deploy the app, but okay, let's see if I get it. I'll let you know. Okay, okay, great. Okay, I think yes. So if you will get an issue. Okay, let's see. Let me remove this so that I think I can show you what I mean. Okay, so when you select date, right? In some cases you have the issue of you are not able to select the date, right? You are not able to select the date. So if you're not able to select the date, make sure that you set the modal to true on the pop over here. Set the modal to true and that will work. Okay, I had that challenge. Okay, so that's it. And also, you also do the same thing for the due date and make sure you change the field name to due date. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. You can just copy and paste and just change it, the value here to due date, and also change the title to due date. Okay. So I think I can also close this. Close this. Okay. Then below this, after the date, what again do we need? We need another form field. So, okay. So another form field. Okay. So this will be for the status. Okay, so it's going to be status. Then we're also using the select element with the same thing, and we're also going to have this select. Okay, great. So okay, so I am going to have this tag status. So I'll go inside my utils and this index file here, and I want to put in this. Okay, so tag status. So these are the status. So I imported from this. Okay, so the status will be this, and the label will be to do, and I also have some colors, Yeah, okay, but there is nothing like blocked. Okay, I think I put that in. So let me push it to. Okay, so I'm going to say nps Prisma db push to effect the changes I made, right? Which is the blocked. Okay, great. So whilst it is working, so let's import this from that data. Okay, great. So here, then we map over that thing. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so I'll run my server again, npm run dev, and okay. Okay, so after the status, now we need the description, which we'll use okay, let me just copy one of the description. Okay, so like we did for the CRUD project, so the same thing. So here also we're going to use test area, right? Okay, so test area, import test area. Okay, so import test area from there, and I'm setting the rows to 4. Okay, great. So I think that's pretty much it. Okay, and yeah, so now we are left with the buttons to create it. So I'm going to put this inside a div. Okay, and this divs will be okay. So this div class name of flex justify to end, and space of s of 2. Okay, so inside here I'll put a button which will say cancel. Cancel. Would that even be needed? I don't think so. So let me just say submit. Okay, so submit, and I'm going to set the type to make sure it's submit. Great. And I'm going to say disabled when it is pending. Okay, great. So let's check it out. Okay. So here I can select the user, I can select this, I can select date, I can also select date here. Okay, so the button is not showing. Let me open it again. Oh, okay, let me make sure I reload it or refresh the page. Okay, so if I click here now, okay, now I can see I have this. Okay, great job. So now let us go and work on the submit function, right, which will then submit the information to our server. Okay, so here we need to come inside this place. Okay, so try catch. Oh, okay, so catch errors and console log errors. Okay, oh, error. And also a toast that says something went wrong, importing toast from Sona. Okay, and perhaps finally, I'm going to set pending to false. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to go inside the action. So action, and I'll create one for task.ts, and don't forget to use server. Okay, so export cons create new task, which will be an async function, and we'll get data, which will be of type. Let me export this from here. Export this, go there and import this. Okay, great. And I think we'll also need the project ID, which is a string, as well as workspace ID, which is also a string. Okay, so yeah, something like this. Okay, so here first, let's get the user. Okay, so user equal to await user required. Okay, and this, if the user is not authenticated, or redirect the user to the login page. And also let's talk about validating the data. So we're going to say task schema, okay, dot pass, then I'll pass in the data. Okay, so let's now check if is cons is user member. Okay, so I think we could have extracted this to a separate file and just be calling it, but wait, let's just continue. So db, import db from libs and just say workspace member. Okay, where user ID, workspace ID. Oh, okay, my bad. Dot find unique. Okay, great. So here now user underscore workspace. Great. Should be user ID, user.id, and the workspace ID. Okay, great. Okay, so now we can say if is user member it's false, then we'll throw an error that you are not authorized, or yes, to create a task, you're not a member. Okay, so once that is done, now we can now create the task. Okay, so here, okay, so I have this suggestion. So is it the const tags with db to create tags, then the data is the tax ID should be this, the description, the due date, also start date, and I can just say new date, then validated data.start date, and I'm going to do same for this new date and this. Okay, so something like this. And okay, so project should be, yeah, project ID should be project ID. And I'm also going to say, do I even have to pass? Okay, I think assignee ID rate should be validated data.assignee ID. Yes, I think that's true. On what again? I think I have status. Okay, status should be validated status. Okay, that's right. And what again is the priority? Oh, that's a big word. Okay, this one. And also, I think the position. Did I add position to the task? Okay, yes, I added position. Okay, so here, how? Let me check if I added position. to task, the position. Okay, which is I need. Yes, it's there. Okay, so we need to find the position of the task. Okay, so here, I think before I even do that, I need to get the task. So I'm going to say tasks should be await db dot task dot find many. Okay, great, find many. Okay, so I'm going to find many. Where? Find many. Okay, so where project ID. It's the same as the project ID here. And what are the things I even need? Okay, I think that's all. Okay, so I think that's all. So let me now get the last task. So the last task should be task dot filter. So I'm going to use filter. Then I'll get each task and I'll say task dot status equal to data dot status. Okay, so we're going to do the position because the positions, each task and its status, and the status will determine its position because, you know, a task in to do may have a different position, right? And also that of in another status will also have another position. So what we'll do is that we need to do that. We'll filter them and get the in which of the status or category you add in the tags. If you add it to do, then we need to get all tags, filter it and get all the tags of to do, right? Okay, so we'll filter it by the position, and now we'll sort it. Okay, so we'll sort it by saying A and B. We get A and B, and what we'll do is that we'll say B dot position minus A dot position. Okay. So here we're going to do the sorting and get, so this will give us the list, right? It will give us the list and array. So I want to get the first one. So because we are sorting it, and the bigger one will come, yes, up, right? The last one will come up. So we just take the last one. Okay, so here is task. Okay, so I think yes. Okay, yeah. So this will help us get the position. And when I was, you know, developing this, I had a little issue, so I came up with something. So because the position, you know, if you set the position to 1, 2, 3, you know, up there, you know, I had a position. Sometimes when a problem comes, it becomes difficult. So I use a simple method of position should be equal to the last task. Okay, so the last task, if it exists, then I'm going to say last task or task.position, right? Then I'll add 1000 to it. Great. Else I'll start from 1000. Okay, so if the last task, let's say the last task is 1000, I'll add 1000 to it to make it 2000. So it's like 1000, 2000, 3000. So if there's a problem that occurs, perhaps we can even go into the database and perhaps change one to 1500, right? So meaning that there's a room to correct errors. Okay, great. So if it doesn't exist, then we start from 1000. If it does, we just add 1000 to it. Okay, great. So this is how I solve the issue. Yes, I actually use AI to help me solve the issue. Okay. Okay, so we can also create an activity. Once we're done with this, we can also say await db dot activity dot create. Okay, let's also create an activity that something has happened. So data will be the type will be tax created. Okay, that is the activity. The description, let me just copy my description. Okay, so the description will be created tax, then the tax title, which will be I'm just going to say validated data dot title. Yeah. Yes, the project ID and the user that created the task. Okay, great. And now we can either return the task or return success of true. Okay, great. So we can now come back here, and what we can do is that here we will set pending to true, set pending to true, and now say await create new task, right? Okay, so new task, great, and pass in the data. Okay, we pass in the project ID. Project ID. I don't know where am I even getting the project ID from. Project ID will be okay. Will be the project.id and the workspace ID. Space ID. Okay. Okay, so I think this great. And now if it goes through, we'll use tools.success and so give that new task created successfully. Okay, and we'll use the router dot refresh. Okay, great. And we can also say form dot reset. Okay, great. Did I import this? Okay, it's here. So created. Okay, so the issue here is workspace. Yes, okay, I get the workspace ID. And okay, let's check the function here where workspace ID. Okay, we have data, project ID, and workspace ID. Okay, so what is the problem? Workspace ID. Is it saying that it may not? Okay, it may be undefined. So we can say a string. Okay, okay. Okay, let me do this and see. Okay, so maybe I can remove this. Okay, so let's go and try it. So I will make sure I refresh the page first. Okay, so create task. Test. Oh my goodness, test task. And I'll assign it to myself. Okay, medium. Date should be today. Okay, it ends tomorrow. Yeah, okay, status should be fine. Something gibberish here. I'll press on this and let's see if we'll go through. Okay, a new task created. Great job. Great. So now we've been able to create a new task. And to prove that, okay, this thing wants to disturb me. So let me do this again. Okay, so to see that we actually have it, I'm going to run my Prisma Studio. So nps Prisma Studio. Okay, Prisma Studio, so that we'll see that the task has been created. So we can close this, close this, and come back to the dashboard. Great. So yes, this is my Prisma Studio. Okay, so I'm going to go inside tax. Okay, so you can see we have one here. So okay, great. And moment of truth, we have it. So it's to do. This is the tax. Okay, text tax, medium, the start date, and it ends the next day. Great. So now we're done with the tax header. So let's continue with the dashboard. Okay, so below the header, now we can put another div. Wow, great. Okay, great. So this should also be grade, and grade course of 1. Okay, on MD, grade course of 2, LG, grade course of 3, and a gap of 4. Okay. So now I'll come back to the circle grades, the circle progress. So I'll put that one here, and I'll say to do circle progress. Okay. So I'll come back to that. So below that, then I'm also going to have, okay, let me see. So I'll come back to this one. So I'm going to have this information here. Okay, so I'm going to have, okay, so here I'm going to have a div, and inside that div, okay, I'm also going to give classes that says grade course of 1, MD grade course of 2, LG it's a grade course of 3, and a gap of 4 as well. Okay, so the same thing. And now here I'm going to show the tax distribution chart. Okay, great. Then below it, I'll have a CAD component. And the CAD component will have an H3 that says recent activities. Okay, great. So style test-lg font dash semi-bold, great, and margin bottom of 4. Okay, then I also put here the activity feed. Yes, and after this I'll have another one like this, just like this, which that one will be recent comments, and I'll put that one here as comment list. Okay, great. So comment list. Okay, so because all of this does not exist, let me toggle them and now go here. Okay, so where are we? Here, project. Okay, so in here, I'm going to put the tax distribution chart.tss, and this is a chart, so use client. Okay, great. Okay, so here, before then, let me pass the tax here. So tax will be tax. Okay, so we're from this tax. Okay, so the tax is here. Okay. Okay, so here export const tax distribution. Okay. Okay, so let me bring the props here. Okay, so these are props. So each tax will have the title. Sorry, each tax will have total, completed, in progress, and overdue, like we did, right? Okay, so here I also bring some configs that okay, so these configs are just coming from the chat from just a chat config like this. So we have the tax, we have the complete, the label will be this one, the label will be this, and also the color. These colors are in the Tailwind CSS. When we created that, ChatCN created the CSS variable for us, so we're just referring to them here, and in progress, overdue, and to do, right? Okay, so as chat config, okay, do I need to import this from? Yes, import this from UI-chat. Okay, I believe we installed that one also. So yeah, so now I'm going to do, okay, so here, let me destructure the tax from tax distribution prop. Okay, great. So now here, what we can do is that let me just say const data should be equal to an array where I'll have in name. So let me just do formatting, will be completed, and the value will be task.completed. Okay, great. And I'm also going to put a field will be the color, right? So here I will just copy my colors. Okay, I'll put this one here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to put another one. Okay, so we have name, which is in progress. It's a string. Okay, in progress. We also have value, and the value will be tax.inprogress. And the field will be the color, which is this color. Okay, great. And I'll bring that off the overdue, and great. Okay, so overdue will also be red, and the to-do will be blue. Okay, great. So yeah, so the to-do will be the total tax minus the completed plus the in progress plus this. We take all of them, then the to-do will be the remaining. Yeah. Okay, so here what I can put is I can also just say dot filter, right? Okay, so I'm going to filter all of this and say item where item dot value is greater than 0. So what I'm doing is that I'm saying that if any of this list has the value being 0, filter it out. Only return the list where the value is yes. I don't want to show 0. Yes. So if it's 0, just put it out. Okay, great. So now I can come here as a return. I'm going to return a card. So a card from UI card. Okay. And let me style it. So class name, flex, and flex column. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to have card header. Okay. And in the card header, I'll put the card title. Card title. Card title. Okay, so card title, that is tax distribution. Okay. And below this, now I'm going to have the card content. Okay, so card content. Did I not import card? Card. Okay, so card is not here, so card. Okay, great. Okay, so this, let me also provide class here. I'm going to say it should be flex-1 and pattern bottom of 0. Okay, and inside this, now I will put in the chat container. Chat container from chat. So if you install the chat, you should have chat UI.chat. Okay, this. Let me put in some configurations or props. So the config will be the chat config that we created up there. So chat config, great. And also class name, right? Okay, so class name will be mx of auto, right? Aspect ratio, aspect square, right? And max or height should be 250 pixels. Yes, great. So okay, so inside now I'll put in the pie chart also from Rechat. Okay, so Rechat was also installed when we installed the chat. Okay, from chat CN. Okay, great. So pie chart, and inside the pie chart I'll put in the chat tooltip or from UI. Okay, like this. And yes, what are the things I'll need? I'll need the cursor to be should I say false? Yeah, okay, let's just turn it to false. And the content of the tooltip should be chat tooltip content from here. Great. And just say hide label. Great. Just say hide label. Okay, so like this. Great. So all these things are coming from ChatCN, the one we installed. Okay, so now I'm going to say pie. The pie itself also from Rechat. Okay, it's a self-closing. No, not self-closing. Okay, great. So let's pass props. So the data will be data. That's the data we formed up there. And the data key will be value. Okay, apart from that, we'll also have the name key, which will be the name. I think that's name. And we also have the inner radius, which will be, I'm going to say 60, and stroke width should be 5. Okay, so inside now I am going to put label from UI label with content. The content should be okay. This way, the structure, the view box. Okay, view box. And then now let's do it this way. So we're going to say that maybe I can just bring it. Okay, so I have it this way. These things are from the documentation, so no need to waste time on it. Okay, so here I'm saying that, okay, so we're saying that the label, okay, I think I need to close the label. Okay, let me make it as, oh, sorry, a self-closing label like this. Okay, so let's import this label from Richard instead of this label. Great, import the label from Richard. Okay, yes, that's why I was a bit confused. This label is coming from Richard, and yeah, and all these codes are from the documentation. Okay, great. So after this label, come below. So the pie chart, right? So this label will just show in the middle. Okay, so if I show you here, you can see this label. This is what we were doing, right? Okay, so let's go here, and it says that tax distribution chart. Okay, so let's finish this. So after the pie chart, the card content. Now we can put card footer. Okay, and in the card footer, I'm just going to put a paragraph that says showing total task count for the project. Okay, great. So now let's go and look at why this. Okay, so I think it's working now. So let me import this. Okay, great. And let's go back. Ensure to refresh it. Okay, so yes, so we have it this way. Okay, so I think this needs to be in the center. So let's find a way to put it inside in the center. So what we can do is maybe, where is it? So here, we can just go here, and give a star that says test center, right? And let's, okay, I think I can even add the stars here. I'm going to say test.sm, test.muted foreground. Okay, so let's see. Let me reload it and see. Okay, so like I have in the center like this. I think I should, okay. Yeah, but I think it's not in the center. So what I can do is, let me put the star here itself and see test.center. Okay, I don't think it's taking effect. So I don't know why, but maybe I can. So okay, what we can do is maybe we can make it simple by saying a div, right? The div should be flex items to center and justify to center. I mean, maybe this one will solve the issue. And let me refresh it and see. Oh, I think it's still not taking the space. So maybe, okay, maybe let me just give a background and see. Yeah, so why not? Okay, so maybe let me just see. This should be full width. Yeah, I think it's not working. Okay, I think we can refactor the code later. So yeah, so something like this. So let's try again. Create another task. Okay, this high from 22nd to 27th. Okay, let me give a different in progress and this. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so we have two, so half. Great, beautifully animated. Okay, that's great. And okay, so now let's deal with the comments real quick. Okay, great. So if I can close this and now this one. Okay, great. Oh, I can just move that one out. And inside here, I'm going to say activity. So activity feed .tss export const activity feed. Okay. So let me return div. Okay, great. So in this activity feed, okay, I'll import it here, and let me also pass the activities to it as activities. And I do not want to show all of them, so I'm just going to slice maybe 0 to 5. Yeah. Okay, so imported. Yes. Okay, great. So I'll just, okay, so I'm putting the types here. So the activity will have the ID, will have the type, we have the description, they created that, as well as the user, right? And we just pass in the activity feed will be which this activity. So I can just come here and activities. Then I'll just put activities prop here, right? Okay. And now let's come here. So I am going to say class name. Okay. So class name, this should be space of y of 4. Okay. Okay. And inside this, let's just match over the activities first. Activities dot map, where we get each activity, and let's return a div with a key. The key will be the activity dot id, and okay. Okay. So like this. Okay, great. Okay, so let the class name will be it should be flex items start. No, start. Okay, great. And a gap of 4. Okay, so inside, okay, let me, okay, so we deal with this one here. Okay, great. Okay, so here I'll put in the project. Did we give one for profile avatar? Profile. Okay, I don't remember we did that. Okay, so let's create a profile avatar. Okay, so in a profile, Okay, yeah, something like this. I think this should be fine. So like this, yeah. Okay, great. So here we come back here. Okay, so after the size, after the icon, then we have this. We can have another div with a div of class flex and flex of column. Okay, so now a paragraph tag to keep a span. In the span, we can have the activity.user.name, right? Okay, then we can also have the activity.description. Okay, so let me start this of test of SM. Okay, and class name. Okay, this, and I'll okay, also put another class name for this, where I'm going to say font to be medium. Okay, and below this, I'll put another span tag, which will take I'm going to say format distance to now. Yes, to now. Yes. So import this from date fns and passing new date, then the activity dot created at created at great. And yes, okay, so I'm just going to say comma, then I'll do that add suffix. Okay, this to true. Okay, so to get in the time that it was created at, like a minute ago, the moment, like we use moments to do. Okay, so I think I have it like this. So yes, then we have the time here. Great. So yeah, 38 minutes ago, this minute ago. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but I think we should make it also a little bit smaller. So the text should be XX, and the text should be muted dash foreground. And I think I need to give a space here. Great. Let's see. Okay, yes, I think that's fine. Great. Okay, so I created a project and I created a task. So if I create another task, another one, this, I'm going to say hi. Okay, here I'm going to say blogged, and let's see. Okay, it goes through, and great. So now we have this. I think I like the animation of the chat. Great, and it's also here, like less than a minute ago. Okay, so that's it, and now left with a comment. So in the comments, I'll go back here. This I can say as any for now. Okay, so the comments is also going to be something like this. I'm going to pass the comment. So this will be comments, and this will also be comments. And I'm just going to slice it here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to just duplicate this. So copy and paste here and rename it to comments. So comment list, and this will be not here, will be comment list. Okay, great. And for this, I'll change the type to this. Okay, so I'm going to extend the comments from Prisma client. So Prisma client, and you have the user. So here will be comment prop. Okay. I think there's only one user. So, okay, yeah. Oh, user. And I can save. Okay, so if I reload it from here, okay, so it's here, and so less than a minute. This is a test comment. So how should it be? It should be like, okay, so this and this, and the test will come down. So what I'm going to do is that here, okay, this takes this. This should be might be okay. Let me remove this and see. Welcome back. Okay, so let's continue from here. But before then, I want to fix the navbar as well as fix the dark and light theme. So yeah. Okay, so in order to get the dark and light theme, just go to ChatCN and just search for dark theme. Yeah, dark mode. Okay, dark mode. Okay, and select Next.js. Okay, and this is how we can do it. So just copy this command, right? Okay. So I'll open another terminal like this, and I'll paste that, right? Okay, and I'm going to add the legacy dot peer dot devs, right? Okay, yeah, so that I can install it without any problem. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so what we have to do is we need to create a team component like this, right? Inside our component. So inside component, I'll create team component, team provider. Okay, and just copy this code, put it inside. Okay, what again we have to do? Okay, it says that add team provider. So we need to use the team provider around our app like this. Okay, so I can just copy this and wrap it around the children. Okay, so inside the app, the main layout, okay, which is this. Okay, we'll wrap it around the children. So like this. Okay, like this, and make sure you import it. So I'm going to import it from the component and not from Next team. Okay, import it from the component. Okay, what again should we do? After this, it says you need to now get this. So I will go here and copy this command, and I'll put that one also inside the component, and I'll call it team toggle. Okay, .css, and I'll just put this. Okay. Okay, so okay, yeah, this is it. And okay, so now I can just go inside the navbar and I'll just call this component there. Okay, great. So to work on the navbar, okay, so inside maybe inside the workspace, I can create, okay, let me just put it here. So I'm just going to say navbar.tss. Okay, and I'll say export cons navbar. Okay, great. And I'll return nav element. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so now let's go inside the app protected workspace, then workspace ID, where we have the layout here. Okay, so this is where I want to put the navbar. Okay, great. So it's even here. Okay, so I want to comment it and import it. Okay, and we are passing all these props to it. So let's go inside and accept the props. So I can, yeah, save it and go here. Okay. So I'm going to say interface props. Okay. So it will be the ID, which is a string. I'll also have the name, a string, email, a string, and I think image, which is also a string. Okay. So like this, then I'll just say props. Okay, so ID, email, name, and image. Okay, great. So yeah. Okay, so here, I'm gonna have it this way. So I'm gonna put a div here, where I'll put H1, which will say home or home. Okay, and you can put a span tab to give a description. So I'm going to use lorem ipsum. Is it lorem? Yeah, lorem ipsum. Okay, so something like this. Then I also give another div, and in that div, I'll put a button. Okay, great. So button from UI, and I'll put a bell icon inside for notification. Okay, great. Then I'll put another one, which will be also button. And inside it, I'm going to put log out link. Okay, so log out link from kind, great, like this. And I just say, I'm just going to say sign out. Okay, so I guess I should, okay, then in between this, I can put the theme, was it theme toggle? Let me search for the component. Component was theme toggle. Okay, great, theme toggle. But the name, yeah, oh, okay. So the name is mode toggle. So let me change it to theme. Okay, great. Okay, so here, instead of this, I'm just going to call that and just close it like this. Okay, so if I should go back, let's see if I go here. Okay, so he's saying this. Oh, okay, I think I know the issue. This needs to be imported from kind component. Okay, let's go this way and see. Okay, from kind. Okay, so I kind of, okay, so we have to import it from kind OS, OSS kind auth Next.js slash component. So kind OS Next.js auth component, right? Okay, great. So, okay, so something like this slash component. Okay, great. So here I can import log out link. Okay, great. And I think it should work now. Okay, so now I think we can see it here. So here, let's see. Okay, great, it works. Great. So if you use the classes provided by ChatCN, it's pretty good. Okay. So now let's style this. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say is that I'm going to say class name, right? I'm going to say you should take the full width. It should be flex. Flex, okay. Items to center and justify to between. Okay. Maybe I can give pattern of maybe 4. Okay. Okay, so maybe pattern of 4. I can also do a same here. Okay, this is also flex items to center, and I can say a gap of maybe 2. Okay, great. So let's check. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so now I can say maybe this. Okay, so the title perhaps maybe should be test like to Excel font dash maybe bold, right? And I can say this title should be test-sm, right? And the test should be also muted foreground. And let's put something good here. Manage all your tasks in one place. Okay, great. So this one, I can give a variant of maybe ghost. And this one, Also, I can give a variant of outline. Okay. Okay, so I think this is cool. And this is also great. So yeah, great. I think it will be better if we don't, let's also make this also ghost. Okay, so here I'm having error. Where is the error coming from? Okay, so maybe here we can use a popover instead, right? Okay, so maybe I'm going to cut this and I'm going to call popover. Okay, from UI components like this, and every popover will have popover trigger. Okay, also from here, right? And inside, I'm going to put the profile avatar. Okay, great. And I'll say the URL should be image or undefined. Okay, great. And the name should be name. Okay, and I think that's all. Okay, but I want to make this as child so that I rate. Okay, so we have it this way. Okay, great. So now we can get the pop over content. Okay, great. And in the popover content, perhaps I can just have a div like this. And inside the div, I'm going to have maybe h2, which will take the username, right? Okay. And below it, I'll put a paragraph tag, which will take the email. Great. And below this, now I'll put the button that we copied. Great. Something like this. So here, I can give class like this and give just margin bottom of maybe 4. Great. I can even put a separator here. Separator. Okay, from here. Great. Something like this. I can now give this class name of test-lg font-semi-bold. Yeah, and maybe this one I can give maybe test-sm and test that for muted, no, muted-foreground. Okay, something like this. Okay, and if I click on this now, I can get this. Okay, that's not the verse. Okay, let me see. It's not the best. Okay, so maybe I can also put the profile here. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to do is, okay, I'm also going to copy this and I'll say this here. I'm just going to say, okay, flex column, items to center, right? Okay. And maybe gap of 3. Okay, to have it in the center. And I'll just also put this one here, right? And I'll also make this one have the full width by say with full. Okay, so let me try again. Okay, so yeah, another burst. I kind of not like the Okay, so I'm going to take this to be full width, flex. Maybe I should have applied it to this one instead. And items to center, justify it to center and see. I kind of not like the overlay from the bottom. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think this should be fine. Okay, you can just, play around it. Okay, great. So now let's come to this cards here, right? Okay. Okay, so yes, real quick. And so now we're here. We were not here. We're inside the project ID page. Okay, great. We're here. And inside here, we're in the dashboard. Okay, so yes, so yeah, this is the place. Okay, so yeah, let's do that one. Okay, so here, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna have a circle progress. Okay. Okay, and I'm gonna put it inside here. Inside, where should I put it? I think it's in the progress. So a project, so I can put it here, circle progress.tss. Then I'll say export cons, circle progress. Oh, export. Okay, circle progress. Okay, so circle progress like this. And now here, in here, I can just import it. So I'll just say circle progress, great. And let's pass the props to it. So here we'll pass the title, and the title will be tax completed. Okay. Another one will be the value, which will be tax dot completed. Okay, great, completed. And I want to show them in percentage, so I'm just going to say over tax dot total. Great. Then I will multiply it by 100. So this whole of this times 100. Okay, great. Then the next one will be subtitle. Subtitle will be okay, so backtick. I'm just gonna say okay, $, then tax dot completed, right? Okay, so yes, okay, then I'll just say this tax over out of tax dot total completed. So it will be like maybe 10 tax out of this completed. Yeah, maybe this should be fine. Yes, okay, and I'm going to put variant here. Okay, the variant should be success. Okay, great. So now let's go here and begin to accept the props. Okay. Okay, so let me come up here and I'm going to say interface circle props. Okay, so title is string, value, it's number, subtitle, string, and variant. So the variant will either be default or success or warning or in progress. Okay, so and I'll put this variant here. Okay, so default will be this color, success, and this and that. Okay, great. Okay, great. So inside here, I can now destructure it and say circle props. Okay, so here I'll get a title, subtitle, value, and variant. Okay, great. I'm also going to say maybe this should be optional. Since we have default, it should be optional. Okay. Okay, great. Something like this. Okay, so here, let's apply some styling. So here, I'm going to say it should be flex column. Okay, items to center, and maybe a pattern of 4. Okay, so inside this, I'll have the h3, which will take the title. Okay, and let's style it. So start class name. So class name will be test of SM font dash medium, medium, yeah, medium, test dash muted foreground, great, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, so from here, a div, class name, okay, relative, width of 20, and height of 20. Okay, great. Now inside this, I'm going to put the progress. I don't remember if we installed this, but I don't think we did. Okay, so we can go back to chat.cn and search for progress. Okay, progress. Okay, so progress, and yeah, that's it. Here, I'll put it here and install it. Okay, so done installing. So here now I can import progress. So progress from UI. Okay, great. And it will be self-closing. So now let's begin to pass in the thing. So here, the value will be the value. Okay, great. And let's pass also classes. So the classes will be, let's use the CN. So CN, import CN from utils, libs utils, and now this. So here, what we're going to do is that height will be 20, width of 20, rotate. Okay, so rotate dash, then square bracket, negative 90 degrees. Okay, then close it. Okay, then now we will add other classes, which will be, I'm going to say variant. Okay, so get variant style, then I'll just pass in variant. Okay, so like this. Okay, so here, yeah. Okay, so if it doesn't, maybe I can just say all default. Let me see if it will work like that. A string. Let me do something here. I'm going to say type variant type equal to this, right? And I'll now copy this and put it here. Okay, so let me check the naming. So variant type, I'll put it here, and now I'll say as this, also this. Okay, I don't know why, but okay, let me do it this way and see if this way will work. Okay, so here I'm just going to do this, put in this. Okay, so variant is so here. So what? Oh, okay, then let me remove this and see and make sure it will be there. Okay, so let me say this. Okay, so, oh, okay, I think I've seen the issue. So here doesn't match. Okay, yes, okay, so now it's working. Okay, great. And below this, I'll put a div, right, which will say a span tag, and in this span tag, I am going to put in, okay, so here I'm going to put in, let me just do it this way. So I'll just say, okay, let me make it this way. I'm just going to say math.round. Okay, great. And I'll just put in the value, great, or maybe 0. And I'll just add percentage sign to it, right? Okay, great. And below, maybe below this, I can also put the paragraph tag, which will be for the subtitle. That is, if it's there. Okay, subtitle, and I can style it as class name. Okay, so I'm going to see the test should be SM. Okay, test dash muted dash foreground and margin top of 2. Okay, subtitle, no subtitles. Okay, so I think this way. Okay, great. And this one here, maybe also absolute in insert of 0, flex, item center, and justify to center. Okay, so let me check if it's coming up fine. Okay, so okay, let's reload it. Okay, so yes, we have something like this. Okay, so 0 tags, right? Okay, so we have 3 and the total tax is not coming. Okay, so there's this error which says that hydration, okay, so it's coming from the dark theme. Okay, so maybe one thing I can do is that I'm going to stop this, right? Okay, and we'll delete the cache file here. I'll delete this. Okay, and run the server again. Okay, so now let me reload it and see. Okay, so we have it here. Okay, great. So I think we're done with this and that. But the total wasn't showing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to log the tax information here, right? I'm just going to console log it. So tax. Okay. So I'm just going to log this tax information here and I'll see. Okay. Okay. So if you can see, the total information is not coming, right? Okay. So if you check from here, you can see okay, so I have the item, the total is 3, completed 0, in progress 1, and overdue is 2, meaning we're supposed to get something. Okay, so if I say this one, okay, great. So here, I can now remove this. Okay, so here, tax.total, what's the total here? So, oh, okay, I think the mistake is mine. So let it be like this and also this. Okay, so separate them. Okay, so the way we're doing it, it's dividing it. That's why we're getting 0. Okay, great. So I think it should be this way, it should work. Okay, yes. So we have 0/3. Okay, so now I can just duplicate this 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the second one will be in progress. So in progress. Okay, so this one will be in progress. Okay, so in progress also over the total. And here, tax in progress. Great. And I can remove this and say tax in, or I should just say tax ongoing. Yeah. Okay. So ongoing, and this one will be overdue. Okay. Let me change this one to in progress. Okay. Great. And I'll change this to overdue and this to perhaps warning. Okay, great. And here will be overdue, okay, over the total, and here will also be overdue, okay. And I can remove this one also here. I will just say overdue task, and this will also be maybe team members. Yeah, so here will be total members tax. I think this will be inside the project. So project dot members, yes, dot length. Okay, so this one I don't need to make it a percentage. Okay, so here okay, so here will also be the same thing. So maybe project dot members dot length. Okay, so I'll just put members here and remove this. Okay, and here should be maybe default. Okay, great. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so we should have it like this. And to overdue. Okay, so I don't think the stars are taking place. Yeah. Okay, so here, let's see on MD. Okay, let me make it 4. Okay, yeah, something like this. And overdue tax. Okay, so maybe here I can give margin bottom of 6 and see to push it down. Okay, so gap. Let me take off the gap and see. Okay, I also think I should take off this pattern here. Let me make it 0 and see. Okay. Oh, I should wrap it around. Okay, maybe I should wrap it around the CAD component. So from here, I'm just gonna cut this, and I'll call CAD like this. Put it here. Okay. Also same CAD. And the last one also inside the CAD. Okay, so we have another problem. So let me do it this way. Okay, so I'm going to say this should be pattern of 4. Oh, it should be class name. My bad. So class name. Great. Okay, so yeah, like this. But there is a problem here. Okay, so flex column items to center. Okay, and this here, I'm saying relative 20 and 20. Then I put this progress with this and rotate of 90 degrees. Then I'm passing this here, right? Okay, which is the test color. Okay. Here, the test color, and also here it's absolute. Insert 0, should be flex, items to center, justify to center. And here, okay, so let me add class name here, and I'm also going to say CN. Should I even use the CN? Okay, let's do it this way and see. Test of Excel font dash semi-bold, and now I'm going to add so variant style. Then I also pass in the variant. Let's see if this will work. Okay, yes. So now I have the colors. Great. Okay, so let me see on light. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, great. But now this. Okay, so yes, maybe this div, it's, yeah, let it be inside this one, right? And I think I need to still add the gap of 4 again. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, okay, so I think the gap, but now the problem is this. So let's find out how. Maybe let me increase the height. Yes, I think the issue is with the height. So let me make it 28. Yes, okay, I think that's fine. Okay, so maybe here 28. I'm going to say fluency. Okay, I think I need to give a definite. So I'm going to say 24 to also 28. Okay, I think this is okay. Okay, I think that is okay. That is okay. Okay, I think that's okay. Let's not waste time. Yeah, so you can play around it. And also I've seen this, that there is no gap here. So let's fix that. So inside this here, okay, so the issue is from, okay, so here I can just say pattern 4 and also do same for this one. And let's see, kind of push it inside. Yes, yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so we're done with this. So now let's move to the table. Okay, so in the table here, I'm going to search for table, data table. Okay, great. So we're going to use something like this with all of these things. Okay, so first it says we need to install table, which I believe we've done that. Okay, so if I search for table, I don't think there's table. Okay, no problem. So if we don't have it, we can install it. So I'm going to install table. Then what again? We also need to install this, right? Okay, so also copy this. Okay, also copy this and install this. Okay, so whilst that it's installing, now we need to, okay, so we need to get the, okay, so this is the data. And here it says we need, okay, project structure, basic table. So we need to get the various columns, right? So we'll get the columns and we'll create the data table, right? Data table component. Okay. And we'll, yeah, okay, then we'll just do something like this. Okay, so let's just go and work on it, you know. Okay, so I'll add the legacy.py to install it again. So as it is going on, I'll come here and inside here, I'm going to say project table container, which will pass in the projects. Okay, let me just pass the project ID, and I'll just say project ID. Okay, great. So project ID, and I'm going to go inside the component project, and I'll call the project container table container. Let me be specific. Table container. Okay. .tss. Okay, so export cons project table container. Okay, which will be an async function. It accepts project ID, which is a string. Okay, great. Then now we can return a div here. Okay, for now. Okay, great. And I can now go back here and import this. Okay, I can close the dashboard. Okay, so inside this here, let us also fetch the project by the ID. So we'll go inside the data here and project. So I'll create another one that says get project by ID .ts spot cons get project by ID. Okay, so I'm going to say project ID being a string. Okay, great. And also here we'll require the user. So I will await require user. I think it's user required. So user required. Okay, great. So I'm going to say const tags, right? Will be await db dot tags dot find many. Okay. Where project ID, yes, equal to the project ID. Okay. Okay, so this should be an async. Great. So what are the things we'll need here? Here I'm going to say include. So I'm going to include the assigned to. I will select ID true, name true, email true, and image also true. Okay. But again, project also select ID true, name also true, and workspace ID. Okay, workspace ID also true. Okay, what again we'll need okay, I'm going to say also attachment. If there is an attachment, I also select that. Okay, so here I can now return tags. Okay, so I can come back here and say const tags should be await get tags by ID and passing the project ID. Okay, great. So now we get the tags. And once we get it, I am going to say just going to do something here. So I'm going to give a pattern of 4. So P4. Okay, and inside this, I am going to call the project table. Okay, so project table, then I'll pass in the task. Okay, great, which will be tags. Okay, and this project table. Okay, so here I'm also going to create this project table.tss. Okay, so here I'm just going to let me first take the interface of tax props, which will I think I should extend tax from Prisma client, great, and add assigned to, which will have the ID of string, name string, email string, and image also string. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this will be email and this will be image. Okay, and I will also get oh, we could have also made our lives a little bit easier by just calling maybe the user here like this. And there was also project, which also project from Prisma client. Great. I mean, I think this one is very easy. An attachment, is it attachment or attachment, which will be of type files, also from Prisma client like this. Yeah, I think the attachment will be an array, right? Okay. So I think this should be fine. Okay, so here I will say export cons project table. Okay. And I'll take the task, and the task will be of type tax props, which will be an array. So something like this. And I'll just return the data table itself. So I'm going to create a data table which we can reuse. So here it will take columns, and I'm going to say columns, and I will say data to be task like this. Okay, great. So this data table, okay, so maybe I can add the data table to, okay, let me also put it, okay, I'm going to put it here. So data table.tss, it will be a use client component. Okay, great. And now we can go back to the documentation. So yes, so where's the data table? Okay, so yes, okay, so data table, something like this. So I can just copy this and I can put this thing here. Okay, so I have this already. So we're importing from Stack React table, right? And we're also importing the table that we installed for the UI component, and the columns will be of, the columns definition, right? And the data will also be of this data definition, which will assume any types that will pass. Okay, great. And here, so we'll pass the data and the columns, right? So we'll pass the columns and we'll pass the data here. Okay, great. So yeah, okay, so okay, let me save this. Let me go here and import this. Okay, great. And let me also get the columns first. Okay, so inside, where should I even put the columns? Okay, so maybe I'm going to put it inside project. Okay, I'm just going to say columns dot tss. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to bring the types. Okay, so this will be the types. Okay, so project from Prisma client. Okay, so here, all I'm going to say is columns, which will be of type columns definition. Okay, from Stack React table. Okay, then I'll pass in this type of this project text here. Then I'll pass in this, right? Okay, great, which will be an array. Then I'm going to say it should be now an array here. Okay, so then I'm going to define the various fields. So the first one, oh, okay, I think the first one is going to be the ID. which will be of type select. Okay, great. And I'm going to say header, and the header will be this. I will destructure the table. Okay, great. And let me return. I'm going to return a checkbox. So checkbox, import checkbox from UI. Okay, great. A self closing. And now I can say this. So I'm going to say check. If it's checked, okay, so I'm going to say table. Okay, so table dot get, it's all, okay, so it's all page. Great. So it's all page row selected. Great. Or parentheses table dot get is some page row. Great. Selected. And in intermediate. Okay, so an intermediate. Yes, great. So something like this. So we're going to check if they're all selected or some selected and it's in intermediate. Okay, great. I'm also going to do on check change. So on check change, I also get the value, and I'll return table dot get all page. Great, checked. Then I'll pass in the negative or the opposite of value, right? Okay, great. Oh, sorry. I'm going to turn this to a Boolean, right? I'm going to turn the value to a Boolean. Okay, great. That's why I put double exclamatory. Okay, so I'm going to say area label also be equal to select all. Okay. Oh, okay. I think this should be table dot toggle. Great. Toggle all page selected. Great. This one. Okay, so now I think I can even import the columns here. Okay, let me also import this here. Okay, so this I can see. Okay, let me just put any here for now. Okay, so I can close this, then come here, and now let's fix this. Okay, so there must be, and the issue must be somewhere here. Okay, so here. I kind of don't know why, but okay, I don't know why, but let me do it this way. That's tax props. This. Okay, so I think this will now work. I don't know why though, but yeah. Okay, so data table. Okay, so here, so I'm going to pass columns is to columns, and data is to task. So, okay, I think it works now. I'm just going to say in here. Okay, great. So maybe now we can go check it out and see. So if I go to table, okay, says that server something. Okay, so I think here should be use client. Okay, yes, so now we have this. Okay, so now we can continue. We know we're getting something. Okay, so now I can go here and continue with the columns. Okay, so here, now we're done with the header, right? Okay, we're done with the header. We can now have the cell itself. Okay, and also that will get the row, and will return Great. I'm also going to return checkbox. Okay. So checkbox, and the check will be row dot dot get is selected. Okay. So row dot get selected, and on change, I'll get the value, and I also say row dot toggle selected. Then I'm just going to pass in a boolean of value. Okay. And this will also be selected row. Maybe it's, yeah. Okay, great. So now it's coming up fine. Okay, so, and below this, we can also put enable sorting. Oh, here. Yeah, it should be here. Enable sorting to false. Okay, you don't have to sort by the checkbox, and enable hiding also to false. Okay, so the next one will be assess. Okay, so assessor key. Okay, so assessor key will be title. Okay, so title. I hope I've spelled it correctly. Okay, let me just. Okay, oh, sorry, it should also be an object. Okay, yes, it's an object. So assessor key, then we also have the header. And in the header, we also get the column, right? We destructure the column. And now let's also return. Let's also return a button, import button from UI. Okay, great. And this button, I'm going to put variant of ghost. Okay, great. And on click event. Okay, so on click, I'm going to call callback function, which I'll see columns, right? Okay, the columns with the structure dot toggle sorting, right? Toggle sorting. Oh, it's supposed to be toggle. Okay, so here, column. Okay, so toggle sorting, great, like this. And inside it, I'm going to say column dot, okay, get sorted. Column dot get is sorted, then also an object equal to ascending. Okay, like this, great. And inside, I'm going to put tax title, and I'll also put an arrow up, down. Okay, it's supposed to be this way. Okay, so title and arrow up, down. Oh, okay, so arrow. Oh, okay, arrow. Okay, so arrow up, down, like this. My goodness. Okay, great. So arrow up, down, like this. Okay, and here we also need to get this cell. So we also destructure the row, and now let us return. So I'm going to say const title should be equal to row dot get value. Okay, and the value is title as string. Okay, then we'll return. I'm going to return a link component from next link with the href. of, I'll just copy the href. It's long, so okay, and this is the href. So it's going to workspace, then the row dot original dot project dot workspace ID, then also the project ID, and yeah. So, and inside it, I'm going to have a div, okay, with a div class name, okay. So flex items to center and a gap of 2. Inside, I'll have the project avatar, okay, with the name equal to row dot get value. Oh, I think I may have the title, so I can just pass title here. Great. And I'm going to say span, which I'll pass in the title. Okay, great. And let me start the title. So class name, test SM, font medium. Okay, Excel, test dash base, capitalize also. Okay, so maybe we can check our progress. Okay, so we have it this way. Great. And when you click on this, it will take you to the tax details page. Okay, so we don't have that for now, so let's just continue. Okay, so the rest, I think we have the idea, so we can just duplicate them. So now we also show the status, and the status will be, we'll also get the status, right? And we'll pass it inside a badge from UI, right? Great. And we're passing the variants here. So in here, I am going to add variants to the badge, right? Okay. So I'm going to add variants. So I'm just going to click on this, open that component, right? And where you see that there are variants here. So this is why we like ShatC, and you can customize it, right? So there are variants here. You can change the classes. You can add more. So like I'm going to do so variants, the outline here, I'm going to add more. So I am adding if it's owner, member, viewer, all of this with different colors. I'm just changing the background color and the text colors. Okay, great. So if I pass this one here, now it should work. Okay, great. And I'm going to pass another one. I'm going to get another column, which will be the priority, right? Okay, so the header will be priority. Great. And the cell will be this, right? Just get the priority and passing it here. Okay, so the next ones. Okay, so the next one is also the created art date, where I'm using format from date FNS. Great, formatting it to month, day, and year. Great, and I'm also formatting the due date, so created a date and the due date here. And now I'm also gonna get another, the last 3. Okay, so I'll just bring the last 3 here. Okay, so the last 3, they're here. So this is also assigned to, so I'll get the name of the assigned to, right? So I get the name and I get the, this assigned to will have the name and image. So this will be a string and this will also be a string. And here I'm importing the profile avatar and passing the name as the name. If there is no name, I'll just say unassigned, and the image URL, I'm also passing this, right? Okay. And also I'm showing the name, right? Great. And now here it's also for the attachment. So if there are attachment, I just get them, and I'm going to use paper tip, paperclip tip. Yes, that's the icon. Okay, and I'll just put this dot the length so that we know that we have attachment. Okay, here I'm also going to use a drop down menu from UI drop down, and a drop down trigger from here also, and I'm going to put here ellipsis vertical, okay, icon. Great. Inside the bottom, and the drop down content will now be here, and I also bring drop down menu item. Okay, and I'm going to put a link inside which will say view task, right? Okay, so it will be like okay, so it'll be like this, right? Okay, you view or you can delete task. So that's what we're doing. So that's why we're using the drop down. Okay, so view task, and you can also have the delete task. Okay, So delete tags. Okay, so the delete tags is a component on its own, but not yet here. So I'll just say delete tags. Okay, great. So if we check, so now we have this, and the others. Okay, great. So we have them here like this. So we have view, which will go to the tags detail, and the delete will also come. Okay, great. So now let's also add the functionality that we can search, right? As well as remove some of the columns. Okay, so how do we do it? That's also fairly simple. So we'll just go to the data column, not the data column. We'll go to the data table itself, right? Okay, so in the data table here, okay. So in the data table here, great. So a lot of things are going on here. So we have the table row, the table header, right? Where we map over the various groups, right, of header. Then we just display the various headers, right? Because the columns have their headers. Okay, so we display them, right? So that's why you see the various headers that we gave. Okay, because in our columns here, we said each one has their header, right? Header. Okay, sorry, header. So we get, that's what we're mapping over them here. And here we also have the body itself, where we map over the table. And if we don't have any, we'll just say no result, right? Okay, great. So how can we do the sorting? Okay, let's come here. Okay, so I will bring this. Okay, so before we come to the table, I'll bring these two. All of these things are coming from the CN, right? Okay, so I'll bring these to sorting and column filter. Okay, so import React from React, and also sorting from TankStack React table. Also column filter state, also import that. Okay, great. Once that is done, we can also bring another, which will be this. Okay, so we have column visibility, right? Also import column visibility state from TankStack React, right? And the rows selected. Okay, great. So now inside this table here, where we're using the use React table from TankStack query, right? Where we're passing the data, the columns, and the get core column model, core row model, right? Okay, so we're going to add more. So we can add things like, okay, so we can get things like on sorting change. Great. We'll do the set sorting. Okay, so set sorting, right? Great. On column, okay, so on column filters change, we'll also do set column. Okay, set column filters. Okay, great. We'll also say get pagination model, which will also be get pagination columns. Okay, so get pagination row model. Okay, have I imported that one? Let me see. Okay, yeah, it's up there. So yes, also like this. Then also get sorted row model, which will also be get sorted row model from TankStack. Also going to say get filter row model, which will also be get filter row model. Make sure you import it as well. Okay, so on column visibility change, I'm also going to say set column visibility. Great. And so okay, I think I need the last one. So on row selected change. Great. I'm also going to say set row selected change. Okay. Now there's another thing you need to add, that is called state, and the state will be sorting column filters, also column visibility, and also row selected. Great. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, that's a lot. Okay. So now before this, okay, so now in here, okay, so before the table, inside the div here, we're going to have a search input. Okay, so I'll just bring that here. Okay, so search import input from UI component UI, and we are passing that is filter tax title, right? And here I'm getting the value. The value will be table.get column, right? Table.get column, and the table is already up there. So table.get column, and the column is the title that we want to filter. Then we say dot filter value, and we're filtering it as string or nar, right? And on change, we'll get the event, and when we get the event, we'll do the column filtering, right, using the value that we passed. And the test name, sorry, the max should be the max width should be SM. Okay, great. Now we also need to get the drop down. Okay, so we have it this way. Maybe I can wrap this in a div like this, something like this. Then I'll just put the drop down here. Okay, so this is a drop down menu. So import a drop down menu from UI. Okay, and every drop down also needs to have the toggle, right? And I'm placing a button inside the toggle, right, with columns, then the arrow, chevron arrow, right, which is coming from UI. I'm sorry, Lucid React, and also the drop down content. And in the content, we're using the table to map over the columns, right? The various columns that we have. So we map over the columns, then we list them inside a drop down checkbox item. Okay, like this. Okay, great. So that we can select them. So maybe we can check the progress. Okay, so now we have this here, right? I also have this. So all of them are selected. So if I unselect something, then you see that it takes effect immediately here, right? So I can toggle some of them. Maybe I don't want to show title, whatever I want to show, I can just toggle them here. Okay, great. So what I can do is I can come here and give classes that says flex, items to center, justify to between, and maybe pattern top and bottom of 2, maybe something of that sort should be fine. Okay, so okay, maybe this is fine. Okay, so I can come here. I think I had a pattern somewhere that I don't remember. Here, or here. I actually don't remember where I placed the pattern, but I wanted to remove it. I think maybe here. It'll be inside this. Maybe I can remove this. Let me set it to 0. And now here, or here, it's here. Okay, and I'll set this to 3. Okay, maybe something like this should be fine. Or instead of setting this to this, I can change this to like this, so that it will be also applied to the side left and right. Great, great. Okay, so yeah, it does work. Beautiful. Okay, so we also left with the pagination, right? Okay, so down here we can also put the pagination, which is fairly simple. Okay, so here, okay, so the pagination is also as a div for flex, item center, justify to end, right, and a space of X and a pattern of top and bottom of 4. Then we have this, which will list the table.filters.selected, right? So the number of rows that we'll select, we'll see them. So we'll see the number of them out of the total rows, right? We'll see the message here, and also have a button, right, which will say previous and next. So when we click on previous, it will just say table.previous page, right? And if there is no previous page, it will be disabled, and also for next and next page. Pretty simple. Okay, so we have this. So if I select something, you see 3 out of 3, right? If I unselect, you see that says 2, 1. Okay, so just like that. Okay, and let's see if the filtering also works. So now it works very well. So I don't remember. Maybe I should show the title. Okay, so I can say another here, and you can see another is here. I can say tax, and tax is also here. Great. Okay, so you can now play around it. Now let's continue with the Kanban board. Okay, great. So, okay, so I will close all of them except this. So close others, toggle this, and now here, Kanban board. Okay, so here I am going to say project Kanban. Okay, great. And I want to pass initial task, which will be of type. Okay, so task question mark dot the items. Okay, so yeah, project Kanban and project Kanban. Okay, great. So let's also create this component. So I'll go inside here, project and project Kanban.tss. Okay, great. And okay, so there will be a drag and drop feature. So this will be a use client component. And I think I made something. Okay. Okay, great. So like this. So here I will define the columns. Okay, so I will define the columns and this will be the columns. Okay, so I'm going to use the columns from the tags. So it's either to do, in progress, or this or that. So yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to say export cons project Kanban. This. Okay, so where I will accept the initial tags, right? Okay, and initial tags will be of type project tags props. Okay, I don't remember this exists. Okay, so I will go inside the types. Types. Okay, so types, and I'll add this here. Okay, so the project tax props. Okay, which I don't think I've created it. Okay, so I am getting the tax and I'm extending it, right? So there will be the assigned to, and there'll be the project. Each project will have the ID and the name. Okay, and here will also be, I'm also getting columns, right? Which there will be ID, the name, and there will be this one here. Okay, so I can just import this one here. Oh, okay, so project tax prop. Am I exporting it? Okay, so it should be project tax prop. Let me just copy it and put it here. Okay, so it's not coming, so I'm going to say this here from at I think at utils. I don't know where is this file. Okay, so this file is in utils, then types. Okay, so utils and types. Okay, so this. Okay. Okay, so here. Yeah. Okay, I think it should work. Okay, so this should be an array, right? Great. Okay, so here, let me just return an empty fragment for now. Okay, great. And let me go here and import it. Okay. Okay, so if this turns out to be that, we can say this as unknown as project tax prop. Okay, it's supposed to be an array. Okay, unknown. Okay, so here now we can say cons we'll use router dot use router. Okay, next navigation, and we'll also say if initial. Okay, so initial tags dot length, right, equal to 0. We'll just return now. Okay, great. So I'm also going to create columns and set columns, which will be of type use state, and it will be of type columns. Column. Okay, so this column is coming from the types. Okay, so column, and by default it should be empty. Great, something like this. Column. Okay, this will be an array, great, like this. So now we'll have to use a use effect. Okay, so use effect from React. Okay, so a use effect like this. Okay, and now let's perform the operation. Okay, so we're going to have the initial column, right? So cons initial columns, which will be of type column, an array, should be equal to, I'm going to say object dot entries. Okay, great. Then the columns that we have there, column titles, great. Then we'll map over it. So here I'm going to get status, then I'll get title. Okay, great. So I'm going to get, so if you see, these are the status of the tags, and this will be the title. So the key and the value. Okay, great. Okay, so now I can just say, then I will want to return. Okay, so now I want to return ID will be status, which will be as type tax status. Okay, so tax status from Prisma client. Okay, so okay, it has already been imported. Then I also get the title. Then I'll get the task, which are associated with that particular title. Okay, so that one I'm going to say initial task dot filter. Then I'll filter to get each tax. Okay, then I'll just say tax dot status equal to status. Okay, then I'll also sort it, right? Sort it, and I'm going to get A and B, right? Okay, then I'll return where A dot position is minus B dot position. So we just want to sort them and bring a one with the position, sort the position in that order. Okay, great. So the smallest one first, and the others will also follow. Okay, so here ought to be tax status like this. Okay, and this column, it's also coming from here. Okay, so make sure the spellings are correct. Okay, great. Okay, so this should be imported from okay, so this should be imported from Prisma client. Okay, great. So now it's fine. Okay, so once this is done, what we can do is that we can set columns, right? Okay, so we're going to set columns to initial columns. Okay, so this sorting that we've done, initial columns here, and here we can also pass initial task as a dependency. So once this changes, then we'll fire this again. Okay, so now let us render the item. So I'm going to make this a div and class name. Okay, so I'm going to say flex, gap of 4, height of full. Okay, on MD, I'm going to say px of 4 and overflow of x of auto. Great. So now inside this, we will use drag and drop. Okay, so we're going to use drag and drop from, okay, so let me show you. Okay, so the actual drag and drop library, it's not maintained again. So we're going to use at hello.p NA yes -d and d. Okay, so this library, I think it's a fork of the original one, and now this one they maintain it. Okay, great. So this one, it's maintained, so we're going to use this one. So yeah, we're going to use this one. So just installation. Okay, so installation here. Okay, so just call we're using npm, so this, right? Okay, just copy this command, open your terminal. Okay, let me add the legacy.pa.deps straight up. Okay, so as it is installing, okay, so we'll import a few things from that package. Okay, so from at hello, that's Pangia dash D and D. Okay, so I'll need the drag drop contest. I'll also need draggable. I'll also need the droppable. Okay, so you drag and you drop. And I also need the drop resource. Okay, great. Okay, great. So now here, I'm going to use the drag drop contest. Okay, great. And inside this drag drop contest, now I'm going to say on drag end. Okay, so on drag end, I'm going to call a function called on drag end as well. Okay, great. So maybe I can just say here and just copy this name. Okay, like this. Okay, great. So when you drag and you end it, then we'll call this function, which will update the position of the tags. So here I'm going to say columns.map. Okay, so if you remember, we have a state here which we've assigned these columns. Okay, so columns.map. Okay, so I'll get each column. And I will return a div. Okay, so this div will have class name, but then let me give it a key first. Since we are mapping over something, we need to give a key, and the key will be the column.id. Okay, so you remember each column has an ID. Okay, great. So the classes will be flex column. Okay, min width of 60, width of 80, bg of gray dash 50, and on dark I'm going to say bg of gray dash 900. Okay, great. Now inside this div, I'll put another one. Okay, let's also style this. So class name, flex, justify to between, and items to center. Okay, another div inside, which also class name, flex, item center, gap of 2 and margin bottom of 4 and pattern left of 3. Okay, so inside this, I am going to give another div, which will be self-closing. Okay, so here, I'm going to say class name, then I'll use the cn function. Okay, so cn helper. Yeah, okay, great. And okay, let me just say size of 4 and rounded. Okay, so we'll come back to it. And let me add styles here. Okay, so here I'm going to say background color. Okay, great. So I think the CSS wasn't working here, so I used this. Okay, so we're going to give that color, but then let me go inside the utils file here, this index. Okay, I don't know whether I have the colors. I don't think I have it. So I'm going to do this. Okay, so I have the tax status colors, right? So if it's block, it's going to be this. To do, these are the colors. Okay, great. So I'll just say here, I would say background should be the tax status, right? Tax status variant, great, import, and now passing the column dot id, great, which will be of type tax status. Okay, great, tax status. Sorry, as tax status. Okay, so if we do this, we're supposed to get something like if we go here, we're supposed to get something like this. So okay, let me refresh it and see. Okay, so now we have this here. Okay, great. Okay, so then below here, I'm going to have an h2, which will display the column dot title. Okay, and what I'll say is that class name should be font dash semi bold. Okay, I think that's all. So now we have it here. Okay, beautiful. So now let's render the items itself. Okay, so this is the header. So this is the header. Okay, so here, great. Now I think I can put a separator. Okay, so a separator like this. And maybe I can also give some class name here, which will be like margin bottom of 2, right? Okay, then here I'm going to use drag. No, let me use, I'll use the droppable. Okay, great. So in the droppable, I have, okay, so droppable ID. So droppable ID, the droppable ID will be the column.id, right? Okay, great. Column ID. And now inside this, we're going to map over the we're going to get the provided, right? The provider. So this is how we do it. So provided, okay. Then I'll return and immediately return this. I'll return a div. Okay, like this. Okay, so provided, yes, that's correct. Okay, yeah, like this. And now here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to spread the provided. So provided dot droppable props. Okay, great. And also I'll need a ref. So I'm going to say provided dot inner ref. Okay, great. Then I also need some classes. So class name will be flex1 rounded LG and pattern of 2. Okay, great. So now inside this, now we have the we have this. Now we can map over the various tags itself. Yes, so column dot tags, right? You know that each column has a tags. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm having these suggestions. Okay, let me see. Let me just not accept this. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so columns this dot map, where I'll get each tags and its index. Great. And I will return immediately, return draggable. Yes. Okay, great. So here I'll also need to pass the key, which will be the tags.id. I also need to pass in draggable ID, which will also be the tags.id. And lastly, I also want to pass the index, which will be the index. Okay, and inside here, I am also going to get the provided again. Okay, so like this. So provided, great. And now I can return okay, so now I can return let me just say should I say tax card or project card? Project card or task card. Okay, I think yeah, great. And this tax card, what I'm going to pass is I'm going to pass the ref, which will be provided dot inner ref. Okay, I'll also pass the provided to be provided. Okay, and I'll pass the tax itself as tax. Okay, so in here, project card.tss, export cons project card. Okay, so return a div. Okay. Great, and now I can import it here. Okay, so project card. Oh, okay, I think I missed something. Okay, it should be dot. Okay, so project card. So now I think I can import it. Okay, great, like this. Okay, so now let's go and continue our work from here. Okay, so here I will also need few props, right? Okay, so I'm going to say interface data props. Okay, so data props. Okay, data props will have the ref, and the ref will be element, which is optional, and it's going to be HTML. Okay, HTML element. Okay, great. Or can be now. Oh, I missed this. Okay, so here, okay, so like this, it should be, okay, so it should be like this, or now, great, and it will return void, okay? Yes, like this. Okay, and we'll also have the tags, which will be of the project tags prop. Okay, so project tags prop from types, and the last one will be the provided, which will be of type draggable provider. Okay, from, yes, hello, yes, from this library. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so here I am going to destructure them by saying data props, okay. Okay, so data props. So the data we'll get the ref, we'll get the provider, provided, and we'll get the tax itself too. Okay, so in here also I want to get the tax, the workspace ID and the project ID. Okay, I don't think I have I have the hook for that. So I'll go inside the hooks. Okay, so here I'm going to say use not profile project -id.ts, and I'll just put this like this. So get project ID, we use the use parameter, we just return the project ID. Okay. Okay, so I'll just import this. Okay, great. So now I am going to return, I'm going to use a card from UI card. Okay. And let me pass in the ref will be provided dot inner ref, great. And I also spread the provided dot droppable props. Okay. Okay, this is supposed to be okay. Let me just copy them. Okay, great. So provided dot draggable props and also drag handle props. Okay, great. Okay, so now I'm going to put a link. So link from next link. Okay, so next link, and okay, so the href. Okay, so I'll just put the href. So this will be the href. So the href will go to workspace ID project, then it goes to the task because it's referring to the particular task. And I'll put an h3 here, and I'll put the task.title. Okay, great. So let me give classes of font-medium. Okay, so let's go and see if we're making progress. Oh, and already we can even drag, right? You can see, great. But if we drag, nothing happens, it moves back because we don't have the functionality to save the changes inside our database. Okay, so let's finish with the card. Okay, great. So once done, I'm going to say tax.description. Okay, so if the task description exists, then I am going to say paragraph. And in the paragraph tag, I will put the tax.description. Okay, great. But I need to make sure that we don't show all the description there. Okay, so what we're going to say is that the text should be SM. Okay, and text should be muted, foreground, and margin top of 1, and line clamp of also line clamp of 3. Great. So line clamp. So we only want to show 3 lines of the description. Okay. So when this is done, I'm also going to put a div. Okay. So you can design the card to whatever style you want, right? Whatever you want to show, you can show it here. Okay. But if you want to get like I am also, then you can follow along here. Okay. So I'm going to say flex items to center gap of 2, right? Justify to between and margin top of 2. Okay. I need to separate them. Okay, great. And in here, I'm going to put another one. Okay. Class name. Okay. Flex items to center gap of 2. Again, then I'll put the project avatar. Okay, so project avatar name will be tax.project.name. Okay, so like this. So we have the project name, and Okay, let me see. Okay, so we have it this way. Ready? Okay. And I think this also accepts class name, yes. So I'm going to reduce the size to size 5. And let's see. Okay, I don't think it's working. So in order to override it, I will put exclamation mark here and see if it will change. Okay, see, now it has changed. Okay, but I think maybe let me make it 6. Maybe 6 will be good. Okay, I think 6 is okay. Great. So this is how you can make it. So like in CSS, what we say importance, right? So this is how you can do it in Tailwind. Okay, and below it, I'm going to put a paragraph, and I'll put in the project name itself. So tax.project.name. Okay, and I'm going to style it. So class name test-sm and test-muted-foreground. Okay, so let's go and see the progress. Okay, so it's coming up fine. Okay, great. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, great. So what again? Below this div, I'm going to put a badge. Okay, so badge, import from UI, badge, UI badge. And this will be the tax.priority. Okay, and I'm also going to put the variant. So the variant, if you remember, we've added the variant. Okay, so the variant will also be tax.priority. Okay, great. So let's see. Okay, so we have it like this. So now I also want to display the assignee information. So div. So class name, right? Okay. So it's also going to be flex items to center, a gap of 2 and a margin top of 2. And inside it, I'm also going to put the profile avatar with the URL being tax.assign2.image. Great. And the name will also be equal to tax.assign2.name. Great. And should I also pass class? Let me also pass a class here. So here I am going to say that the width should also be size 6, right? And test of 14. I think test is okay. Great. Then like this, I also bring the name of the person. Okay, so here I'm just going to say assigned to, yes. Okay, so like this. Great. So yeah, that's the card. So now our duty now is to handle the drag and drop. And you know, there can be that user can drag within a particular column like this, whether dragging it down or up, can also drag into another column up or down. You know, all of these things needs to be taken care of. Okay, great. So how do we do that? Let's go back to the function. So I think the card, I think the card itself, yeah, we're done with the card. So this card can go close this, and also close this. So here, now we come to this function. Okay, great. So in this function, we're gonna have something to do. Okay, so here, I am going to use callback. So I'm going to say use callback. Okay, import that from React and parentheses. Okay, so I'm going to say async. So async. Okay, great. So I'll get the result, right? Okay, so result, and the result should be drag. It should be drop result. Oh, okay, drop result. okay, which we have imported already. Okay, great, something like this. Then I'm going to return this. Okay, great. And here after this, I'm going to put a dependency. The dependency will be the column. Will be the columns. Yes. Okay, like this. Great. So now let us go inside the function itself here. Okay. So here I'll say cons. I want to destructure from the result. Okay. So I'm going to destructure from the result. What are the things we'll destructure from the result? We'll destructure the destination and also the source. Okay, so where is it coming from and where is it going? That is where you're dragging from and where you, dropping it. Okay, great. So if there is no destination, right? If there is no destination, we'll just return. Meaning you didn't drop it anywhere. You didn't drop it at where you're supposed to drop it, right? Okay. Okay, let's also say cons new columns will be equal to an array. Then I will spread the old columns. Okay, great. Like this. Okay. So that is we cloning the old one, right? Okay, great. So now let us also find the source and the destination column, right? Okay, so we're going to say cons source column will be equal to, should be equal to new column, right? Okay. Dot find. Okay. I'm going to say call, then I'll return call dot id being equal to source source dot id. Great. So now we have cloned the columns and we want to find the source column, right? So we are saying that the source column, we should find it from this one, right? The new column or the clone columns, right? We find it, we get all the columns, the ID, and want to check where is equal to the source dot the droppable ID. Okay, great. And let's also find the destination. So dest column, I will going to say dest column should also be new column dot find, right? I'll return, and it should be column id dot destination dot droppable id. Okay, great. So now that we have the various columns, one thing we can do is we're also going to place a check. So I'm going to say if there is no source column, right? Okay, so I think great. Okay, so source column. So source column, if there is no source column or there is no destination column, right? Okay, so we'll return. Okay, whatever will make the user to drag it and not drop it somewhere, whether there's one or not, we will just return. Okay, great. However, if it does, we need to remove the tags from the source column, right? So when the user drag and drop it, we need to remove it from the source and place it inside the destination. Okay, so we're going to say cons here. I'm going to say moved task. Okay, great. Should be equal to source columns dot task. Okay, great. Dot splice. Okay, great. So splice, then I will pass in the source dot index. Oh, index. Great. Then also 1. Okay, so here I am getting the moved tags, right? So I'm saying that it should be the source column dot the tags dot splice. I'm using a splice, and I'll pass in the source. This should be source, not source column, source. Yes, the source itself and the index. Okay. Now we also need to calculate the new position, right? As I told you, the user can drag it within the same row, not within the same column, by maybe perhaps dragging it up or down, or can be across rows, right? Okay. So we need to calculate the new position. So I'm going to say cons destination tags should be also destination dest column. Okay, dest column dot tags. Okay, great. So like this, destination tags should be okay. There's column tags. Okay, great. So now I'm going to say that let new position be a number. Okay, so if destination tags, if destination tags dot length. Okay, great. So if destination tags dot length equal to 0, right? Okay. So if the destination tags dot length equal to 0, then we'll see that the new position should be 1000. Okay, meaning that there is no tags at the destination, right? So we'll start from 1000, if you remember. Okay. Else, if destination tags dot length, okay, not destination tags, if destination, right? What is the destination? Destination. Okay, I have destination up there. Okay, so if destination dot index, great, also equal to 0, right? If the index of the destination equal to 0, then we'll also do this. I'll say that new position. Okay, so new position should be equal to destination tags. Okay, then the index of 0, right? Because we're saying that the destination dot index is equal to 0, dot index of 0, then dot position. Okay, so I am selecting the destination tags of the first index because we say the index is 0 of the first index, right? Then the position should be minus 1000. Okay. Okay, so let's also check for another condition, that is else if destination dot index, great, also equal to destination tags dot length. Okay, so if also the destination index is also equal to the length of the destination tags, then we also need to say new position should be equal to destination tags. So destination tags, then we'll pass in the destination tags length, destination tags dot length, right? Okay, dot length minus 1, right? Because that is the index. So we need to say minus 1 because index starts from 0. So minus 1. Then we'll get that position, say position, then the position will be plus, that position will be plus 1000. Okay. Oh, it's a 1000. I hope I didn't type 10,000 all the way. Okay. And lastly, okay, so lastly, new position, that is if all of these are not matched, then lastly, new position will be equal to destination tags, then destination, okay, so destination is supposed to be this destination dot index, great, minus 1, then the position, great, also plus destination tags plus destination tags, also bracket, square bracket, destination dot index, okay, then dot position, okay, then position, then all will be divided by 2. Okay, let me try and go over this again. Okay, so what we're doing is that we need to get the position. As I told you, there can be movement between columns and there can be within column. So we first check that if the destination tags length is 0, then it means there is no tags there. So we're starting from 1000. Okay, and if the destination dot index is also 0, then it will be the new position will be the destination tags of index 0 position minus 1000. Okay, great. And else, if the destination index is also equal to the length of the destination tags, then we'll see the new position will be the destination tags of index destination tags dot length minus 1, then the position will be plus 1000. Okay, and lastly, if none of them matches, then we just say it should be the destination tags of index destination.index -1 of the position plus the destination tags of index destination.index, then the position, they will divide it by 2. Okay, great. So now let us also update tags within the new position, and also the status, because you're moving, so we need to update the tags, right, the status and the position. Okay, so now what I can do is I can say const updated tags should be equal to this. I'm going to spread the moved tags, right? Great. And now I will change the position to position. Okay, so position should be new position. Okay, great. And status will also be destination dot droppable ID as, then I'm going to say as tags status. Great, because the IDs are the status of the tags. Okay, great. So I have this. So now this will be the new tags, right, with the position and the status. Okay, so now let us insert it, at a new position. Okay, so let me scroll up. Okay, so to insert it at the new, I'm going to say destination. Let me see this column. Okay, great. This one. So this column dot task dot also splice. Okay, great. So splice. Then I will say destination dot index. Okay, great. Then 0. Then updated task. Great. Okay, so now let's also update the state. So I'll say set columns, great, to be new columns. Okay, great. So now we've performed the operation of updating the various columns. So let's pass the new column, which is a clone of the old one, to the original one, so that the UI also be updated. Okay, great. So now I'm going to put a try catch here. Okay, so catch error. So console log error. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is that in here, we also need to make sure that the database is also updated. So what I'll say is I'll say update with update update tax position. Okay, then I'll just pass in moved tax. I'll pass in the moved tax, right? I'll pass in the new position. Okay, and I'll also pass the destination dot droppable ID, which is the tax status. Okay, so this function does not exist. Okay, so let's create that one and we should try it out and see. Okay, so here I'll go inside the app actions, that of tax. Okay, let's put this here. Okay, great. So close this and I'll come here. Yes, I'll say export const, then the name, which will be an async function, and this will take the tax ID. Or did I pass the tax ID? Or okay, so let me pass in the move tax ID instead. Great. So ID here. So this will be the tax ID, which is a string. Yes. And also the new position, which is also a number. Okay, so we get a new position, which is a number, and also the status, right, which is of tax status. Okay, so import this from Prisma client. Okay, so these are the information we need, and we also need to check if the user performing that is logged in or not, right? So I'll just say user required, is it required user or user required? So required user. Oh, I think it's user required. Okay. Okay, so check that. And this function, if the user is not logged in, or just return the user. Okay, so if the user is logged in, now we can just say const tags should be equal to await db.task.update. Okay, great. So update, and this is how we're gonna do it. So we're gonna say where. Okay, so where okay. So where the ID is equal to tax ID, right? And the data is now position should be equal to new position and status to status. And I can just say return. Okay, great. And now I can go here and import this function. Okay. And now let's go and check moment of truth. I hope it works because we've added a lot of things. Okay, so first I'll reload or refresh the page. So I'll refresh the page first. And now we'll check it and see. Okay, so I will drag from in progress to complete. And okay, so it went back. Okay, so how can we see whether it was done or not? So let's refresh it and see. Okay, so I think it didn't go through. So let me try it again and see. Okay. Okay, so it's not going through. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to place here. I'm going to say cons tax equal to, and I'll do console log, right? I'm going to console log the tax here before I do the return tax. Okay, and also here, instead of refreshing it, I'm going to say router.refresh. Okay, so let's see. I also want to open my terminal. Okay. Okay, so if I drag to this place, I'll go and check. Okay, so it's not going through. I think I also had some console log somewhere. Okay, this one. Okay, so let me try it again. This way. Okay, so I get an error that says that invalid hook call. Hook can only be called inside of a body of a function. Okay, component. This. Oh, okay. I think I might have placed it somewhere else. Okay, great. So let's go and look here. It should be somewhere here. Okay. Okay, so here, where? Oh, okay, so here ought not to be like this. It ought to be this. Yes, great. So great, like this. Great. So I think this is the problem. Okay, so when I made the arrow function, I think I should have changed it. Okay, so let's go and try it again and see. So refresh first and let's try it. Okay, so I'm going to drag this to this place and now it stays there. Okay, so I think it's working. Okay, let's see. Okay, great. So now we have this, meaning now we dragged into complete. Okay, so completed, and the new position is 1000. Great. So if I also drag this to here, okay, let me go and check. Okay, and the position is 2000. It's also completed. Okay, great job. So I can now remove this from here. I don't think we need it again. And I can reload it and see. Okay, great. And they are still there. And if I go here, the status are also updated. And if I come here, great, I can see that they are updated and 2 of the tasks is completed. Great job. We just did drag and drop. So let's see if I can. Okay, so I am going to okay, so I'm going to also drag within the same tags and see. Okay, so let's see if I refresh it. Let's see that it's the positions, if we're updated correctly. Great. So now this is the first one and this is the second one. Okay, great. So yeah, I can drag into the middle like this. And yeah, that's it. I think we are done. Welcome back, friends. If you're a new visitor to this channel, kindly do where to like and subscribe. Okay. And if you're also a returning subscriber, like and share and also comment. Okay, so we'll continue from where we left. But before then, I want to fix this error, right? Okay, coming from the theme thing we added. Okay, so I think I forgot one thing. So we also need to add this, right, inside our layout. So here, I'll close most of these things. Okay, so go inside the main layout, right, where we have the wrapper. Okay, so the main layout will be inside the app, then this layout. Okay, so here we also need to add this, right, and just save. And let's go and check, refresh it, and let's see. Okay, so I think that's all. Okay. Okay, so if I reload it again, let's see if we get that warning. Okay, so it has been fixed. Okay, so now if I click on one tax like this, it should take me to the tax detail page. Okay, and we don't have that. So let's create the tax detail page. Okay, so I'll close this, also close this navbar and close this. Okay, so this will be inside the Workspace project, right? Project ID, and inside the project ID, we'll have also square bracket tax ID slash page.tss. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to say this and let's check if we have the page now. Okay, so now we have the tax ID page. Okay, so what we can do here is this will also be an async function. And inside here, we need to get the params. Okay, so we can also bring it on top here, say interface props. Okay, let me make it page props. Okay, and in this page props, we'll have the params, and the params will be of type promise, so React 19, so don't forget that. Okay, great. So inside, we'll have tax ID, which is string. We can also get the workspace ID here, which is also string, and the project ID, which is also a string here. Okay, great. Because you see that this tax ID, it's inside the project and it's also inside the workspace, so we can get all of this, right? If you put it outside, then you will not get this nor this. Okay, great. Okay, so we can just pass it here. We can just pass it here as params, right? We can destructure params from page props. Okay, like this. And as I told you, how we can get it is we need to await it. But before then, I want to also check if the user is logged in. So required user, I think it's user required, right? We can also run it here, right? And how we can get the various params will be this. We just say await params. Okay, because we have destructured it up there. And now we can get type safety. We can get tax ID. Okay, we can get workspace ID. And we can also get the project ID. Okay, great. So now we need to fetch the tax information. So we'll go into the data here, and we don't have that of tax. So I'll create one for tax. So I'll just say tax slash get tax. I think, okay, by id.ts. Okay, great. Okay, so get tax. Then here, what we're going to do is we're going to say export cons get tax by id, which will be an async function. It will accept the, we can even just copy this here. We'll accept this and put them inside. But this ought to be comma and not semicolon. Okay. They need to be comma. Okay, great. This, and now we'll return this. Okay, so first we'll also get the user. So user, right? So user equal to await user required. Okay, great. Okay, so like this, user required. And now we also need to check if the user is a member. So is user member. Okay, we're going to say await DB, importing DB from the libs dot workspace member. Okay, great. Dot find unique. Okay, put where user and the a combination of the user and the workspace ID. Great. So user ID will be user.id and the workspace ID also workspace ID. Okay, so if user is not a member, you know the drill, right? So we'll just throw an error, throw a new error that says user not okay. I'll just say you are not a member of this workspace. Okay, yeah, you can put any message you want. But if it goes through, then we need to also get the project access, right? Okay, so await db.project access. We also need to know if the user has access to this project. You can just view any project, right? Okay, or we can even use whether you're the one it's assigned to. Okay, I think we can be a little bit flexible where people can view the project that they're in. They can view other tasks, but maybe we can restrict them that they can perform in the operation of like edit, right? Okay. Okay. However, I think because we also have the functionality that whatever you do, the activities will be stored, so we'll know who did this or who did that. Okay, great. So project access dot find unique. Also find unique. Okay, so where workspace member ID. Great. So the workspace member ID. Okay, now I think I should use workspace member ID and project ID, right? So a combination of the workspace member ID and the project ID. Okay, so if we go to our schema and we go to project access, project access, we see that the workspace member ID and the project ID should be unique, right? So you can join one project twice. Okay, so we'll just save this and we'll provide the workspace member ID. And the workspace member ID, if the user is a member, we'll have the ID here, right? We'll have the ID here. Okay, and we'll get the project ID from the params here. Okay, great. So we'll also check if no project access, right? Okay, so project access, if there is no access, as usual, we'll also throw an error that you are not allowed to view this project. Okay, because you don't have the right. Okay, so now if you have the right, then we can fetch the content. Okay, so we can say cons. Okay, so we're going to get the tags and we'll get the comments also. So I'm going to say await promise.all parenthesis and square brackets. Okay, so okay, let me rely on AI and see if the suggestions are correct. So okay, so here we're going to say db.find unique tags dot unique where the ID is equal to tax ID, and now we need to include things. Okay, so I'll remove this. This is not correct here. Okay, so what I'm going to include is I'm going to include the assigned to, where I'll select the ID, true. I'll select name, name should be true, and image also true. Okay, great. And what again? I will also do attachment. Okay. And let me also see this. Okay, so attachment, I'll select maybe the ID, the file name, and maybe the URL. Okay, great. Yes. What again? I can also do the, did we add schema? So, okay, so tax. Okay. Okay, so we didn't add tax documentation, so no problem. Okay, so here, what again? Okay, so after this, now we can fetch the project. We can also get a project, right? Okay, so in the project, I want to include few things from the project. Okay, so maybe let me try to explain the include and the select, right? So the select is you selecting particular fields, right? You can do that, but you see that if you can also use the include when you see that things like maybe this is connected to the project, so you can use the include to include the project and even select fields from the project, right? Yes, I don't think when you use the select you can the select will just select the fields, right? You can select project and even go inside the project and select the other fields. I think so. You use the include and you select within the include. I think okay. I hope it's a little bit clear. Yeah. You can also I don't know if you hover over it. I'm not sure you get, but you can check the documentation, right? Okay. So here I'm going to also get the project access, right? I'm going to include the project access, and inside it I'm also going to include. Okay. So it's getting a little bit complex, but don't worry. Okay, so in the project access, we also have the workspace members. Yes, great. So in the members also we can include. So if you see, okay, so there are a lot of things in here. So you see that this has the project, right? Because project will have tags. But if we go inside the project also has the project access. People who can access this project, and inside the project also access, they are also the members, right? So it goes here again, and this also has the workspace. You can see. So we can just go in like that. Okay. So here you can also see this, and now we can get the user like this, right? Now the reason, okay, so maybe you may be asking that, we could have also done it simple by saying that each task has a project, right? That's true. We go here and each one is also having the workspace. So we could have just used this. But here, using this, I think we'll get all the members of that workspace, whether they have access to the project or not. But I want to get only members who have access to this project. That's why we go in this way. Okay, great. So here, user, now I can select the fields I need from the user. So maybe I can just copy this. Okay, so this, yeah. Okay, so once again, we go into project, we include the access, then we include within the access members, and in the workspace members, we select the user. Okay, great. So I don't know if I added time log. I'm not sure I did. Okay, so I think this should be fine, right? Okay, so you can just hover over this and look at the structure that we'll be getting, right? Great. And now let's talk about this one. So here I am going to say where project, because the comments, it's on the project level, right? Everybody can comment on the project. So project ID to project ID. Okay. We can even remove one. Yeah, and make it simple. Okay, so here we can also include. Okay, so I'm going to include the user who gave that comment, and I think I'll paste the one I copied. That's the ID, the name, and the image. Okay, and also we're going to order by created at date at maybe I should say descending, so that the recent one will come up first. Okay, so user, I needed to bring select. Okay, so select something like this. Okay, select. Okay, great. Okay, so I think this should be fine. So now I can say cons project, right, should be equal to, I'm going to return project. So I'm going to say I will spread the tax.project. Okay, so if you remember, the task has project, right? Okay, I want to spread the project, and I also want to get members, the members, right? Members. Okay, I'm saying members is going to be tax dot project rate dot project access. Okay, so inside the project we have the project access. Okay, so in here, then I'm going to map over it where I'll get each access. Okay, and I will return access dot workspace member. Okay, so I'm just mapping over it so that I don't have this complex to have this tags dot dot dot, just going in like that. I just want to return the members so that when I hover over the member, I only have the member, that's the username and the information of the member. Yeah. Okay, great. And now we can return. Okay, I'm going to return, how should I even return it? Okay, so maybe I can return tax. How shall I even return it? Or should I say tax equal to, I'll spread tax here, and I'll add project. Okay. I don't even know how to do it. Okay, maybe I can just, okay, let's make it this way. Okay, I want to put the tax and the comment inside one, so I'll just say tax, then project. Okay, so project, right? And I'll just pass the comment. Okay, because so in the tax we have the tax information, right? And we have also the project, and I think I'll send a comment just like this. Yeah. Okay, however you want to send it, I mean, that's totally fine. Okay, so here we can now come back here and get the tax by saying cons this, say await get tax by ID, tax by ID. Great, and we need to pass in the tax ID. Okay, workspace ID and the project ID. Okay, and if you go inside here, the things we can get the tax and the comment. Okay, great. So yeah, okay, I can even say if we don't have tax, if we don't have the tax, should we redirect? Maybe we can do that. We can redirect using redirect from Next navigation. We can redirect to a page you call not found. Yes, by default, this page, if the page is not found, we can redirect to this. Okay, something like this. Okay, so here, okay, I'll remove this and let's start this. So class name. So class name is going to be flex column, right? Okay, on LG, it's going to be flex row. Okay, gap of 6. And on MD, I'm going to say PX of also 6. And PB, that's pattern bottom of also 6 at all costs. Okay, so I'm going to put another div here with a class name of flex1. Okay, great. So here I'm going to put the tax details, yeah, and I'll pass the tax to tax. Okay, that's all. Okay, so that's how, and below this, and here, below here, we can put also, let me style this. I'm going to say class name, width of full, and on LG, I want it to be width of 400 pixels. Okay, so that's why I used flex here, so that I will take the entire whatever space is left. Okay, so and in here I'm going to put the tax. Okay, let me call it comment. So tax ID. So I want to put the tax ID as the tax ID here. Okay, great. And great. And I'll add the comments here as comments. Okay, great. So something like this. So I'm gonna comment this one, and now let's create this. So if I go inside the component, so I have project, I have also, okay, I have tax. So I can now create tax details.tss. Okay, so export cons tax detail. Okay, something like this. And now we can return a fragment. Okay, and I can come here, import this. Great. And now let's go back here. Okay, so here, we need to accept the props. So the props will be interface, tax props, which will be, we'll get a tax, right? And the tax will be the tax. So import tax from Prisma client, and we'll extend it and we'll add the assigned to, which is a user. So user from Prisma client. Okay. We'll also have the projects, which will also be I don't know if we have the project member props. It's a project. I think we have project props. I think it's this one. Let me check. Okay, so this will have the project. So we have the members. Let me check. So project, the members, and the user. Okay, yeah, I think that's the one. Okay, great. So that one. And now the last one will be okay. Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, so we can just say we'll get a tax and say that tax props. Okay, yeah, something like this, and that's all. So here I'm going to turn this to a card from shard, so component UI and card. Okay, so card header, right? UI. Okay, and inside this I'm going to put a div. Okay, so let me check on this first. Style, flex column, MD, flex row, justify to between. Okay, here, no, this one. Okay, so here I'm going to put the card title. Okay, and the card title will be tax dot title. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's see. Do we have something on the screen? Let me make sure I reload it and let's, okay, yeah, so we have this. Great. So we have that, and I'm going to put another div like this, and let me start this. So class name will also be flex items to center and a gap of 2. Okay, great. So inside this one, then I'll put the project avatar. Great. Pass the name of tax dot project, right? Dot name. I think, yeah. And I'll close it. And below it, I'll put a paragraph tag, which will actually take the project name. So I would say tax dot project dot name. Okay, let me add class to this. So class name, I'm going to say test of base, right? Test of muted as foreground. Okay, great. Let's check the progress. Okay, so we have it this way, right? And yeah, is the size okay? Yeah, I think it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so I think it's okay. So yeah, below these 2 divs, we can also have the other side, right? So div, class name, width that's full, on MD, it's gonna be width dash auto, it should be flex column, flex call. Okay, justify to end. Oh my goodness, I'm just typing somewhere. Okay, so class name Okay, then I'll just put in all of this. Okay, great. So justify end, great. And items to end also, and a gap of also 2. Okay, so inside, I'm also going to put, we'll put the edit tags dialog, right? Okay, here. And we'll pass, I'm going to pass a key of new date to always force it to reload, right? Okay. I mean, create it new, get time. No, get, great, get time like this. Okay, to always make sure that a new one is created and the old one will be destroyed. Okay, so we don't have to do it how to clear the old values. Okay, here, and I'm also going to say project. So I'll pass projects here. I'll pass tags.project. Okay, so because in here we'll get the access to the project and the members. Okay, but this one does not exist for now. So let's comment it out. And what again? After this, we can also have another div within the same div, right? With a class name of flex items to center and a gap of also 2. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll put a span. In that span, we say assigned to, assigned, okay, double S. Okay, and also we can start this by saying test-sm, that's small, and test-muted foreground. Okay, great. Beneath that, we can have the profile avatar. Avatar URL will be tags.assigned to .image. Great, and image name will be tags.assigned to .name. Okay, great. And we can also have another span which will bring out the name itself. Okay, .assign to .name. Okay, so here I'm going to say or undefined. Okay, great. And maybe let me also try to start this one. So class name will be test of SM and font of medium. Okay, so let's check our progress. So, okay, we have it this way. So when we put the other end, that one will take this side. Okay, great. So this is what we have. Okay, and so all of these things were in the header. Now we go to the CRUD content. Okay, CRUD content, and but before that, I want to bring a separator. It says separator. Okay, separator here. Then class name of my-3. So margin top and bottom 3. Okay, so inside this, then I'm going to put a div for the description. Okay, so I will first check. Okay, let me put a title that says that description. Okay, and I will check if tags.description exists, right? Then I'll put paragraph tag with a description inside description. Else, I'll put the same paragraph tag. I don't even think it will be necessary to do it this way. Why not this way? Okay, let me just save some code. Description. Okay, description or no description. Just like this, right? So if it exists, then this, if not that. Okay, so let's put some class name, and I'm going to say test muted foreground. Okay, so let's see. So description, right? So if description exists, we'll put it here. If not, yeah, there will be no description. So no description, that's all. Okay. Okay, so after this, right, we can come here, bring another div, okay, and also put another tag h4, which will say additional, addition, okay, additional details. Okay, great. So additional details, and I also say div, and the additional details is going to be in a grid. So class name, grade calls dash 2, gap of 4, and I'll put a div. This div will take paragraph tag, which says status. Okay, status. Okay, and this one will have class name of test sm and test muted dash foreground. Okay, and the next one will have a badge from UI component UI. I'm going to give it variant, and the variant will be tags dot status. If you remember, we've added the status, we've added the variant. Okay, so here tags dot status. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this here, and the next one will be due date, right? So this will be due date. Okay, so due date, and this one will also be a paragraph tag and not. Yes, and inside I'm going to use format. So format from date fns. So format. Okay, so format. Okay, this one. Okay, and I'll just pass in the tags dot created at dot due date. Yes, and I want the format to be mmm. Okay, dash d comma y. Okay, so month, day, and year. Okay, and the style I'll give is just font of medium. Okay, great. And the last one, I'll also copy this, bring it down here. This, yes, down here. Okay, still inside the grid. I think I'm still inside the grid. Okay, yeah, and this one will be priority. Oh, priority. That's a big word. Priority. Okay, and here will be priority, and I think we also added this as variants. Okay, so yeah, so I think that's all, right? Okay, and okay, let's check first. Okay, so this is what we have. We need to give some gap, right? Okay, so where does it start from here? So maybe here we can give space of y of 6 to space them out really well. Okay, so very high. Okay, I think this is cool. Okay, additional status is this. Let me see status. Okay, yeah, I think that's all. Okay, so if there also exist attachments, that is images, I want to show them. So maybe I can put the attachment down here by saying this. Okay, and I'm going to copy one of this and just place it here as attachment. Okay, and I'll say attachment. Oh, attachments. Okay, great. So okay, so here I'm also going to use grade. So this, and I'll just say class name. Okay, so class name grade course of 2, and on MD grade course of 3, gap of 4. Okay, great. So here I'm just going to say tags dot attachment. Do I even have the attachment? Okay, so maybe I also need to, yeah, here. So attachment, was it attachment or attachments? Attachments. Okay, this one. So attachments. So attachments, which is also going to be of type file. File from Prisma client, file Prisma client, and it's an array. So I'll do this. Okay, so here I'll say attachment, great, dot map, then I'll get each file. Okay, and I will return a div. Okay, so each div, okay, so we didn't upload files, so but we'll work on that. Okay, so each file will have a key. So key will be file.id. Okay, great. And let's also pass some classes. So classes will be relative. I'm just going to say group and cursor dash pointer. Okay, great. And inside here, I'm going to use image. What should I even do? Okay, maybe. Okay, let me use image from Next.js and let's see. Okay, so here, I'm going to say that if src, that is, so if we have the file.url, right? Okay, no, I need to check something first. So if file.type, so we have the file type. If the type is equal to image, okay, great, we have type safety. Then we'll pass the URL, right? Great. Else we'll pass PDF PNG, right? Okay. I hope this is imported PDF PNG, and we can give the auth as attachment. Okay. Can give the auth as attachment. Okay, we can also give a class of I'm going to say 80 and height of also 80. Oh, height of also 80. And I'm going to give a class name where I'll say width of full, height of also full, and height of 32. Great. And I'm going to say object dash cover and rounded dash LG. Okay, great. So let me bring the image. So I'll just bring the PDF PNG and make sure I put it inside my public. Okay, so where is it? Yeah, this file. I just downloaded it from internet. Okay, great. So if it's a file, show like this because we only upload PDF for okay, so I'm getting some warning here. So I'm gonna say as unknown or what should I say? Okay, let me just do any for. Yeah. Okay, so here, okay, great. So now we have it this way. And okay, so if we show this, we're done with the image. I'm going to have a div, and this div has the styles are very long, so I'm just going to copy it. Okay. Okay, so let me check you through what I'm doing. Okay, so now you see that I set this to be relative, right? So I want to place an overlay on it. So I'm just saying absolute in instance of 0, and the background should be black with opacity of 50%, you know, yeah. And here I'm setting opacity of also 0, and group, because I use group also. So group, when I hover over this or the image, right, I will have the opacity to be 100, and transition opacity, and also rounded of LG, flex, you know, item center and justify center. So that will place this content, which will be view, and it will go to the URL so that you can view the image or the document, right? It will just open in another tab, then you view it. Okay, so here, Okay, so after this, if this does not, I can also say if tax dot attachment, right, length or dot length equal to 0. If it equal to 0, I'm going to show a div, right, that will say no attachment. Okay, so inside I'll put a paragraph that will say no attachments found. Okay, yeah, and maybe class name of test sm test muted foreground. Okay, flex items center and justify to center and a height of 20. Okay, so now let's go and check. Okay, so yeah, no attachment found. Okay, great, no attachment. I don't think center will be a good idea. I just don't think a center will be a good idea. So I'm going to remove the justify center, right, so that it will come here. Okay, so now let's also put the comment on the right here. And if you remember, I think we did the comment on the homepage, right? So what we can do is, okay, so here I'll go inside this same component, not component, I mean folder here, and I'll create task-comment.tss. Okay, and here it's going to be a client-side component. So export cons task comment. Okay, like this, and return a card. Okay, card from UI. Yes, card. Okay, and we can close this here. Import this. Okay, import this. Great. And now inside here, we can now accept the props, right? Okay, so I'm just going to bring this props. Okay, so I'm saying that the type comment with user should be the comment. So I'm going to import comment from Prisma client, and the user also from Prisma client. Great. And now the interface will have the tax ID and the comment, which will also be this one. So I can come here and just say task comment props, and inside here I'm going to get the tax ID and the comment, right? Great. And this is not imported. Okay, import. Great. Okay, and so we're going to create a form, right, for submitting. So we have been doing this, so I'll just bring them. So okay, I'm getting the workspace ID using the hook. So yes, and I'm also getting the project ID using this hook, and I'm also getting using the router, so next navigation, and I also have a state here from React, okay, for the new comment, and also is submitting. Okay, so here I can also say name. Yeah, okay, great. So where am I here? Okay, so in here we will also need a handle submit function, which will be an async function. Okay, great. So yeah, this for now. Okay, so in here I'm gonna put card header. Okay, so card header UI, and inside it I'm gonna put the card title. Okay, here, and I'll say comment. Okay, great. Now after this, I'm going to have the card content. Okay, so card content UI. Okay, and let's not forget spacing. So space y-6. Okay, so here I'm going to put a div, and the div will have class name of also space y of 4. Okay, and I'll bring in a test area. Okay, and I'm going to say it should be the placeholder should be add a comment ... Okay, and I'll say class name should be min height of 100 pixels. Yeah, this. And I also say the value should be new comment. Okay, and on change also gonna be I'll get the event and I'll just say set new comment to e dot target dot value. Okay, like this. Great. And below it, I'm gonna put a button, and from UI button, and I'll just say what should I even say? Post comment. Okay, and here I'm gonna say it should be disabled when it's submitting. Great. And on click, I'll call the handle submit. Yeah, that's it. Okay, and in the same content here, now I'm going to call the comment list component, right? Great. And I'll pass in the comment as comment. I'm going to say also as any. Yeah. No comments. Okay, great. So now let us come here how we can post comment. Okay, so here since this will be going to the project, right? It's a project level comment. So I'll go to here, action project. And yeah, I'll come down here and say export cons post comment, an async function, which will accept what are we accepting? We need to accept the workspace ID string. We accept the project ID string, and the content itself also a string. Okay, so now we can do this. Okay, so here it will create post comment. Okay, so here we also need to check if user is logged in. So await user required. Okay, and now we'll also check if the user is a member. So yeah, we have been doing that again and again. So is user a member? Okay, so yeah, if the user is not a member, we throw an error. If the user is a member, then we create the comment. Okay, so cause okay, I think I also need to do the project access, then I can create the comment. So the project you're trying to create a comment on, do you have the access? So here, project access also, we find the access using the member ID, right? And the project ID. And if you don't have access, we throw an error. But if you have the access, then we can create the comment, passing the content, the project ID, and the user ID. So the reason we pass the workspace ID is so that we can find the workspace information. Okay, so here I can go back. Okay, so here I can come back here and put a try catch, right? Okay, to catch if anything goes wrong. Okay, so I'll use this, and here I will console log error, and also use a toast from Sonar.error that something went wrong. Okay, so here I'm also going to use the finally and set is submitting, yes, to false. Okay, so here I also set is submitting to true. Then I'll say await post comment. Yes, great. And what it takes okay, you just take the workspace ID. Okay, comma, it takes the project ID. Project ID. Okay, then the new comment. Great. Okay, and we'll give a toast dot success when it goes through that comment posted successfully. Okay. We seems to be having something. So let's check. Here, workspace ID a string. Workspace ID a string. Here. So what is the problem? Okay, so what is this? Okay, it's saying that it might be undefined. Okay, no problem. I got you. I'll put this. And let's see if the warning goes away. Or maybe I can say a string. Okay, I think this helps. Okay, that's right. Okay, and if it goes through, we give a notification and we'll set new comment, right? Set new comment to now. Okay, and we can also use a router.refresh to get the current info, right? Yeah. Oh, refresh, not refresh this, just refresh. It's this way. Is it this way? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I think we can even try it now. Okay, so oh, it's supposed to be here. Okay, so it's here. And yeah, okay, maybe we place a comment in there. I want to do one thing. I'm also going to say that if this button should be also be disabled if new comment it's now, right? If there is no new comment, can I just do it like this? Okay, and yeah, so I'm gonna add something dot trim so that yeah we'll remove spaces, right? Great, and yeah, it's now grayed out. Okay, so I'll go here again and check the styling. So this and this, we said it should be flex on LG flex. Okay, so that's the problem. Flex row. And now let's check and see. Okay, so now we have it this way, and I think this way it's quite cool. So I'm going to say testing comment. Okay, so if I remove it, it's grayed out again. If I put it, yes, let's see, testing comment, and let's see. Okay, so I think it's successful, right? And now we have it here. Okay, so whether error occurs or not, I mean, the messaging here, we don't see it. But if you want to give a simple, if you want to know it by giving the colors, right? There's something simple you can do. Where do we have the toaster here? You can add something called rich colors and just save it. That's all. So when it is success, you see it being green. When it is error, you see red, warning, I think it's yellow. Yeah, just something like that. I mean, that one will be user-friendly. User will be able to tell easily that something went wrong when it's red. Another comment, I would say. Okay, and pass it through. And now let's check it out and see. Okay, so now you can know when it's green like this. I think it's a common thing. That means it's success. Okay, and now we have it here. So I think, yeah, okay, let's talk about how we can edit it real quick. Since we have the form, we have the create form already, so I think it'll be easy. So here, what I'll do is that I'm gonna close others, right? And I'll go inside I don't know where I placed it, but it should be component tags and create task dialog. So here I'm just going to copy and duplicate it like that. Change the name to okay, so change the name to edit task dialog. Oh, dialog. Okay, and here I'll go inside. Okay, I'll go inside the tax details page. Yeah, here. Great, and I'll check the name I gave it to it. So the name I gave was up here. Yeah, okay, so edit tax dialog. So yeah, so I'm going to change this to edit tax dialog. Okay. Okay, so I think here the props. Okay, so yeah, so here we'll get the project with its project props. We'll also get the tax itself, which is of type tax. import task from Prisma client, and I will extend it and add assigned to, which is the user. Also import user from Prisma client. Okay, so here I can now accept the tags as well. Okay, great. And yeah, so we also need the open. Did we even use this? I don't know, but I don't know whether we used it or not, but I don't think we did. Okay. Okay, so we'll have all of this again, and yeah, this. So here we need to now say that it will either be tags dot title, right, or this. Great. Here will also be tags dot description or now. So here, tags dot status. Okay, status, or yeah, this. And this will be, how shall I even do this? Okay, so tags dot due date, or yeah, this. And I can also do same here, tags dot start date, or this. Okay, and here tags dot priority. Okay, and attachment, I think that should be fine. And here I'm gonna put the assignee ID. I'm gonna say tags dot assigned me. Okay, yeah, assigned ID. Great. Or now. Okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, great. And here, instead of going to this will go into, okay, let's go into the same function. And okay, so I'm also going to copy this, bring it down here and change it to, okay, so I'm going to say update task, and we'll also take the okay, so take the project ID. Okay, let me take the tax ID first, string. Okay, so take the tax ID, the data itself. Okay, I'll take the project and the workspace ID. Okay, so here we'll also check validations and check if you remember. Yeah, and we'll find okay, do we need to find tax? No, I don't think we'll need this. We'll not need it. We'll not need to do any calculation of positions and stuff. Okay. The only thing we'll need is project access. So I'll just bring that one also here. So here, project access using the member ID and the project ID. If you don't have access, you can update it. Okay. And now we can update the tags. Okay. So here I can now call this update, right? Okay. So update, what am I going to update? We can update the title. We can update description, date. We can update. Yeah, you can update project ID. So there's no need of project ID being updated. Okay. There's no need of updating. You can update position. You can, yeah, I think this is pretty much cool. Yeah, and I can remove this as well. Have I unlawfully removed something I'm not supposed to remove? Okay, so, oh, okay, I think I got it. I need a work condition also. Okay, so where ID will be tax ID. Okay, so what again? So we update the title, the description, the start date, the due date, the status, and the priority. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What is missing? Come on. Okay, so it's with here. The thing is here. Is it just gone like that? Okay, so here is user member. So here, member. Okay. Okay, for some reason it's gone. I have no idea why it was that. Okay, and once we finish, we can also create an activity that updated task, then the task title, and the person who did that. Yeah, so yeah, for some reason the error is gone. Okay, so here, now let's come here, and instead of create, I'm just gonna say update task, okay, from actions. And first we need to pass the tax ID. So tax.id, then date, data, project ID, and workspace ID. So let's make sure it's in that order: tax ID, data, project ID, and workspace ID. Okay, so I think it's in that order. So we'll also say tax. So okay, so tax updated successfully. Then we'll okay, that's it. Yes, I think so. So now, okay, let me also change this. That says that edit tags. And maybe we can even add pencil icon. Yeah, okay. Oh, place this inside here. Okay, great. Here, great. So I think that's all. Let's go check. Okay, so my bad, I didn't import it. Did I? Oh, I did not. Did I? Oh, I did not. Here, I did not. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so let me import this and send all the information. Okay, so now we can legally go and check. Okay. Okay, so we have it here, edit, and I don't think it's the best that we can do. So we can come here and say the variant should be outline. I don't like the background. Okay, is there anything we should add again? Yeah, I think this is quite cool. And when I click on it, so yes, I get the information. Everybody is here. So I'm gonna say updated task, and I'll put description that says this is an app. Oh my word, how did it vanish like that? So updated task, and I'm gonna change this to critical. I'm gonna change the date to 28, and I'll say this is okay. This is an updated task description. Check it out. Yeah, can you check it out? And I will just say submit. Maybe we can just say save changes. And we also need to change the title. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So tax updated. Wow. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So now we have this tax updated. We have description. Great, great job. So before we wrap it up, let's do, okay, edit tax. And I'm going to change this to where is it? I'm going to say save changes. Yeah, great. Welcome back. Okay, so before we continue, I want to add the functionality that will be able to upload files. Okay, so for that particular reason, we're going to use Uploadthing, right? So just go to uploadthing.com and create an account, right? Okay, if you have an account, you can also log in. Okay, and I'll create a new project. Okay, so I'm going to select free. Free should be enough to test it, right? Okay, and what do I need to do? Okay, I need to give an app name. So I'm going to say TM video for tax manager video. Okay, and I'll create the app. Okay, so here I'll go to API keys. Okay, and I'll copy my API key. Okay, so just copy this API key and place it inside your .env file. Okay, so I'll open my env. file here. Don't use mine because I will delete them. Okay, so I'll put mine like this. And do I need to get a secret? Okay, so this is the secret. Okay, so I can copy the secret. Okay, and what is okay? Okay, and I can put the secret here, and I'm just gonna say it should be upload thing. Okay, so upload thing secret. Should I say key or token? Yeah, okay, anyone. Okay, so please don't use any of my environment variables because I will surely delete them once I finish. Okay, and after that, what should we do again? We can go to the documentation. Okay, and we are using Next.js app router. If you're using the pages router, you can use this. So app router, I'll click on this, and it says we need to install this. So I'm using npm. So I'll copy this, bring it here, and okay, so this, I will bring the command. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'll copy this and paste it here. And I'm going to add the legacy.peer-devs, okay, flag. Okay, then let's go back again. So after this, what we have to do is the upload thing token. Okay, so the token, as a token is intended for, okay, with the SDK. Okay, so I think that's the one we call it this. Okay, we have the upload thing token. Okay, meaning we might not even need a secret. Okay, no worries, let's continue. So set up a file router. So it says that we need to go inside our API and this, right? Okay, API, so we'll go here. Okay, we have the API folder, and inside that, I'll put a new file. This, okay, make sure you don't add the API. It's supposed to be upload thing /core. Okay, so what is it? Okay, so API, then we have upload thing. Okay, then core. Okay, then inside that we'll have this command here. Okay, so I'll copy this, paste it here. Okay, this is done installing. So here, okay, so these are, and okay, we have here for image uploader, right? And it says that define as many as, yes, as far out routers as you want, right? As far out. So this is for image, right? So we can duplicate it for files or documents. Yes, documents, I mean to say. Okay. Okay, so what again we have to do after this? It says that we need to also have the API, the same route, and we have a route.ts, right? And we put this one inside. Okay, so in the same file, I'll put route.ts, and now I'll put this one here. Okay, so important upload thing /nest. Okay, /nest. Okay, that's the packet we installed, and importing the core. So we're importing our file, because if you check here, right, we are exporting it as our file router. Okay, so here, and that's what we're importing here. Okay, and here you see that you can apply optional or custom configurations here. Okay, so after this, what again? It says that now we need to create the upload thing component. Okay, so upload thing component, this is it that inside the utils. Okay, okay, so here inside utils, I'm going to create the upload thing.ts. Okay, and paste what we copied. So here we importing this, right? And we also importing our file router. So I can even remove this and import it here, and make sure you import from the core, right? Because if you check, you can see that it's coming from the core. So we can just remove this and put this there. And I think it should work. Okay, that's right. Okay, so this is what we will actually use, and not from this one, because we are re-exporting them or regenerating them, right? And exporting them as this one. So we'll use this. Okay, great. And what again? It says now. Okay, so now add upload thing style. So upload thing style. So you see that wrap your Tailwind. Okay, right. So in our Tailwind, we need to wrap it with this. So I will import this. Okay. Okay, so here I'm going to Tailwind. Okay, bring this one here. And now we need to put in, okay, so this, so the whole of this here, right? Here. I'll put parenthesis and I'll just call the width UT. Okay, great. And that's all. Okay, so yes. Okay, and what again? Now mount a button and upload. Okay, so now we can just call the upload button, right? Yes, and just, upload. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, great. So let's go here and continue. Okay, so I want to, okay, so I can, okay, I can close this and I don't think I'll need this. I will not need this. So here, okay, with this one, let's also create the another one, right? So, okay, so all of this, okay. Okay, so maybe I can just copy this, right? Duplicate it and see. And I'm going to call this, I'm going to call it document, right? So if this will upload images, this will upload document. And here I want to change it to 1 megabyte, at most 1 megabyte. And the number of files, I can say 3 maximum. And also this 1 megabyte, you can upload a file bigger than 1 megabyte and also 3 at a time. Okay. Okay. And let's do something here. Okay. So if you check here, using auth from, okay, that's a fake auth. So we can do this by saying, okay, we can say user, right, equal to wait. Should we, okay, maybe we can just bring it here. So user, what will we even do with the user? Okay, let's destructure it and just say required user. I think it's required user required. Okay, great. Like this. So we destructure the user. So if there is no user, we throw an error. Okay, and I can just copy this as well and bring it to where's the other one? Okay, so here I also bring it here. If there is no user, we throw an error. Okay, great. Okay, so whatever you want to do here, you can do. You can see that if you want to throw, yeah, we can throw an error if there is no user, and whatever is returned, right? We just returning the user ID. Okay, and yes, here this is the on upload completed. Okay, so now we have these two, this and this, right? Great. Okay. So what we can do is I can close this and I can go into the create tax dialog. Okay, great. Okay, and go where maybe here. Yes, here. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this one more time for the files, right? Okay, and what I will say is that this will be the description. No, here will be attachments. Okay, and that's the name, and here will be okay. I also say attachments. Okay, and I'll remove this, and inside I'll do file upload. Okay, so that will be the component we are going to create, and I'll pass in value, which will be field dot value, right? Or maybe empty array. Yes, and on change will also be field dot on change. Okay, I think these two will need them. So let's create this inside the components. Okay, so inside this component, I'll put it here, file upload.tss, and I'm going to say export cons file upload. Okay. Okay, so return div. Okay, and yes, because we're going to interact with the browser, use client. It should be a client component. Great. Okay. Now let me also get interface. So interface file uploader prop. Okay, props, great. So I have the on change, great, which is okay. So on change, I'm gonna get value. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna get value, and the value will be of type name, which is a string, URL, which is also a string. Okay, so the value will contain these things, and also type, which is also a string. Type, okay, let me say type should be enum, right? Enum from Prisma client dot file types. I think that great file types like this. Okay, and this is supposed to be called, yeah, semicolon. Okay, so like this. Okay, so on change, we get value, and the value will be of this type. Okay, great. So here, and it will be an array, right? Because we can select more files. Okay, and now what it will return will be just void. Okay, like this. Okay, so these are just the types of the value that we'll receive, because every file will have the name, the URL, and the type, right? Okay, and also we need to get the value, and the value will also be same. Okay, maybe I can just copy this like this, and this will be the value. Okay, great. So here we can just say that we'll get file uploader props. Okay, and now we need to destructure values and on change. Okay, great. So here I'm going to say const selected type, right? So before you upload, we want to get the type, right? Because we want to display the files, and you know that if it's a document, we want to display the document icon, and if it's the image, we'll display the image itself, right? So that's why I'm saying this. So selected type. So I just want to know the type that the file type that the user wants to select. Okay, so I'm going to say use state. Okay, and this will be of type enum.file type, great, or undefined, great. Yes, and in the beginning it's going to be undefined. Okay, yes, like this. Okay, so in the return here, okay, so in the return here, now I'll come inside here, and I'm going to say that here, so if the value exists, right? Okay, so okay, I'll come to this side. Let's finish with the upload first, right? Okay, so that is I'm going to say display files, right? Okay, so here I'm also going to check if selected, right? If selected type, great, exist, and values dot length, great, is less than should I even check for types? Nah, I think okay. So if you select type, yeah, that's all. If you select for this, then we can just okay. We can now return the upload drop zone. Okay, so make sure you import from the utils and not from React. The utils, that is the one we created, right? Import from here. Okay. Okay, so here, and now let's begin to pass in frames. Okay, so we're going to say that endpoint. Okay, so the endpoint will be dynamic, right? So if the selected type, right, is equal to image. Okay, so if it's equal to image, then I'll call the okay. So I don't want to make mistakes, so I'm going to search for the call. Great. So if it's image, then we'll call this will be the endpoint, right? Great. Else we'll call the document this, right? Okay. Here. Oh, okay. I think let's also forget. I need to say that here. What is the file type? Okay, so here, I think here. Okay, so here. Okay, I didn't change here. Okay, so here ought to be application, great, /PDF. Okay. Yes. Yeah, this, right? Okay, because the first one is image and this is supposed to be application slash PDF. Okay, and the max size of, yeah, this and that. Okay, that's fine. Let me check if there be any other thing I need to change again. Okay, I think it should be fine. Okay. Okay, so now let's come back here. Okay, so if it's an image, we'll call this endpoint. And if it's document, we'll call the document endpoint. Okay, so, okay, after the endpoint, we need to say on client create. When we are done with the uploading, right, we'll get a response, okay, and we'll return, okay, I'm going to say cons new file, okay, be equal to response question mark dot map, because we are uploading more, right? Okay, so map, and I'll get each, I'm going to say F for file, right? Okay, and I'll return the name, and the name ought to be f.name, that's the name of the file, and the URL will also be f.url. Okay, great. And lastly, the type will be the selected type. Okay, great. Okay, so one more time. So when we're done uploading, we'll get the response. And when we get a response, because we can upload more, it will be an array, so we can map over it and get the name of the file, the URL, and the type, which will be the one we selected. Okay, great. Now, once we're done, we can do that. I can also say cons updated files. Okay, so updated files will be, I'm going to spread value, right? If there be old one, I just want to spread it and also spread the new files. Okay, great. Updated. Okay, and I think this will sound good if we say new files, because yeah, why not? Okay, so once we're done with that, then we can now call on change method. Okay, on change, and on change we'll pass in updated files. Oh, updated files. Okay, so we'll call the on change because we have the on change here, and just pass in this updated files. Okay, so, and let's also set selected. When we are done, we just need to set selected to undefined, right? Okay, great. Okay, so like this, and ensure this is also capital C, this unchanged, right? Okay, and I think everything should be fine. Okay, so after this, okay, so all of this is for completed, right? And we can also have on upload error, right? That is if an error occurs whilst uploading. We also get the error, right? Which will be of type error, error. Great. And what we can do is we can say console.log, okay, says error uploading. Great. Then I'll put this backtick. I'm sorry, I'll put this, then I will just say error dot message. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'll get the error. Okay, so I'll get the error, which will be of type error, and I'll console log the error. Okay, so what is the issue? Okay, I'm going to put this here like this. Okay, I might have mixed something. Okay, let me see it this way. Okay, so on upload error, we'll get error, and I am saying the type should be this. I think I am missing one of the parentheses. Okay, yes, it would be like this. Okay, great. So error will be of type error. Okay, and yes, I'll put this one here. Okay, so yeah, okay, great. So that is, so now if this is selected, we'll show this. What if it's not selected? So then I can turn this to an operator like this, a ternary operator, and I'll bring in this here. So when it is not selected, right? Okay, I'm just going to show a div. Okay, this, Okay, so this div class name. Okay, so class name, I'm going to say it should be flex items to center and a gap of 2. Okay, so inside it, I will just put button. Okay, so button from UI, button with a variant of, okay, a variant of outline. Okay, a variant of outline, and on click. Okay, so on click, I am going to say that a callback function is just set selected, right? Okay, so set selected type to image. Okay, great. And I'm also going to give some classes here. So class name will be, I just want to say, okay, let me use this and say cn. So import cn, Java function, right? The util, import it. And I'm going to say, if the selected type, right, great, is equal to image, okay, so image, if the selected type is equal to image, right, okay, then we will add this class of bg slate 200. Okay, and let me just close the button here and put in image. Okay, image. Okay, and I can just duplicate this one more time and call this PDF, and also here will be PDF. Okay, here also be PDF. Okay. Okay, so now we can import this file here, right? Great. So here, I'm just going to import. Okay, so I'll import this from here. Okay, save it. And now let's go and check. Okay, so maybe I can close this and open it again. Okay, great. Okay, so now I have this. I have image or PDF. So if I do this, okay, so yeah. Okay, so now I have it this way. Okay, okay, that's right. Okay, and it's loading our configuration, right? Okay. Okay, so now you can see that you can choose files or drag and drop them here, and images up to, right? So now we're using the images, so only images up to 1 megabyte and maximum of 3, right? Great, great. So let's also go to do this. Okay, so we can come up here now. No, not here, here. Okay, so here, great. So now when you upload the images, now we're going to say that values or value, no values. Value, if it exists, length, great. So if the value length is greater than 0, okay, then we will show this. So here, I'm going to say a div. Okay, so like this. Okay, and this div, I'm going to provide some classes. So the classes will be flex. Okay, so class name will be flex of wrap. Okay, and a gap of 4 and margin bottom of also 4. Okay, great. So inside this, now we're going to map over the value. So value map, we'll get each file along with index. Will I even need the index? So file. Okay, so we'll get each file. And now we can return another div. So div. Okay, so yeah, we have it this way, map div. Okay, I might have missed one of the parentheses. Okay, so this goes here and this. Okay, so I think one of this. Okay, this div, where from this. Okay. Okay, I think I'm missing something somewhere. Okay, so here. Okay, so this div will end here. Okay, so this div, okay, so this div ends here, And meaning, okay, so meaning there should be one parenthesis here. Am I doing the right thing? Okay, let me just put this away. Okay, great, something like this. And here, okay, great. So now let's do it again. So value dot map, right? Great. So we map, we get each file and index, great. Then we'll return a diff, great. So like this. Okay, yes, great, like this. Then we'll provide a key, which will be maybe the file dot URL, because the URL will surely be unique. Okay, great. So I'm going to put question mark. Okay, great. So here, and now I'm also going to check if file dot type, great, is equal to image, right? If it's equal to image, then so this else, I'm going to put a fragment for now. Okay, great. So if it's equal to image, we need to show image. So image, import image from next image. Okay, great. And src should be file.url, and the auth will be what should be the auth? Maybe the file.name. Okay, and okay, let's also provide some classes here, which will say object dash cover and rounded dash LG. Okay, and I'm going to say fields. Okay, so I'll not give a specific height. Okay, so if you don't want to give width and height, you can use fill to take the entire space, right? Okay, so before then, let's also give class to this. So class name. Okay, so class name, this is going to be relative. Okay, width of 200 pixels. Okay, and a height of also 200 pixels. Okay, and also we're going to say rounded off LG. Great. So yeah, and great. So here, if it is a file, right? If it's a file, great. So like this, let's also provide classes for this. So if it's a file, I'm going to say flex items to center, justify to center, right? Width of full, height of full. Okay, bg slate dash 100 rounded dash LG. Okay, and inside I'm going to put a span that will say now. Okay, what shall I even do? Okay, let me just put the file icon. Should I use the file or okay, so maybe, just maybe I can do okay, so I'm going to do something else. I'm going to remove this, right, and remove this as well. Okay, so I'm going to say that if I'm going to put the if here, if the file type, right, is equal to image, okay, we'll use the URL, else we'll use the one that we have, which is if you go inside public, yes, you can see we have a file which is pdf.png. So I'm going to use that pdf.png. Great. So I think that should be fine. And below this, below this we can put a button, which can remove it. Okay, so here I'm going to put the X icon. So okay, so something like this. So on click, we'll just call the onChange method and filter out the value, right? The one we've clicked on, by using the URL, because the URL will surely be unique. And I'll import this X from Lucid React icons. Okay, Lucid icons, yeah. Okay, so now let's go check it out. Okay, so if I click here, I need to select. If I select, now I can just drag and drop images. So Okay, so I'm going to drag and drop this. Okay. So I've just one. Okay, and I'll click on upload and let's see if it goes through. Okay, so I dropped an image. Great. And now we have an error that says that this. Okay, so this, great, host name, okay, UFT, this. Okay, so we need to do something to our Nest config file. Okay, because before we can display the image, so here, just set for Nest config, great, Nest config, and inside here, we need to add, okay, so we're going to say images. Okay, open the object, and let's say remote patterns, okay, which is supposed to be an array, and I'll just say protocol. Okay, so the protocol should be HTTPS, right, with the host name. So the host name should be the one I copied, that is utfs.io. Okay, and I think that's all. Okay, host name, yeah. Oh, okay, host name. Okay, and let's see if our server starts running. Okay, that's so. Sometimes when you make changes to this, you may have to restart it, or yeah, it will stop. You have to restart it. Okay, so let's refresh it and see. Okay, by the way, let's also go and check if it was uploaded. So I'll go here. Okay, and you can see now this was uploaded. The file that was uploaded, that is the Kind logo. Okay, so as I told you, this video was sponsored by Kind. Thanks to Kind. Okay, so you can use my link in the description and try it out. You know, it's great for authentication, authorization, and user management. Okay. Okay, so we can try it out again. So image and drag and drop. So I'm going to drag and drop this. I'm going to drag another one. Oh, sorry, it is uploading. It's loading, so let's wait. Okay, so now upload one file. I'm going to add another one. So this. Okay, let me click upload and let's see. So nice. Okay, great. So it's here, right? Okay, so I can just, I'm going to say tags with image. Okay, so assign it to myself, low. I'll leave the date and no here and this, and let's see. Okay, so tags with image uploaded. So you can see tags with image, and if I go here, tags with image, where is it? Okay, I can click on it and let's go and see if we have the image there. Okay, so we're supposed to, okay, so it's supposed to be down here, and yes, we're not getting it. Okay, so I'll check again. How shall I refresh this? Okay, let me try. Okay, so I have this, I have another image there. Okay, so I can close this here. Okay, so we're not fetching, we're not getting the image. So yeah, now we are done with this. So I can close this. I can close all of them. Okay, I can close all of them and go to the tax ID page. So tax ID page, which is this one here, where we're fetching the tax, right? Great. Where we getting so maybe we can console log the tax here and see if we have the attachment. So tax, and I'll just open the console. Okay, so yes. So okay, so attachment is now, there's nothing there. Great. So okay, so is it that we were not fetching it? Let's go here. Inside here, attachment. Okay. Okay, so this is tax, this attachment. Okay, so we're selecting, so meaning the attachment is actually not there. Okay, so let me run Prisma Studio, right? So we can also confirm from our DB whether it's there or not. Okay, so we can also go into the create tax dialog. Okay. So here, okay. So the data will contain the attachment. Okay, that's fine. And the attachment, it's here. That's true. Okay. So this is my Prisma Studio. Great. So I'm going to open the file. Great. So we don't have anything here. Yes. Okay, it's loading too. Yes, we don't have anything there, meaning it wasn't saved. Okay, so here we can go inside this new tax. Okay, here, and let's see. So here. Okay, so I think it wasn't saved. Great. So yes, so it wasn't saved. So maybe what I can do, it's here. So I'm going to say that if validated, right? I think it's validated data dot attachment dot length, right? So if the length is greater than 0, meaning the files, there exists files. So what I can say is that I'm going to say await db dot files great dot create. Okay, so data will be, okay, so what are the data? Okay, so this white warning. Okay, says that this is possibly undefined. So, okay, question mark. Okay, so the attachment, yeah, it can be undefined. So, yeah, okay, so I'm going to say if validated data dot attachment. Okay, so attachments there, and the length is greater than 0. Okay, great. So here, what are the fields we'll need? We'll need, I don't remember. So let me check from here and go to file. So we'll need the name, the URL, the tax ID, and the type. Okay, so name will be, okay, I think I can do this. I will spread validated data dot attachment. Is that it? Okay, so I remember, so they are array. So I wanted to say create many, right? And how am I going to create many? So I am going to say, yeah, files. Okay, so this is how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to say, so the data should be, let me do it this way. Okay, so validated data dot attachment great dot map. So I'll get each file and I'll return this. I'll spread the file. Great. Now I can spread the file and I'll add tax ID, which will be the tax created about there. Okay, which will be this tax ID. Great. This is how I wanted to do it. Oh, wow. Okay. So this will only run if we have the attachment, right? Okay, great. So now we can go back and okay, let me go back here. Okay, new task, another task with image. Okay, image, and I will drag and drop. Okay, I'll drop 3 files. Okay, so upload 3 files. Okay, and yeah. Okay, so this also, yeah. Okay, so I think when the files are a lot, the button is hidden, right? Okay. Okay, so I don't know how am I going to okay, so I think I've seen one issue. So how I can do this is that maybe I can come here and say that this, yeah, the content here, I'm going to say class name overflow of y2 auto, and let's see if I can scroll. Okay, okay. Is this scroll? Should I say scroll or okay? Great. It's not coming. It's because I do not have a definite height. So let me say max height should be I'm going to say 80 view height, and let me see. Okay, so yeah. Okay, maybe something like this. Great. Or we can also reduce the sizes of the images, right? Okay, no problem. It's okay. So yeah, like this, and let's press on submit now and let's see. Okay, so it's successful. And if I go here, I have, okay, another image, sorry, another text with image. And let's see if I click on it. Okay, so I have them here. And I don't know why they are like this, because they ought to be file images. Okay, so the types are images. So great. So now we can go here and check this ones here. Okay, so now I can remove this, close this. I can also close this. And now on this page, right, I can even remove this now. And tax details page. Okay, so here attachments are somewhere here. Okay, so if it is equal to image, so okay, so yeah, image. Okay, because the type is image. Yeah, so image. Then we use this, the URL. Else we use this. So not here. Okay, so here I will want to reload it and see. Okay, and I think the height of the images are pretty small, so maybe I can do something about it. Instead of height of 80, I'm going to say 120, and I'll also increase here to 48. Okay, and let's see. Okay, something like this should be fine. Okay, or should I just put this as also contain, and let's see, contain. Okay, yeah, I think this will be fine. Okay, yeah. But the images are showing different things. So here, the file type, okay, is equal to this. Okay, so if it's equal to the image, we show the image. If it's equal to image, we use the image URL, else we use this. Okay, let me change it to if it's PDF. Let me flip it around and see. If it's PDF, I want to show this, else. Okay. Okay. Yes, okay. I don't know why, but okay, so yeah. Okay, I think that's fine, right? And if I click on it like this, it will open the file. Okay, great. Great job. So now let us go to something like, we are done. So let's go here to my tax, and that one should be very simple because we have the table. We have this table, so it should be easy. Okay, so I can close all of this, toggle this, and inside there, and inside the workspace ID. Okay, so here now I'm gonna have the my tax, right? Okay, slash page.tss. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say my tax page. Okay. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so it's supposed to be my tax. Okay, plural. So here, my tax. Okay, great. And let's see. Okay, so we have this. So now we can continue from here. Okay, so on this page, this will be an async function. Okay, and we can also call the user required from here, right? Okay. Okay, yeah, and we can also get the tags. So I'm going to say const tags. Okay, so I'm going to say tags equal to await get my tags. Okay, there is no need of the user ID, and we'll go here data tags, and I'm going to get this get my tags.ts. Okay, I'm going to say export const get my tags. Okay, an async function. Okay, which need no parameter. Okay, so await now const user. Okay, await user required. Okay, so we can get the user ID, and once we get the user ID, what we can do is now we need to make a call and just fetch the user tags. Okay, so here what I'm going to say is that const tags should be await db. So db from libs.tags.find many. Okay, then where condition. So the where will be where the assignee ID. Now assign ID is the assignee ID. Okay, yes, assignee ID being equal to user.id. Okay, great, like this. And here let's also include. Okay, I'm going to include project so that I'll get the project name. So select project name to true, and ID also true, and workspace ID also to true. Okay, and what again? Attachment. If you remember, we're also getting the attachment. So attachments. Okay, attachment. I also need the name true. Yeah. Okay, let me also add ID true. Okay. Okay, great. And now what we can do is we can just return task. Okay. Oh, sorry. This ought to be inside the include. Okay, great. So now I can come here and import this here. Great. So once imported, okay, meaning we have the data like this. So I can just say that here I'm going to call my tax table. Okay, and I'll pass in the tax as tax. Okay, great. And okay, and we have there's a table. Where did I have the table? That table for projects. So it was project table. Okay, I think here, and this table here. Okay. So I think this one here. Yes. So here I'm also going to export const my tax table here. Okay, great. And I'll just say it will also accept the tax, right? And the tax will be of type tax props, right? An array. Okay, then I will return data table. Okay, I'm going to return a data table like this. So yeah. Okay, so here that's it. And I'll go inside the columns where I have the columns, right? And I'm just going to make a few changes. So I'll just bring it here. So here, what we're also showing is, okay, so here we're also showing the same selector, right? The same select, and we're showing the title, right? Okay, so the title with the data, and we also have the status, and we have added priority, created at, and due date, and also the project. Okay, so I think there's the difference between this and the first one. That's why we're using, yeah. So we're adding projects here, and I'm going to import project avatar. Are they even the same? And attachment, and also this here. Okay, so the delete is also not available for now. So I'm just going to say delete here. Are they not even the same? Okay, no problem. So here I'll call my tax column. Okay, great. And here I will call this. Okay, import this also. Okay, so here I can say as unknown as tax props. Import tax props. Nah, it was this tax props here. This one. So I can export this one here and get it here. Okay, and this should be fine now. This, okay, this ought to be tax because it's not one. Okay, so now let's go and check. Okay, reload it. Okay, and now we have it here. We can also do search. Great, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that is it. Okay, yeah, so we're done with this. So now let's move to the settings. Okay, let's finish with the settings. Okay, so now let's come to this settings page, which is settings for the workspace. Okay, so if I click on settings, right? Okay, so it should land us on this page. Okay, so I'll close everything here, make sure here. Okay, so inside this app, protected and workspace ID, I'll place it inside here because it is the settings for that particular workspace, right? So here I'm going to say settings. Okay, so settings / page.gss. Okay, and I'll just say workspace settings. Okay, great. So in here we can also get the params. Great. We can fetch the workspace ID from here. So params, which is a promise. Okay, and it will be workspace ID, which is a string. Okay, params. Okay, like this. And now we can get the workspace ID by saying okay, so await params, right? And we can get workspace ID. Okay, so here what we can do is that we can fetch the data. I think we have that already. So let's see, await. Okay, this ought to be async. Okay, await get workspace by ID. Okay, I don't think it exists, so let's do that quick. So I'm going to say get workspace by ID, and I'll pass in the workspace ID. Okay, so I'll go inside data here. Okay, inside workspace. Okay, so get workspace, one workspace. Okay, so export cons get workspace. Oh, workspace by ID, rate an async function which takes the workspace ID as a string. Okay, great. So here, cons as usual, user await. Okay, user required rate, and we also need to check if the user is a member. So I'll look for one of that function. Is user a member? Here, maybe one of these should have that. Okay, so yes, I'll copy one of these and place it here. Okay, so I'm going to import db. Okay, so I'm just going to make it 1. Okay, so it's user member. Yes, like this. Okay, and take off this. Okay, db imported. Okay, like this. So workspace member find unique user ID and workspace ID. Great. And if user is not Okay, so is user not a member? If user is not a member, okay, as usual, throw an error. Okay. But if user is a member, then we can find the workspace information. So I'm going to say const workspace. Okay, so workspace should be equal to find workspace unique, workspace ID. Okay, include members, and I don't need the project. Okay, so here I'm going to be specific. I'm going to say select user ID. Okay, to true. I will also, okay, user ID to true, and access. Yeah, I need the access level to also true. Okay, and I can now say return workspace, return workspace. Okay, so here, and okay, is this? Okay, import this, and I think I need to return it like this. Okay, I mean that's how I, okay, because I'm distracting it from here, so maybe let me just make it this, and yeah. Okay, so now this, and we're going to create the form, which will be workspace settings form. Okay, and I'll pass data as data. Okay, great. So workspace settings form, inside component workspace. Okay, I don't think we have anything. Okay, yeah, there's this. Okay, so workspace settings form .tss export cons workspace settings form. Okay, like this. Okay, and now we need to have the interface and also accept the props. So interface like this. I have the workspace from Prisma client, and I'm extending it, right? Adding the members, right? Also, okay, great. So here I need to accept it. Data will be what? Data props. Okay, so I'll get data here. Okay, so the form, the rudiments of creating a form. So I'll bring all of this. So import router from next navigation. Also we're going to use hooks. So lest I forget, here I'll be use client. Okay, yes, because we're using hooks here. And also okay, I'm going to create this confirmation dialog in a second. Okay, and also use form. So use form from hook form. Also import Zord. Okay, and I think we have the workspace schema already. Okay, and Zord resolver. Okay, great. Also going to bring this. Okay, so this will also be that. So I'm going to go inside the environment variable, right? And I'll say this should be HTTP localhost 3000. Okay, so like this, right? Okay, so this is the base URL, and yes, I'm getting it here, and I'm attaching. Yeah, so if somebody wants to join the workspace, where it will go to this endpoint, right? Okay, so okay, so we created this form, so we have a sample of it. Okay, so I'm going to say return. Okay, a div. Okay, great. So here, name, class name, pattern of 3 on MD, pattern of 4, no 6. Okay, great. Max width of 4XL, this of auto, yes, and space of Y of 6. Okay, so there's a create form, create workspace form. So maybe I can copy this function here. I can copy this form and bring it here because it is literally the same thing. Okay, so import card UI. Okay, and I can come here. I'll need the card header, card title, card content. Great. Okay, I'm also going to import forms. So also from /UI/form. Okay, so I also need the form itself, form control, form item, form item. Okay, form field, form label. Yeah. Okay, so okay, card description also needed. Okay, so yeah, so I also need this function. So cons on sub. Okay, I'm gonna say handle on submit. Okay. Okay, so handle and submit. So I'll pass this one here. Okay. Card title. Did I not import it? Okay, I did. Okay, I also need this input for the name. Okay. And I also need the message. Okay. Great. So here, instead of the title was new workspace, I can just say workspace settings, right? Okay, so I'm going to say workspace settings. Okay, so manage your workspace settings from here. Yeah, put anything there. Okay, so I also import this. Great. And bottom. Okay, import bottom. Okay, I will not need cancel. Okay, I'll just need save. Okay, I'll make it save. And here, maybe I also need it's okay, it's called pending. So it's pending. Okay, great. And here, item center, and I'm gonna say justify to end. Yes. Okay, so this one, okay, let me toggle this for now. Okay, and go import this here. Okay, great. Import and let's see. Okay. Okay, so maybe I can just say any for now. Okay, so and we have an error here. Where do you think it's coming from? Did I not import something? Oh, okay, it's gone. So let's go and check. Okay, so let me refresh it. Okay, so yeah, so we have this, right? Great. Okay, we have this. I think the form is small. And here. Okay, so let me add this and see if the size will change, because the size look very small, right? Okay, let me check this. Yeah, this is pretty big and this is very small. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, oh, okay, so yeah, it's big, but just that this is not taking the entire space. So well, oh, okay, I need to remove this, okay, and let's great. So now I can remove the color. Okay, great. So here, okay, data. Okay, great. We're passing the information here already. Nice job. Okay, so yeah, this. And so okay, so let's handle them one after the other. Let's handle how we can update the settings. Okay, so here we'll also get values, which will be of type I think I can, where is it? Here, and just say sport. I think I have type of this already from the create workspace form. Okay, I think I have a type already, which is this here. So I can just place it here. Import this from the here, create here, and what again? Where again I need to put it? Okay, so here. Okay, great. So here I can also put it here. Great, like this. Okay, and inside here, okay, so as usual, you know how we can do this. So something like this, right? So we're going to set is pending to true, Okay, and here we also set spending to false after it's done, and import this toast, right? And we have router already here. Okay, so we need to create this. Okay, so this will just go inside the workspace action. So workspace action right here, and yes, I can just say export cons, yeah, this, which is an async function. It will accept data which will be of type create. Okay, so which will be create workspace, yeah, I think type, right? And we also need the workspace ID, which is a string. Okay, so like this, right? Okay, so as usual, we'll check if the user it's a member, right, of that workspace, because you can just update the workspace. Okay, so user required, so user required. Okay, and we'll check if you, we'll check using, okay, we'll validate the data and check if you are a member. Okay, so if you are, then now we can update the workspace. So I'm going to say await db.workspace .update. Okay, so we need a where condition where ID will be workspace ID. Okay, and the data will be, the name will be validated data. Okay, dot name, and the description as description. Okay, if the description does not exist, I'll just say now. Okay, so like this, and we can return, okay, success, so true. Okay, so like this, and we can now import it from here. Import this. Okay, so okay, so I'm sending the workspace ID first and this. So maybe I can just go back here and also make sure I said actually I switch this here. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so great job. So now this can update our workspace. Okay. Okay, so let's try it. Let's try to update it. So second. Okay, so I'm going to turn it to say second workspace. Okay, with it with description. Yeah. Okay, so save and let's see. Okay, so here, yeah, and okay, and now you can see it has been updated. Second workspace. Great. Okay, so now let's look at how we can also do this, right? Okay. Okay, so here I think it also ought to be simple. So I'm just going to copy this, right, and bring it down here, and this one will be okay, let's start from the top. Okay, so here will be invite invite members. Okay, and maybe you can put a description that, yeah, invite members to join your workspace, invite people to join your workspace. Okay, and here I am not going to use form, so I can remove this, and I will just need the input. Okay, so I will just remove this, and I'm going to say this a div, right? And inside that div, I'll put this. Okay, so this, I'm going to give a class name, and I'm going to say it should be a space of y of 2. Okay, great. So here I'll not need this. Okay, so here enter email address. Okay, great, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to set value as email. Okay, so if you check from here, you can see we have email. Okay, so okay, invite email. Great. So I'm going to do that instead. So invite email. Okay, great. And on change, okay, so on change, I'm going to get the val, yes, the event, and now this is set invite email, where I'll say e.target.value. Okay, Okay. Okay, so like this, and below it we can have a button. So I'm just going to copy this button, right? Okay, so I'll put a button here, and this button will be, say, what should I even put? Okay, invite. Okay, so here, okay, so yeah, okay, so invite, and I'll remove this form here. I'll keep this. Okay, this I'll leave this button for now. Okay, so like this. Okay. Okay, so this invite. Maybe I should put an icon in it. So I'm going to put this icon, which is user plus. Okay, so from Lucid React icon. Okay. And on this here, okay, I'm going to turn the type to this button so that it will not submit the workspace form. And on click, okay, so on click, I will call handle invitation, and I'll just pass in the should I even pass in the, maybe I can just leave it like that because we'll get it up there once. Yeah, so maybe I can come here, let's say cons handle invitation like this. Okay, okay, great. So yeah, that's it. Let's go and check. Okay, yeah, so invite, okay, so it should be to the right. Okay, so here we can say flex, and maybe then I can just remove this and say gap of 2. Okay, so gap of 2. Okay, so now it's here. Okay, great. So now let's also get the link where you can copy, right? Okay, so okay, so here I am going to copy this one again, right? But I also want to give spacing. So here, and there's a space of y of 6. Okay, so that I'll bring this one here, and in this one, okay, so here, okay, so here I will only need the value. So the value will be the invite link, great. There's no need of onChange. Okay, and I'm going to say it should be read only. Okay, and yeah, read only. Okay, and below it, so I'm going to have okay, let's see. Okay, so that's it. So I now have to get, okay, this button to copy and to reset it, right? Okay, so here, then I think I'll put a div, right, and put this button inside it twice. Okay, so the first one will be to copy. So I'll say copy, and the icon will be link icon. Okay, Lucid, and here, what do I need? Okay, there's no need of pending. Okay, the type will be button, and this will be I'm going to say copy invite link. Okay, so copy invite link. Okay, so okay, let me also start this in the first place. So flex items to center and justify to end, right? Margin top of let me see, 4 with a gap of 2. Okay, so I'll go up here, and I'll just say cons this here. Okay, okay, so I'm just going to use navigator dot clipboard dot write to copy the text. Okay, great. So pretty simple. Okay, and I'll just, yeah, I think, yeah, that's fine. And a toast message to say that it has been copied, right? Okay, and what's the next one? The next one will be reset, and that one will be here. I'm going to change the variant to destructive. Yes, Okay, and let's go check our progress. Okay, yeah, that's very bad. Okay, so yeah, that's very bad. Okay, so let's come here and this not to be flex. So I think this, then this will be the one that will need the space of y of 2. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, something like this. Okay, that's right. And I think I can change this from that one. Yeah, it's very disturbing, to variant of outline. I think that should be fine. Outline, and this, and it has been copied. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's here. Okay, so that page does not exist. Okay, so after this, what again? Then we're left with the this one. Okay, so let's go to the handle reset. Okay, so where? Okay, so this is handle invitation. So I'm going to change this to handle reset invite. Yeah, I think that's fine. And I'll bring here. Okay, so cons this. Okay, so I think this will be an async. Okay, so in here, it's also a simple API call. Okay, so this, so we're going to set its pending also to, yeah, we set its pending. Then we're going to call this function, right? Okay, so we'll go back to this page. Okay, and here I'm going to close this. Okay, so export cons this, which will be an async. We'll need the workspace ID, right? Yeah, I think that's which is a string like this. And as usual, okay, I pretty much feel bad for not extracting this in the beginning. Okay, so just extract it somewhere, and yeah. Okay, so like this here. And once we're done with that, now we can just say await db dot workspace rate dot update. Okay, so where id equal to workspace id. Okay, and data equal to invite code rate, which we'll just call the function generate invite code. Okay, to generate a new one. Okay, so that function will be handy. Perhaps you've sent the invitation, you just want to reset it, yeah, to restrict people from joining, so you can use this. Okay, so here, pretty much simple, right? Import this, and yeah. Okay, so let's go try that feature also. So here, so maybe you can just check the invitation, which ends with YCQ something. So I'm just going to click on reset, and let's see. Okay, so it says reset. Okay, and it has changed, right, to now 11V. That's awesome. Okay, so now we're left with the drop zone. Okay, so how we can drop our workspace, should we want to delete it? Okay, so here I'm also going to copy this and let's modify it. So here, okay, that's a lot. So the title will be, as usual, danger zone. Danger zone. Okay, danger zone. So says delete your entire workspace. Yeah, and I'm actually going to give a test. So test color will be destructive. Is that destructive or okay? No, it's just supposed to be destructive. That's all. I think destructive is, oh yeah, destructive. Yeah, danger zone. So danger zone, you will not need, distance will not be needed. We'll only need one button, right? Yeah, which is a danger button. Okay, so here, how did I do it? Okay, here. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it down here. So I can even remove this. Also remove this here, and just say delete workspace. And also here will be no I okay, type great and variant also of no okay, this is it destructive or secondary? Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, great. We still have this thing here which is not needed there, right? It ought not to be there. I don't know why you leave it there, but yeah, okay, so it is this. Okay, great. So let's see. Yeah, okay. So yeah, okay, that's fine. So now let us get the delete handler, right? Okay, so I'm going to now create the hook, right? So inside the hook here, I'm going to say use delete.ts. Okay, and I'll just put this here. Now this is what I am doing. Okay, so I am using okay, so this it will be imported in a client component. So I don't think we have to mark it as this. Okay, so we just have a props here. We say use delete. Okay, and we have it's open and set it's open, right? And I also have the delete options, right? Which will be of these types, right? The options that will pass. Okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, we're setting the types, delete options also as this, right? So we have the title, the message, and on confirm, okay, which is a function that returns void. And we have to on confirm, right? Which will take these props, right? The options, we will set the unconfirmed to the options that we have received and set is open to true, right? Okay, great. And also on handle confirm. So this function will be the function that will call, which will take these props. And when we click on the unconfirm, right, the confirm.confirm unconfirm. So this function here, which is a state and it has the options of this, right? Because it would also have this function, it will have the title and the message. So when we click on it, we can invoke the function unconfirm. I hope it's clear. Okay, so the function that will pass when we click on handle confirm, it will invoke that. They will set it's open to false and cancel to this. And now I am returning all of this. So the open, the confirm, the handle confirm, handle cancel, and all of this info. Okay, so that we can use them. Okay, so in here where I had okay, so here okay, so I'm going to say on click. Also here, I'm going to say handle delete. Okay. Now I'll come here. Okay, so now here I can now import this. So use confirm, use confirmation, which have the open, confirm, handle, confirm, this. Okay. Okay, so here, maybe, yeah, I'll bring it down here. I'm just going to say this, then this, right? Okay, which should be, okay, so here we will not take any prop, just this, and now we'll call the confirm, right? So we want to confirm whether you want to delete it or not, right? And if you remember, it will take things like the title. Okay, so the title will be delete workspace. Okay, it will also have the message. Okay, I think I have a suggestion. The message is, are you sure you want to delete the workspace? This action cannot be undone. Okay, and okay, I will not need this. So what I'm going to do is okay, so on unconfirm, the unconfirm will be a function. So if you remember, use delete. So the unconfirm here, it's a function. Okay, so what I'm going to say is that it will be an async function, right? Okay, so then I'm going to put the try catch in here to delete the workspace. So error. Okay, so console.log the error. And I can also use the toast. Okay, something went wrong. Yeah. And maybe here I can also set finally set is pending. Now is pending. Okay, to false. Okay, so like this. Okay, so now in here, then we need to make the call to delete the workspace. So here I'll set it to true, and now I'll call a function that says await delete workspace Yes, then I'll pass the workspace ID, right? And when it is done, maybe I can also give a toast that says workspace deleted. Okay. So I can also go inside the workspace. I can remove this. I can come here now, here. Okay, so here, maybe I can just copy this like this, duplicate this, and call this delete workspace, which will also take the workspace ID. The user must be required. Okay, and maybe here we'll check if you are a member or not. Yes, if you're not a member, yeah, you can, but we also want to check another thing. I want to allow only the owner to be able to delete it. So if it's user, okay, so is user a member, right? And is user member, okay, is user member dot access level not equal to, if it's not equal to access level, I want to believe I've imported this. So from Prisma client dot owner, okay, so if it's not equal to owner, we will throw an error that so throw, okay, error that only owner can delete the workspace. Okay, so if it is the owner, then we can say delete. Okay, and I'll remove data from here, and I'll return, okay, return success of true. Oh, success of true. Okay, meaning it is only the owner. I will not. Okay, when we delete the workspace, okay, let me show you one thing. Okay, so if we delete the workspace, this ID will now be wrong. So if we want to refresh the data, I think our app will crash. So therefore, what we can do is that we can do redirect instead of refreshing the page. So redirect. So redirect from next navigation, and we'll redirect to workspace. Okay, we go back again. Oh, redirect. Okay, so now I can import this from here. This. Okay, import this. Okay, that's a great job. And now let's go and try it. Okay, so I do not want to delete this workspace. I want to delete maybe this one. Oh, not this, not this. I want to delete this workspace instead. Yes, because this one has data in it and we'll need it. Okay, so this workspace has nothing, I am sure. So if I click on settings, okay, so okay. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So test workspace, and if I click on this, okay, so nothing happens because we don't have the dialog. Okay, so now let's design the dialog. Yeah, we didn't do the dialog. Okay, so I will come inside this and I'll say confirmation dialog.tss. Okay, so use client. Nah, we don't even spot confirmation dialog. Okay, great. Okay, so here we'll need props. Okay, so we'll need this, right? Okay, so we also need the unconfirm and the cancel, the message, you know, all those things. Okay, so I will just do this. Put, yeah, yes, the values here. Okay, so now we're going to use a dialog here, and yeah, this is how we're going to do it. Simple, like this. Okay, so we're using dialog, so import dialog from UI dialog. Okay, and we're passing the open as is open and on open change as the cancel. Okay, and dialog content, right, with the title, sorry, the trigger, with the header, and the header will have the title, which will be the title that will pass. Okay, great, and the description as the message, right, and now we have the content itself, and inside here, I mean the footer, that's where we have the buttons to either cancel it or continue. Okay, so great. So here, what we can do is that we can now go down here. here, maybe down here. And now we call the confirmation dialog form. We'll call it here dialog. Okay, like this. And now what will be the title, the information. So here it's open. It's open. Yes, it's open should be is open. Okay. And on cancel should be handle. Okay, yes, handle cancel. And on confirm, yes, should be handle. Okay, so handle confirm. Great. Okay, and title should be confirmation. Yes, so now we'll get this. Is it confirmation options? Great. Options dot title. And the message, yes, will also be confirmation. Okay, confirmation option dot message. Yes. Okay, I think that's all. Or it can be there or undefined. Okay, so we'll say this, and here also this. Yeah. Okay, great. So now let's go try it. Okay, I want to refresh it first. Okay, so I even have it. Okay, so if I click here, yes, I have this, and I can close it, click, and if I want to delete, click on this. Okay, so deleting, and let's see. Okay, so fill. Oh, it says fill to delete workspace, but it has been deleted too. Okay, so it has been deleted, so I think the message is the problem. Okay, so the problem might be the message. Okay, so deleted, fail to delete workspace. So what happened? Oh, okay. I think I know why. Okay, so I need to, because we are doing the redirect from there, I need to check this. Right, okay, let me check before I will show the message. I want to check if the error, the instance of the error is a redirect error, then we will not show it. If it's not a redirect error, then we show the error. So it was the redirect that I think caused the error, because the workspace has been deleted, right? And we only have one here. Okay, great. So now what is left? We're left with membership. Okay, great job. Okay, so yeah, this video is getting long, so watch out for maybe the next part. If you like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. See you. Kindly also go to the link and try it out. Okay, let me know if you subscribe to certain, if I push it to production as SaaS. Okay, thank you.